echoes of pain. These are good, these are good. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. These are good, these are good. Fields of the fallen and blood-washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering.
자, 이번 경기 파이널 젠더 T1의
think it's the end. They cannot defeat you. They cannot conquer you. They cannot conquer you.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the final day of Week 3 of LCK 2022 Summer. I'm Atlas, I am joined by Wolf, and it is just going to be us today. It is once again a day where Chronicler is not feeling too good. Hopefully over the next couple of days he's going to recover, and then we'll be back to the four of us. Thankfully, Valdez will be voting like I was yesterday. It was the most amazing feeling to finally have our opinions out there. I tell you what, Wolf, you wouldn't understand because you've been voting your whole career, but to have it taken away and then given back for a moment, it was just beautiful.
Hey, and you end up getting 4 for 4.
100% win rate. That's what I'm talking about.
100% involvement, let's say. There's never really a win rate in terms of POG votes. You can vote for whatever you want.
That's
media
true.
will tell you. Let's take a look at our points of the match for today's first series because
Let's do it.
we still have some series to cast here, right? So Damwon Kia, the big favorites here up against Nongshim Red Force. And, you know, we saw some big changes for Damwon in their last series. We lost playing defensively. We have to strike back as much as we can, is Showmaker's quote here. And Duckdom trying to take some influence here from the LPL is what Damwon has been focusing on. And I think it's unusual to say this about the LCK, but a lot of influence this season has come from other regions.
No, absolutely. And I think that a lot of teams have been looking all over the place for those strategies, looking at you, Quantum Freaks, after that Seraphine debut here for the summer season. But Peter is back. Imagine, Nongshim wins, Valdez is voting. If there is not a support vote there, regardless of how the game went, I'm going to be very disappointed. But yeah, 106 days since we've seen him, and effort has been pretty up and down so far this season. And I think that just having a little bit of a change-up, some differences here will be good, especially with Ghost going up against Damwon Kia, as mentioned there, his former team that he managed to win a world championship on.
And BDD has been showing great. Lissandra has been showing great Swain play, but Showmaker has been the more consistent player with a really awesome draft that Damwon Kia brought to the fold. Just a few days ago, his Lissandra did end up picking up POG, was able to steal the Baron, if you guys remember. So,
yep,
really excited to see this mid matchup. Ghost against his former teammates. It is a very cool story, and had Nongshim been performing as we expected them to this year with this roster, it could have been maybe even more exciting, but maybe this is the moment where Nongshim bounce back. Because I think most people do expect this to be a pretty one-sided affair, but it's way more interesting if it's not.
It absolutely is. However, I think that Damwon Kia is starting to feel themselves again. Once again, it is a solo queue with Jug King at the top. He is number 1 at the moment. Number 3 and 5 is Showmaker on both of his accounts. Noguri has 3 accounts in like the top 200 at the moment, which is obscene. I don't know how you have that is so many solo queue games that this guy has been playing. Practicing a lot of Gragas at the moment as well. So we have a look at some of these stats, and yeah, it looks way better for Damwon Kia.
I believe this stat here at the 4th is it's just the opposite way of saying their first blood percentage. They are 90.9% of the time getting first death in the game. So,
oh, I thought it was first dragon. That sounded way better, but I think yours makes a bit more sense. Let's introduce Damwon Kia to the stage. It was first dragon.
Okay, that makes way more sense. I was like, why would they just not say first blood?
Well, let's see whether Damwon Kia can have another great match to finish off this week, right? Because they looked extremely dominant last time we saw them, and I think they're going to need to do that more and more if we are going to see them in our top 3, in our big 3, alongside T1 and Gen G.
Yeah, Damwon Kia, I think, started off a little bit slow, but they're really, like you said, starting to feel themselves a little bit, and Nuguri is gelling with the roster. We're seeing, I mean, honestly, throughout the entire season, we've seen a lot of creative picks. Canyon's jungle pool is massive.
Yeah.
And he's utilized it, I think, even when it's unnecessary to do so. So I think as Damwon Kia start to settle into this meta, they have a really strong roster. It's kind of weird to say. I think the weak point has been the bottom 2v2 in a lot of their losses. Duckdom positionally hasn't looked the greatest, but I think that now that we're nearing the halfway point of the season, Damwon Kia have a lot of experience under their belt now. And again, big favorites tonight against Nongshim.
They definitely should be, as we are going to welcome Nongshim onto the stage as well. It's been a long time since we've seen Kana versus Noguri. I was thinking back, I'm like, was it T1 2020 versus Damwon Summer Final? Was that the last time we saw these two face off? And I think that might actually be the case.
Yeah, I think it is. And, you know, if we look at how excited Kana was to play against Nuguri in interviews, he mentioned it a lot. Definitely a match he's looking forward to. And, you know, two players have a very similar play style, play aggressively, try to min-max their laning phase, especially when Kana is given resources to do so on top side. And we mentioned it so many times as part of why we thought Ghost bottom, Kana top, this really does work well for the playstyle here of Nongshim, because it's reminiscent of Nuguri and Ghost on the same team on Damwon. So we'll see if that slowly starts to come to pass, but so far we've been disappointed here by this roster, and so many times we've said, this is what they could be, like, look at the potential, it's there.
Yeah,
but now I just want to, you know, it feels like we have to focus on the reality of it, and it hasn't been bright just yet, but every win streak starts somewhere, and Peter back on the Rift here, I think it's a good choice. I think it's time to mix things up because, like you said, effort very up and down.
Certainly, and looking forward to seeing whether this is going to be able to change things up for Nongshim effectively. But this is going to be our key player matchup. Of course, Noguri versus Kana. It's a long time coming. Noguri's been not necessarily super successful in solo queue this week, so maybe, just maybe, Kana can capitalize on some pre-tilt that may have come into this game after some rough ones.
Experience difference for Nuguri is pretty massive here. Notice he is first as well in the LCK. His forward percentage, it's not listed here, but last time they
People
played,
are getting bored of it, I think, because it's always just first.
It's really, really high, right? Kill participation for both of these players, you know, somewhat middling here across the LCK, but they're often left to their own devices in the top lane, and I think that's why it's a very exciting matchup tonight. Hopefully we'll get something more fun than just Ornn versus Gnar or something like that. But
it'll be Gnar Sejuani again, I bet you. It's going to be a first pick jungler, and it'll be like Wukong or Viego or something like that, and then we're going to have like the answering Gnar pick priority, and then instantly the Sejuani.
I've been pretty happy with both players' Gangplank performances, though.
Me too.
And I would love to see some priority on that for this series. I think that we definitely will see that.
I get very confused when Gangplank isn't just blind picked all the time if it's left up. I just feel like it's been way too successful, no matter the situation. We even saw Sword in that Fred Brion series, which wasn't great to watch, but he was still like getting flame horizons, landing big barrels, things like this. The coordination was off, but the power of Gangplank was still absolutely there.
That's a great example, and he went first strike and was really farming hard. I think we're going to see definitely at least one game of Gangplank between these three, since potentially three games here in the series.
Absolutely.
As blue side is the choice here for Damwon Kia, they will have first pick priority here. And we're talking about Zeri bans, we're talking about Lucian, we're talking about Showmaker's Quirky. These are things that have to be looked at here for Nongshim.
I think you just named all of Nongshim's bans.
Yeah.
I think that might be what has to happen.
And then Canyon gets Wukong, and you're like, ooh, that's also not a good thing, but
what are you supposed to do? You know, when you need to ban 5 things and you can only ban 3, someone is going to point a finger and shake it around and be like, that shouldn't have happened. There's Seraphine going to be the first one banned away. Of course, maybe spying some Peter Seraphine shenanigans. It does certainly make a lot of sense with Ghost, who's a fantastic center player. You may as well flex that around. So Seraphine taken off the board, not going to have to deal with that. And there's the beginning of Wolf's mandatory bans this game.
I like the Seraphine ban. It's actually been very common as a blue side ban in the LEC and in LPL as well, just because you don't want to give a really strong red side duo, like Seraphine Senna, for example, one of the scariest ones, over as a potential counter pick to what's going to come through in your first pick priority. So they're going to ban both, in fact, this time around. So just taking Ghost Senna off of the board here.
Yeah, I actually think it's kind of interesting, because I feel like if you ban Senna, you do...
You weaken the Seraphine.
Yeah, you
pick.
weaken the Seraphine a lot, right?
Yeah.
Because support Seraphine nowhere near as powerful as the one that farms. So it might have been a redundant ban potentially, but of course BDD can play it as well in the mid lane. So just wanting to make sure get rid of everything is that's a TF ban. So they've strayed Corki or Zeri going to the left.
And this is something where Nongshim could try to trade them. See what Damwon bans here, because they could also ban Lissandra and start to threaten potentially the Ahri pick here in terms of priority. This is a moment where we get to the nitty-gritty. Like, this happens every now and then where you don't do the mandatory ban, and both teams really have to think about how they want to handle this. So banning the Wukong, saying, I'm taking one of the two. And so Nongshim may now, as a response, ban Viego or something like that, and then go, all right, let's trade. Viego will pair with a lot of champions that they want to pick, so that's not probably the best ban they could go for here. But Zeri, I think, is the scariest one to give over to Damwon Kia right now for DuckDum.
I would agree. I think something like a Lissandra ban makes weirdly a lot of sense.
No, there it is.
Because if you think like enough levels down, you're like, well, Damwon are probably going to first pick
Zeri. And
first pick the Zeri, and so then we can pick Ahri, and it's
Viego.
probably going to be okay. Yeah, exactly.
The Ahri Viego duo is also very good, so Lissandra ban does make sense here for the blue side of Nongshim. As we will see if they want to commit.
Yeah.
Because Ahri's had a rough time in the LCK, to just be totally honest with you guys. It hasn't been working out very well, except for certain players. It'll be the Yuumi denied from the Zeri and the Viego coming through. So we could just see something like Yuumi Ezreal for Ghost and Peter. And Peter's debut was the Yuumi pick, excuse me.
Yeah, and he was pretty good on it.
Yeah, so it's a pick he's very comfortable with.
As Damwon, let's see what they're going to take away here. Few options. As you could just take away Nautilus, right, and just pair it with the Zeri and just have that pretty standard lane down there. Looks like Canyon's Lee Sin is making a comeback. I think that this patch has been pretty good for Canyon just in general, with Lee Sin coming back to the fore and having a whole lot more junglers up there. But Lulu will be locked in, of course, still theoretically a flex between Showmaker and Kellen.
One of the picks we haven't talked about in terms of leaving Zeri open that they could have banned instead of the Wukong here as Damwon Kia is the Twitch pick, which works well with Yuumi. And I think Damwon Kia now with this Lulu are starting to feel like, okay, it might be the Twitch pick coming through here for Ghost in the bottom lane. Blind Gnar with Gangplank available here. We've not liked this too much, but this now makes you decide as Nongshim, do you want to go for the Twitch, or do you want to go for the Gangplank here?
I think it's really, really cute to pick up the Gnar here, because if Nongshim does this, then you get to ban Gangplank, then you get to protect the Gnar. The Twitch, one of those picks that we saw work extraordinarily well into the Zeri in the hands of Ruler, and we saw it look just like it was a self-counter pick when Samdi attempted it earlier in the week.
Very different levels of play there, for sure.
Yeah. It can be difficult, and of course the first few levels for Twitch are always going to be a very rough time. The Lulu was what I thought was the best answer into this sort of Twitch Yuumi lane to give it all of that extra power.
We'll see if that sort of 2v2 down there goes Damwon Kia's way, the same sort of aggressive plays you can look for with Lulu, the harassing glitter lances and trying to get plates early. Because DuckDom is fantastic at that. That's what he's most famous for on Aphelios, and Zeri champion he can do the same thing with. Not banning the Gangplank right away here, but will be the
I think it's
of Gwen.
It has to be the next ban, right? It has to be.
I think that, if you're really confident as Nuggery here, you definitely can play the matchup, and Nongshim do not have a strong front line, so I like the Gwen ban also, but it just feels like too good of an opportunity to pass up. Because Vi works really well with Lulu, because she could just target, ult in and get some knockups, and then get a follow-up there from the Wild Growth and be very unkillable. Same with Lee Sin, so both of these bans for Canyon here I think are pretty great.
I'm going to write GP in, because I feel like it just has to be banned. There is absolutely no way.
Alternatively, you know, banning just an Ornn here makes sense.
Whoa! Okay, Swain.
Yeah, this one not as much, considering the lack of real follow-up or setup for him. The Yuumi ult can be quite good for Swain here. We've seen a lot of Swain bans that make me wonder if teams really understand why he's strong. But now you have Twitch, Azir, Gangplank, like the trinity of scaling and power.
And also, you'd like to have Swain into it.
Yeah.
So like, it's a bit crazy to me. And you also can't pick the Gangplank. So now Nongshim rounds out this composition with the Gangplank, and you're like, oh my god, Exodia? Like,
I wonder what the pick here is going to be for Showmaker, because we could still go for that Corki, you know, and we could play the slow
true.
game.
Where the heck did Corki go?
Yeah. Like, I think that's, considering the Azir and the possible Gangplank, I think Damwon Kia really need to play slower here now and just all in on scaling, and that's that's where they're going.
I don't know how I blanked for so long on the fact that this Corki was still available.
I like both of these scaling mid picks for their respective teams more than on the opposite side. Like, I think
agree.
If Azir is on Damwon's comp, you're like, ooh, I don't like that much. Corki's on Nongshim, you're like, yeah, I think you need a little bit more, you know, opportunities to be defensive. The Jarvan pick here is super aggressive and will actually give a lot of power to the bottom duo. I like the Xin Zhao here, though, as well. It is going to be pretty strong into the Viego pick, can duel early. And because of the lack of a front line here, this is what the Ornn I was talking about. They could have banned instead of the GP if they were thinking of anything else. The Swain ban is one that we don't like as much, but
yep.
Looks like they are just going to go, all right, well, you picked Corki. I want Ornament scaling on top of this. I want to give my Twitch that upgraded Kraken Slayer. I want to get Azir the upgrade for Leandri's, and we're going to play this longer game. Doesn't even necessarily have to be a Leandri's game, to be honest, with Damwon Kia's comp, but it probably will be.
I would assume so. I like the. I really like the Ornn pick here. Of course, Gangplank was standing out like a sore thumb. That's what we were expecting. Maybe a little bit more than we necessarily need to, but it's been so successful here in the LCK, you can't really help it. But Ornn, for the hard engage that the Ornhorn does offer alongside the Twitch, very, very powerful into the Corki that wants to sit back, throw rockets at you, and make you frustrated. Lulu Xin Zhao has been a combination for years, though. And this will be very interesting to see whether it's still going to work out here for Damwon.
I think that what the Jarvan could have brought to the table was a little bit more aggression, but when you have an Azir in the mid lane and an Ornn who can get out of a lot of situations topside, I like the Xin Zhao for extra utility. And he will defensively be able to protect Showmaker with Crescent Guard in a lot of fights, split up team fights around Baron, so I like him for that. Buys a lot of time for the Narbar to come online. This top matchup, for me, is the most exciting and interesting one, though. It's Nuguri versus Kana, right? And it's going to be that slow and measured Gnar versus the Ornn, who can start to win the lane and put on a lot of pressure. It's all about where the junglers go and how careful Kana plays this one out. Because one misstep against Nuguri, those hyper procs come through, you start losing those trades, and the wave goes back into Gnar's control. And that's when you can start losing things like first, second Herald. So that top matchup is going to be so exciting.
Especially with these drafts. Let's do it. Let's hop into game number 1. That guy was so excited about getting into this game, Wolf. The fan chant leader.
He used his whole voice practicing at home.
He was, it was like practicing in the mirror for about 6 hours, I think, before he got here to LoL Park. But he absolutely nailed it. Definitely was absolutely perfect there. As yet, Tom and Jerry on the bottom side of the map. The classic combo of the Twitch and the Yuumi. I think that was coined like, how many, like 2 years ago or something like that? It was very close to when Yuumi just came out.
Yeah, and then they just started calling the Yuumi Zeri, Tom, and Jerry.
Yeah.
Which was very funny. Well, it wasn't that funny, but like we tolerated it.
Yeah, we definitely did. We definitely did.
We tolerated it, and yeah, the Tom Kench, of course. Like, it's funny because Tom and Zeri, like Tom Kench Zeri, like makes sense, but then people call Yuumi Zeri Tom and Zeri because it's a cat. I'm like, all right, we got to just pick one Tom and Zeri, and that's the duo. Like, we can't have 3 Tom and Zeris. Like,
but like we've got actual Tom and Jerry like on the other side of the rift here as well. It's like everyone's a poser, you know?
Yeah, well, like Will the real Tom and Jerry please stand up? Like,
We should actually just we'll send Eminem an email and just ask him like which one's the real one. As Ghost is starting to show us here, Exhaust already going down onto Kellen, and he actually does the most damage at this stage of the game. So it kind of makes sense that that's where it goes. BDD going after Flash very early on. Canyon throws his out as well as the action has begun at 2 minutes in this game.
Summoners being dropped here, so 2 for 1 in the bottom lane. Obviously, Peter using Exhaust and the Ignite versus Kellen just putting that Ignite pressure on. And, you know, they're hoping they get a kill early because then this really snowballs incredibly well for Nongshim. But we'll just be actually 2 for 1. And then on the mid lane, a downed Summoner for BDD.
Oh, no. Yeah.
Okay, we got it. Down Summoner for BDD can be impactful, obviously, because he will be able to put on less pressure now in the lane.
Oh, also, Wolf, on this patch, this is a double poke comp from Damwon Kia because Extendo Beam does
Extendo
4
Beam.
trillion damage.
Yeah, that is... I was going to get into that later, but, you know, I mean, if we're going to talk about the comps right now. Extendo Beam later is... It's pretty unfair.
It is. It is revolting amounts of damage. We saw that, what was it, a few days ago. It's just obscene. Anyway, 8-3 for Canyon here on the Xin Zhao. Has been something that he's played quite a lot of.
Yeah, surprisingly, I thought he would have a little bit more games played on it with how meta this champion was throughout last year.
Well, Dread going to look for a gank here. Showmaker diving on top of BDD. The Valkyrie comes through, though, and Dread is not going to be able to find anything. Wind becomes lightning, going to miss there from Canyon around the side. So not able to get any sort of counter happening either.
It was really well played by Showmaker as he Gatling guns the ranged minions so that each one of them will be one-shottable after being hit by a turret. Just some last hit mechanics there while also surviving with Valkyrie.
Yeah, pretty crazy.
Because, I mean, I think optimistically for Nongshim, like, unless Showmaker makes a huge error there, like, you're probably getting his flash at best, and otherwise are just denying CS. So doesn't use his flash, just Valkyries, still gets the minions. Well played.
Oh, very nicely done. As there are so many things flying off Zeri when you're laning with a Lulu, because you've got like picks going at the same time as just Zeri hitting like a million things at once with the Q. Like, it's too much happening. It's too many things.
A lot of little projectiles.
Oh yeah. And then the
And then prowling projectiles on the other side.
Yeah, I know. Just projectiles everywhere. And there's even a Twitch who also prowls, as Showmaker's going to take a fair bit of damage here. Of course, we haven't really spoken about it. This is like the quintessential Azir Corki matchup.
Yeah.
Showmaker versus BDD.
It's like two players very strong at this this role and at this specific champion as well.
Yeah.
On the Azir, as the timing of this back works out well for both of them. They both have teleports, of course. Will be a tier buy here for Showmaker early. And BDD is going to... More mana. Yeah, this is how this is going to go for a little bit.
Yeah, Nuggery going to get knocked up there by Canna, so nicely played thus far. It's the Hyper Proc, I believe, not going to actually come through. As Nuggery still has his teleport available and went for the Cull start. Very Nuggery-esque, but also something that we have seen more and more for these matchups that haven't been as difficult.
Dread has taken a pretty significant camp lead this game, as you can see, is Canyon has spent a lot of time defending Showmaker, and obviously did have that early level 2 gank taking away BDD's flash. We'll be able to catch up here, but he's still going to have that significant deficit, and will probably hit 6 later than Dread, so that can be actually pretty huge. BDD's flash is coming back online. Now, BDD's keeping this lane in a pretty nice spot right now, so Showmaker is always kind of in danger and has to go very far up it in order to CS, so... You know, scary times here for the Corki, and we may see Showmaker actually buy some magic resistance on his next back to build into the Hexstreaker just so he can lane a little bit more comfortably. Yep. Very boring Corki Azir things, but, you know, we break it down, we talk about it. He's backing right now as we say it.
Yep. It's one of those things. You have to talk about Corki Azir sometimes. If there were other things happening, we would do that as well. As Canyon, I believe, was able to take the big one there. Didn't quite see who had the money above their head.
See either.
No, but Canyon does not have his smite available, so maybe you missed it. A little bit of a shame.
Yeah, 38-32 in terms of the CS numbers. Not the greatest lead here for Dread, but it is significant. And if they can get bottom side prio here with the Azir control they have already, and early Drake is in their future.
Yeah. Dr. Arm going to be able to take that one away. Jet Set Radio Future in order to make his way out of threat of danger. By Dread. Canyon going to move on up And Dread hasn't started the Drake or anything like that, but you can see BDD cheating towards this bottom river means that the rest of Damwon Kia have to play very defensively.
Yeah, and Damwon just playing this very slowly. If they can hold out and not lose this Drake for another minute, then they'll be able to, of course, have their ultimates online for this Herald fight. Very difficult Herald fight to take Gnar versus the Ornn unless you have a lot of prio mid, and they do not. So it's going to be tough here for Damwon Kia, and they might just try to delay it and push with the Zeri lane because she can rip through plates so quickly.
I'd like that.
Because, like, Kana gets a good ult here basically no matter what, whereas you're up against the Azir too, and Nuguri might not even necessarily have his Narbar available if this is delayed well by Nongshim. So I like this pressure bottom side instead.
Yep. Very, very close to picking up a plate, but it is going to be denied. I've enjoyed how Ghost and Peter have been playing this lane, actually. Hasn't been as difficult as what it looked last time we saw this exact matchup. And Knockup is going to connect here under Noguri, who's Mega Gnar is not quite here yet, and the Ornhorn just going to be there as a celebration. That is first blood so comfortably going over to Canna.
Yep. Very easy. Just a bit of an overextension. They're going to try to, knowing, topside control here to Dread, maybe a little bit more of a splashdown here onto the solo Twitch, but he will be fine. But this is exactly how we expected this to go, minus Nuguri being dead, is that Nongshim get control of the Herald. The bottom push is real with the Zeri. Level 6 hit for her, so, we'll have... Actually, I feel like could have stayed there a little bit longer, but we'll back now. I was going to say we'll have a comfortable time guaranteeing that second plate. Can still, of course, get that on return.
Yep.
But just so far, one plate for a kill and Herald puts Nongshim even in gold, just about 100 ahead right now in this game.
Yeah, we have to go back to the draft as well because Nongshim navigated it so incredibly beautifully, and it's paying off very, very well. I think a lot of people would have been expecting Damwon Kia to have a bit of an advantage, just, hands gap, team gap at this point in time. But Nongshim are playing very, very well. And I have to harken back to the last game we saw BDD have. His Zoe was absolutely beautiful, and now he's on his most comfortable champion as we check this one out one more time.
Yeah, he's just up here aggressively trying to trade when he doesn't have any control of the vision. So he just is picked there. Nice knock up from Kana. And that's all it takes if your jungler is there. You kill the Gnar. But because he's playing like this, he's maintained a pretty significant CS lead, and that's what he was looking for there on the top side. Just got a little bit greedy.
Yep. Of course, Nuguri just making sure that he continues to have the highest forward percentage.
Yeah.
It's just one of those things. You are just going to die when you're trying to make sure that is the stat that you own. Dread comes down, puts some mist around, but isn't able to actually find too much of an entrance. Ghost will take a bit of damage here, but throws down the poison cask. And Peter now has the ult.
This Infernal Drake is just, anybody interested? I've been here for a few minutes now, and...
Sneaky is Ghost. Kind of the perfect name for playing Twitch,
Yeah.
He is very sneaky, and he's a Ghost as well. They have a habit of not being very well seen.
I like this control ward here, but Canyon is in the brush. You will see them when it becomes lightning.
Yep, Prowling Projectile comes down as Canyon looking for an opportunity to maybe turn it back. Extendo Beam, not going to find too much joy here as Ghost and Dr. Arm just fighting one another. The reason why they were thinking about getting aggressive is because Showmaker does have that package.
Yeah, and he wants to try to force a Drake fight if possible. It would be amazing if they could also at the same time stop this Rift Herald drop. Dread is being pushed away. I think they should be able to, with this package, guarantee Drake control. No unleashed teleports or anything like that. I mean, what you see is what you get here. And they have the choke point. BDD, of course, does have ult.
Yeah, it's going to be easily secured. Damwon, let's see what else they can get, though, as Dread already has to flash. BDD has been singled out as the Emperor's Divide's not going to do enough. And Noguri even gets a kill over the other side as well, as Ghost taking a lot of damage. Peter is there, but he's not actually able to help too much with his ulti, and Damwon Kia win the fight and take the Drake.
Yeah, 2 for 1, and they are able to prevent the Rift Herald from being dropped in this push. So, this is starting to time out. In fact, Red is respawning now. It's 3/4 of the way timed out, so he's going to have to drop this pretty desperately where they will not have a lot of control.
Yeah.
Bottom side is where they have the control now, as Ghost is going to try to steal this plate away. It looks like he will just barely get it. Or will he get punished? That is actually the real question here.
Well, he will be able to go relatively invisible, but Canyon, yeah, he's got the sweeper, and Ghost is real dead.
That's a real tilter right there. After you just lost Drake, this Herald is going to at least crash mid, give BDD some extra gold. But that was an extremely greedy play from Ghost that is punished very well by Canyon. And wow, that's a lot of money now in the pockets of Damwon Kia. Yes, BDD does get some extra gold, but we're going into a slower, longer game where his lead over Showmaker now, in terms of picking up some extra plates versus 2 assists, like, not that significant, but taking the Twitch off the map is pretty huge. As BDD looks like he wants to try to turn this because Ghost is very nearby, and then they just isolate him and kill him. Meanwhile, Kellen is trying to get a kill on the right side here with Dokdom, and they end up getting 2 here. Does end up, going down, of course, Dokdom does, but still a 2 for 1. And then it's a 3 for 1 because Ghost greets for a plate.
Yeah, thought that he could just go invisible, but Canyon had the sweeper. And that makes it very, very difficult for Ghost to be able to do anything. Sneaky once again, 1v1, but just skates his way out. And Dokdom will be absolutely fine. Moves back towards Kellen. And no harm, no foul. Extendo Beam does not connect onto Ghost, so he doesn't take the return damage. But yeah, I sort of want to think about what else could have happened in that Drake fight moment, right?
Yeah,
because I think we knew that there was no way that Nongshim could fight for it. There was no teleport on Canna. He was in the top lane. Yeah. And the idea of just giving it away would be a good idea. I'm not going to be able to talk about it, though, as Nogari's going to have to flash. Oh, that knock-up right on the edge, but the hop does come through after the flash, and Nogari will survive this time around, but does have to use that important summon.
Yeah, I think one of the things to look at and talk about in that last Drake exchange was how far away Ghost was, because if he goes through the river, perhaps, he gets picked there, so he has to take the longer way around. I don't remember the exact wave state for him there on the bottom lane. Probably pretty decent, because he then greeted for a plate right afterwards, but his time spent wrapping around, but the BDD just couldn't pull the trigger fast enough, and they're dealing with wild growth. And I think compositionally here, we're starting to see some of the pieces of Damwon Kia just having, count delay. Damwon Kia having a little bit of the easier to execute composition around some of these fights, with Zeri just pulling the trigger and being lightning fast and difficult to lock down. Like, yeah, you have the Ornhorn, you have Emperor's Divide, but Red?
Yeah.
He just cannot get his own jungle here.
Not anymore. I mean, we were talking about it earlier, right? Like, Canyon was behind. Dread was actually dominating when it came to the early game, and now
this is a whole
farm's
turret.
even.
Yeah, this is a whole turret here for Nuguri as well, while they're pushing all this top side. So well played macro-wise here for Damwon Kia.
Does have teleport available as well. It's unleashed, as that big one did a whole heck of a lot of damage. And Nongshim are going to really struggle to be able to answer too much of this. And they've lost all tempo after that Dragon Play Wolf.
Exactly, and Kanda doesn't have ultimate here, so even if he could teleport in, which he is not going to be able to do comfortably, he wouldn't be able to turn this fight either. And Damwon Kia will get this and get away with it. They see Dread, and they can punish.
Yeah, Showmaker's going to dive on over. Dread taking a lot of damage. Fast Bomb doesn't connect, and neither does the W from Canyon. So the wind will just no lightning this time around.
I don't know if you should be walking.
Will come through, and I believe Dread was able to steal that one away. I'm not sure. No, it was Canyon.
I'm a little bit nervous for Dread walking towards Damwon Kia in this moment too, without Twitch, without the Ornn on the bottom side. That is it. Not a winning fight if he is spotted there and taken out, or rather if they commit on a turn. Nogari is just dominating this side lane now. Kana's ultimate's finally come back online, but he is just pushing him out. And yes, Twitch got some free farm in the mid lane, but Zeri's wave clear is also amazing, and we'll be able to just run right back mid and deal with this. Just looks like Nongshim, like you said, no tempo advantages anymore. And holding on to this Drake now is not 100% required here for Nongshim, but giving Damwon Kia a 2 Drake lead feels so bad right now. But I think that without a proper setup here, as Nongshim, you kind of just sadly have to give this one away. Kana needs to be here. He is just hiding his positioning right now. He does have a ward he could teleport to for the flank. You see that controller at the bottom of the river. So, I mean, maybe that's your angle here, but otherwise you need to be rushing straight towards this.
Well, Dread is going to be scooting around. He's got a cat alongside him as Showmaker's going to come through, and he does have the package once again. And Nongshim's going to be very difficult to fight this one. Extendo Beams flying through as well. Rockets landing. Only a couple more in the chamber as Nogari started this one up. The rest of Damwon actually moving towards Nongshim. These rockets, as they keep hitting, makes it more and more difficult for Nongshim to pull the trigger. As, yep, Drake is going to go down. BDD taking a lot of damage here as the package is going to be delivered. Heartbreaker comes out, but Showmaker is still chasing after Dread. And the Ram can't even find him. He has to flash to get himself out. And Nongshim lose even more than just the Drake.
You know the way they say a bird in the bush is worth two in the hand of... Hey, an Azir walking towards a bush is worth like 0 in any hands or in any bushes because he can't hit anything, he can't do anything. He's been chunked out by Poke.
Oh no, Ghost getting chunked by the Extendo Beam as well, as the Rift Herald will be able to claim this mid-outer turret.
I think the idea there for... Because Kana, we talked about this moment where he walked out of lane and was hidden. And I think the idea was maybe he's going to teleport to that control ward, which will now be cleared here by Nugri. I think this is a part why the observers are showing this. Well, should have been cleared there. But anyway, if he teleports there, maybe you could then collapse onto this Poke composition where you have the Corki, you have the Zeri. But if they have vision removed and they're in that bush and you're the Azir walking towards it, you can't do anything. If you're the Twitch, you're just going to be blown up so quickly if you try to flank or make any plays. So you're a sitting duck as Nongshim in this moment once you give away that Drake control, which is why I think they needed to be a lot more decisive if they were going to fight for it.
100%. That's exactly what this composition's really good at as well. Like, if Kana finds that flank, and you've got sneaky Ghost that finds his angle, that gets that final chapter, if they pull the trigger in an instant, it's great. But if they just stand there as 5 people, they just get killed by rockets.
Yeah, exactly.
But, like, they have all of the answers to make it actually work. That's the thing that's really sad about how Nongshim have played out this mid-game. And yes, this composition doesn't work all that well in the mid-game, but still, I mean, this is a Corki on the other side. It does not get better than, like, as the game goes on, you're still going to feel worse and worse.
Exactly. Because the scaling arguments for an Azir, like sometimes we go, oh yeah, Corki, Azir, they both scale, so like who's really ahead? Well, the one who has vision and has the longer range who could just shoot infinity rockets is going to like the late game more than the Pigeon who's trying to put Sand Soldiers out, which is long range, but not comparatively to Extendo Beam and Corki Poke, which is why the Corki pick just seemed like the perfect option. Once they committed to the Azir, it was a pretty easy choice for Damwon Kia to go, yeah, we'll lose mid lane and lose a lot of prio there, but if we play the game slow, we should be great. And then Nongshim made some pretty critical mistakes, and then Damwon Kia could actually then speed up the tempo. They don't have to just sit back and scale anymore. They can actually put the pressure on.
Yeah, as we can see here, Dr. I'm starting to feel himself, as he does have Phantom Dancer on the way. You can see Ghost moving towards his Mythic, probably. We've seen Mythic 3rd on Twitch a few times, but I like picking up the Kraken Slayer 2nd just to allow you to have a bit of a larger spike.
Yeah, I mean, he's got his Noon Quiver now, so...
Yes, nice.
Right after you say it, he locks it in just to be like, oh, let's speculate for a second before I make the choice.
He gave me something to talk about. It was really nice of him.
The Moonstone Renewer here for Peter, I think, is... I don't like it as much as even some of the other options she could have gone for, including damage, because you're not really going to be healing the rockets all too well. And if a big one hits any of your squishy members, you're going to be in trouble. And Ornn is in the front line just going to be chipped away by Zeri. Like, she does her damage so quickly.
I kind of respect it, though, because, like, you sort of need something against all of this poke, right? And yeah, you probably don't have enough zoomies to deal with it, but dodge a few rockets and then have the Moonstone for the rest of them. Like, perhaps that's the game plan here. But
whereas the Shirelius is going to allow Duckdom to be even faster and be able to collapse and basically just engage on ults. In the past, when Zeri first came out, remember when Zeri first came out, we were like, well, this champion's broken. But the second thing we realized was, wow, if she lives for a long time, she moves really fast, does a lot of damage. Now the Zeri is often the engage. Like, she will just ult and go in.
Oh, God.
Sick deny of the back here from Showmaker, picking up some first strike gold. But yeah, now Zeri is just, if she has a Shirelli, she just runs forward. She's like, how many ults did I get, or how many people did I get with my ult? How much damage can I do? Then I kite back, and then I get wild growth if anyone commits onto me. And the Shirelius is going to be so strong for her. She has Corki damage to back it up.
Yep. Not to mention the fact that, like, with this composition, right, with this answer in the Yuumi Twitch, if you don't get onto the Zeri first, she kills your whole team and you can't do anything about it because she is running so extraordinarily fast. She has the wild growth. As now Showmaker, he's going to be out of Blast Cone, gets himself out of the way of both Rams very comfortably. As Nongshim, yeah, they just slink their way back into their side of the map.
Now you don't have one of your best two ultimates to actually contest around this Baron Vision, and I think Damwon Kia can probably start this one up pretty soon if they want to. Now the Drake is spawning, so that's going to draw attention away, but if the Drake wasn't up, I think they probably would have actually considered, you know, booting this one up. Showmaker just backed, I believe, does have the package. We'll have to get a check on that in a second here. But Damwon Kia, full prio on this Drake. No Ornhorn, no package, okay. No Ornhorn, though, for this fight. And Nongshim just simply have to give it up. Sole point.
And Dread's up towards the top side as, yeah, we've got Canyon and Showmaker just taking the Drake by themselves. Noguri does have Meganar available, as that knock-up is not going to connect. And yeah, so sole point for a Corki composition. A Corki Zeri composition.
Yeah. And they're side laning. They're like in 2 lanes while they're getting soul point. They're not just like, oh,
hey,
we grouped up and then they got side
Bounty
laning.
gold.
Yeah.
Right there.
It's helping. Every little bit helps. But 2 lanes worth of control. And the reason why Nongshim can't try to trade that for Baron is because they don't have enough map control, and they certainly do not have any vision. Like, they have some vision on the left side of the Baron pit, which, of course, Damwon will now clear and walk through. But on the Baron itself, they don't have enough control of that zone to actually start it and try to trade.
This is a lot of deep vision that Nongshim put down, but they still don't have vision on the Baron.
It's almost comical in that way. I mean, I like the deep vision they have, and it does spot the rotation over and allowed BDD to side lane like that and get that bounty gold.
Yeah.
We're going to have a battle of pretty epic proportions here if Nongshim is going to win this game and win this Baron fight. Because like I said, Damwon is starting to get to a point where they're ready to like chip away and actually start a Baron. Zeri's got 2 items, and we have full map control.
Yeah, Ghost still yet to complete that that Kraken Slayer that is on the way. It was a while since he built the Noon Quiver though, so maybe it's going to be all right. As Stendo Beam not going to quite find Ghost there on the way through. As Canyon just biding his time, waiting for his opportunity. Might take a red buff first. Then he may just lie in wait and look for BDD or Dread, as Showmaker's going to get himself a red buff. He's the main character, according to him. And so he's going to be able to collect double buffs.
Yeah, you could tell there was like a discussion there with how long Canyon took to start. He was like, all right, do I take this for the money?
Yeah.
Do I give it to Duck Dom? Or actually, is it better if we give this one to Showmaker? And
Showmaker's like,
oh.
Corki used to be an 80k, remember guys. I should have red buff priority.
Showmaker made the decision for them, and it's like, I need 100 gold. Now,
Like, can you out-damage this phosphorus bomb? And everyone on the team's like, no.
no, that extra gold does help him, I believe, pick up this stopwatch. I think he just got that one, so we'll have this for this fight now. And
Yeah.
does, of course, have his flash. Like, how do you win this as Nongshim? The Ornn is going to
There is one way.
required.
There is one way. They need to see Damwon Kia grouped as 5, and they need to instantly pull the trigger. That is the only, and Cannon needs to have near perfect positioning to start the fight.
But what if Damwon never group as 5 and just use trinkets and wards to control both of the entry points while also solo pushing it for Nuguri on the side?
This question is too difficult, Wolf.
Yeah, and then okay, Nuguri used his Narbar. So that's the only good news, but he's also like, well, you guys can't start this, and I'm just going to push for this inhibitor. And if you guys start this, I teleport in, and it's checkmate. Checkmate Nongshim. That's where Nongshim are at right now, is desperately trying to start this Baron.
They are going to start it up. Noguri does have teleport like you were talking about, but the Narbar is non-existent. He's still going to teleport in. But now they're just fish in a barrel. This is exactly what Showmaker wanted. Cannon, you need to press that R button. You need to start this fight. Otherwise, you're just all going to die. Noguri's now right on that front line. And here comes the Ornhorn. Finds 2 off to the side, but Canyon immediately says absolutely not to Nongshim. And their health bars are just too low. Showmaker did too much work. And now Damwon will just say thanks for the leash, I guess. As they dive into the pit, it is going to be somehow the Corki that locks this one down. The Gnar not going to find the wall whatsoever, and Damwon won't find any kills, but they'll walk away with a Baron.
It's actually incredible that all of Nongshim survive here. Dread and Kana so low after those Corki rockets do connect, but
in the end, it kind of actually worked out for Nongshim because a 50-50 is better than what I was expecting.
Yeah. I mean, look at this Ornhorn. It hits 2 players, so there's no follow-up damage. Twitch throws a barrel and then walks away. As Canyon's got a Crescent Guard that is nice, and like we talked about what it does functionally in the draft, but it's honestly wholly unnecessary here, as they do come in for the 50-50 and get out with their lives.
Away.
Yeah, so Summoner's used here, but like if they win the 50-50 and get out, you feel pretty amazing as Nongshim, but they did not. And to be like to be in this position as Nongshim is really the problem. Like, you should never be in a place where you have to start a Baron and rush it. That's your only chance, your only window in this game, because now you have Baron against you and Hextech Soul is spawning, so they're going to have Prio and Fast Track. At least they're going to have those ultimates back online again here. No, kind of, you know, about
This
5
next
seconds
fight
away.
is the last chance for Nongshim. Otherwise, like, I mean, most of the nails are in this coffin. Like, where, like, the carpenter is pretty much done. Like, let's be real.
Yeah.
But this is the last hope, and it's the wolf over after this Hextech Soul is taken by Damwon.
Certainly
If
is.
It is taken by Damwon.
As
Dread and Ghost are in the area. They do have a fair bit of damage, and we're teleporting in. But all of Damwon are on the way down.
best positioning that Nongshim has had for an objective fight so far. Let's
Yeah.
see if they can pull it off with the Oran Horn. That is going to be how this starts. Showmaker has package this time. He's been waiting and saving it for this particular fight. Didn't want to use it on Baron. Now has it here for Soul Point.
Yeah, you can see BDD off to the side. Dread takes half of his health bar with just one ability from Showmaker. That is Hextech Soul. There's BDD over to the side, but he's so far away from this fight as Dread. He's going to get ulted by Doctorm. Picks up his first kill there. As down to the GA goes the Corky. Ghost just gets extendo beamed almost to death as Nongari just lumbering from the side. Everyone's going to die here. Apart from BDD, who's attempting to get his way out. Triple kill for Doctorm, and I have a feeling this one is done and dusted.
I mean, BDD walks away with flash, ult, and a stopwatch. He didn't even try to turn this fight, and the game is now over. And this is something we talked about a lot for Nongshim last year and through some parts of spring, is every time we start to get excited about this team, it's in these high-pressure matches. They don't pull the trigger. They don't use their ultimates early. They don't find these opportunities. If you're slow like this, Dominic here, like, okay, well, we hit a few rockets, and now actually we can engage. You guys are no longer the engaged comp. We're the ones who can just walk at you and press the Zeri ult button, and that's essentially what we saw there. And, you know, the fact that BDD didn't even ult in that fight just shows that Nongshim are not coordinated, at least compared to Damwon Kia at setting up these fights with a comp that needs it so desperately.
Well, Prowling Projectile will find Canyon as Dread's looking to lock him down. Let's see whether they can land the stun. They do manage to get that one as Canna, he makes his way in as well. And that's the ult to come through. Now it's Ghost's turn, but might have given Canyon a bit of a way out here. Decent little knock up there as he's trying to keep himself alive. The flash comes... Oh, actually, no. He just... got that last auto. But still, they lock down the kill onto the jungler. That might buy a bit of time here for Nongshim as we check out this fight one more time.
Yeah, BDD is on the flank here, then teleports over as the fight is ending. He's completely out of this. If he's with Ghost, if he's on top of Ghost right now, then he can at least push Showmaker away and offer some form of damage. But they wanted the all-in, the perfect engage. I hate to say it, Nongshim, like, this is not a perfect engaged game where you actually get the amazing BDD highlight moment. You do not have that much control over this game. You're significantly behind in items. You're just not going to get that chance. As I think it was way too optimistic as, yeah, Canyon wants to trade this back into a kill. Will be unsuccessful, but he buys a ton of time.
Yeah, he does. As we're going to check out another fight up here as the Call of Forge God comes out. Just avoided by everyone. And now Doctorm through with... more extendo beams, and Nongshim, if they are on the back foot like this, their kite back is non-existent because Damwon Kia have way too much poke. Yeah, Hextech Soul there as well. Rocket comes through. Ghost going to get slowed down as Nogari is hunting. He wants a rat. As there's the final chapter, and Damwon Kia just back away. And they can just keep doing this.
Minions are winning the game also, meanwhile, so...
Oh.
Yeah, they...
extend a bit. Oh, good sidestep there from Ghost. He
This
will
is very
live to see another Nexus die, perhaps.
Very doomed, Atlas. Very doomed.
It's 13,000 gold to lead. I mean, the wallets, you may as well just drop them on top of Nongshim at this stage. As Dread hunts for a bit of a stun as the Sun Disc comes through, and it's a very sad Sun Disc here on the Nexus turrets. As Damwon Kia are just closing in. The rockets aren't necessarily landing as extendo beams aren't finding the targets either. As now into the front line goes Canyon. He gets Wild Growth, but he does have the ulti. That'll keep him alive. There's the Emperor's Divide as well as Canyon is just tanking for about a year. They managed to get Ghost though, and Canyon is still alive. This Nexus starting to take some damage now as Kellen on the front line. Nogari is still tanking this one out. Dread's going to get gnawed into the team, and there it goes. Damwon Kia will take game number 1.
Remember, this is an extremely tough week for Nongshim. I do want to bring that to the table as they got crushed by Genji earlier on, and now they face Damwon. These are two really strong opponents for them back-to-back, and it just hasn't looked better this week, has it? I mean, unfortunately, the drafting here was pretty smart for Nongshim. I liked that they were able to pull the Zeri out. They had the Twitch answer ready, but it wasn't as bad as Somdi's performance, but it didn't work out in the lane. And Ghost was invisible when he pressed Q, but he was also just invisible in general throughout the entire game because they never had vision control. They never had proper setups for Drake fights. That fight where they both lost the Drake and then lost the team fight they should have backed away from was really where Damwon and Kia were like, well, I guess this game is just now in our hands and we're going to control it forever.
You're exactly right. It was that one fight. The one fight where Canna was top lane. They had no real right of going for it. And as soon as that was over, Damwon just never gave them any sort of tempo back into the game, gave them no opportunity to try and answer whatsoever. And I can see you trying to figure out the pulse.
Yeah, it's a pretty even split for me, honestly. Like
I mean, big boom boom damage goes to Showmaker.
Yeah, I think.
But yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I think it was a team effort here from Damwon Kia.
For me, it's like kind of somewhere between Showmaker, Nuggery, and Kellen, actually. Duckdown played very well, but Kellen's wild growths are really good. He cleared a lot of vision. But yeah, it's not a game where you look and go, wow, there was one amazing play or one standout player who really did it by himself. Yeah. It was such a... It felt like Damwon Kia from their domination period in 2021, honestly. It was really clean.
It was. And it looked like a game where you can see the value of having Duckdown and Kellen instead of Ghost and Beryl, theoretically. A little bit more of a proactive bottom lane. But, ladies and gentlemen, it is a best of 3. So we'll be back after a short break for game number 2.
네, 들어와야 된다.
얘네가 먼저 갈 거야.
나 3줄격.
타워
잠깐만 빠질게. 이거 박아놔야겠다. 이제 보이고.
한번 들어가자. 무쓸게.
야, 딜로 벌려. 제리 오지마. 일로 오지마.
아직부터.
아지르 내가 벌릴게요. 아지르 내가 밀어줄게.
아지르 좀 이거.
나 싸운 거 아지르 마크 해주면 안 되나?
아지르 노.
쫄시계 있거든? 나오자 그냥. 이긴 거 같아. 수위 잡았어. 나 이 있거든? 다 같이 치자 그냥. 다 같이 치자.
나 오늘 머리 피가 안 통해. 큰일 났다. 아파요, 머리가.
아메리카노를 마셔줘야 돼 그래서.
뭔 상관이야 그게.
카페인은 중요해. 너 아메리칸 방패야 그러면?
피가 좀 닥쳐 제발.
조합에 나쁘지 않은 것 같은데? 신지들 뽑자 그냥.
그래 뽑자.
왜 이렇게 자주 보냐.
또 보네. 볼게. 왔다. 치주면 좋고. 좋아.
먹어도 돼.
나이스.
바텀 다이브 아니야?
내 더블 못 써.
딜 안 나오는데 끝내.
신지를 본다.
신지도 키하나. 나이스. 이미 안 되고. 여기까지. 키하나 노플. 각 좋다. 자야도 녹아. 애들 죽었 쌈바. 나이스. 죽었 쌈바. 제아가 천천히. 애들 잡으러 가는 게 나이스. 뭐야 이거. 신지들 왜 말 안 해줘.
너무 좋아요.
야 스마이트.
나이스.
야 김준호 왜 한마디도 없냐?
원래 없어요.
또 긴장했어? 또?
아니 긴장 안 해왔어.
야 어제 우리 각성했잖아. 뉴 샌드박스로. 어제
좋은 결의했어.
네 좋은 게 있어요.
나 이거 타고 난
나 뒤로 돌게 얘들아 어때?
오케이. 괜찮은데?
나 돌았어 위치봐 각 어때 보여 얘들아
야, 나 이거
이거는데
내 분노
가자
봐봐.
가자
주기는 못했다. 나
어때,
먼저 뺄게.
어때,
여기
어때,
맞아.
어때,
여기 한번 빼봐.
어때?
밀렸어. 우리 딜러 밀렸어.
아쉬운데?
바로 못 터뜨린 게 좀.
웬만하면 코르키 쪽으로 봐야 될 때. 쿠팡 타고 있을 땐.
나 자리 좋은데 나 자리 진짜 좋아 얘들아 돌아도 돼? 살짝
천천히 해봐,
올려
천천히.
나 호응 안 돼.
밀렸어?
여기 살짝 봐.
아니야 빼만해 야 쿠팡 패스 얘들아 쿠팡 패스 빼봐
야야 뒤에 갱 보여.
아나 갈 빠졌다
야 이거 좀만 빼면 돼. 봐. 앞라인 쳐줄게.
야 들어갈게.
앞으로 이제
이제
미드 나라가 마크해줘 나이스
나이스. 타쳐.
얘들아 이제 불배 나온다 불배
상관없어. 카르마 죽여도 돼. 카르마 죽여도 돼.
잘했다
아, 미안하다. 미안해.
굿
아 정글 아 나 이렐리 할게 형 조이 해.
나 사일러스 한다.
아 그냥 너무 못해 혁경.
너가 손해봤잖아. 뭔 소리야.
아 너무 재미없어 손해봐줬어. 나 포지션도 있는데 뭐 하는 거야.
너가 졌어. 건우야 사이리를 못 들어.
도랄링. 야 고뇌야 사이를 못 들어.
보조 못 들어.
그 CM을 아이 종해라. 상대 뭔데요?
이래.
아 뿅한패 들어야 돼. 야 제바 들어야
뿅한패
되냐?
소생 찍어?
뿅한패 들어야 되냐?
아 잠만 뿅한패 소생
아니 나 알려줘 나.
뿅한패 소생
아 건우야 이거 내가 지잖아 들도.
와 1렙 때 어떻게 이겨
저희 세팅 시간 종료되었습니다.
너무 못하는데 근데.
이것 때문에 져준 거다.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread,
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. LCK Summer 2022. Still Alice. This is still Wolf, and we're here for game number 2 between Damwon Kia and Nongshim Red Force. Nongshim had what we thought was a pretty cool draft, then did not manage to execute it against the poke damage of the Corki and the Zeri. Let's check out who picks up player of the game. For this one, it will be Showmaker on the Corki.
It was a tough vote, like I said, but he hit a lot of rockets and he controlled space. He was the timer of Nongshim. Like every time Nongshim were being indecisive when they didn't have vision and they were hesitating around objectives, Showmaker was like, well, I'm going to keep hitting these rockets while you guys think about it. And this was the first decisive fight for Damwon Kia. And then subsequent other ones, he just straight up Valkyries in and finishes the job.
Yeah.
I mean, he had a great game. I think everybody on Nongshim did, or excuse me, on Damwon Kia. Nongshim had an okay game, but the unit is where they had the problems. Like individually, yeah, sure, fine, but
yeah, I kind of agree.
12 out of 13, I didn't expect that. I mean, he had a great game, but it was the easy vote.
The random Keyson vote for Canyon there. Kind of like it, but 12 out of 13 makes a little bit of sense here. I thought it might have been a little bit more all over the place, just because I think that, like you say, it was about Damwon Kia being a better team rather than necessarily one standout carrier's effort is going to be back in. Peter had his time in the sun there as a little cat in a book, and now it's effort back in one more time. And we'll see whether Nongshim are going to use this opportunity to switch over to the blue side.
Yeah, I think
and
that
change
is
things up.
I think that is what's going to happen here. I think you're absolutely right. I had the same thought of, okay, maybe he's in because they expect the Zeri pick, and they're going to try to go for Twitch Yumi and do this red side sort of strategy, which is why they left the Zeri open on purpose. So maybe it was just a game-specific strategy. I like the idea, however, on the other side of both keeping Peter in and giving him another game's worth of experience here, and also picking red side. Okay, they are going to pick red side.
Interesting.
Because I think having counter pick for Kana is something that's always a good idea, generally speaking, especially up against a really strong player like Nuguri. And they came prepared with a good strategy in game 1, and red side usually is this side that gives you like, okay, we have this sick response plan kind of drafting. So I like it, and I thought their draft was good. It was just the execution that was poor.
Yep, you can see Noguri and Danny actually having a pretty intense discussion there with Canyon as well. We'll see whether Damwon Kia have something spicy cooked up. Of course, if you go on red side and then you choose red side again, then you get to only bring prepared red side strategies in theory as well. So I kind of don't mind that. If you are put on the blue side, it means you've managed to win a game, so that is definitely an okay situation as well. As Damwon Kia, let's see how they start off this draft this time. It was Seraphine and Senna that were banned away first off last time around. This time we're going to start with a Gwen ban.
It'll be Lucian. It's the response here for Nongshim.
I think the Senna ban should probably
remain. Like we discussed in the previous draft, I think you and I are very mind-linked on this. Like, if you ban the Senna, you can probably wait and see about the Seraphine. Could also ban like Senna Swain if you want to remove a lot of those options. As Gangplank will actually be touched this time around. They're not going to let that one through.
And also, this is Damwon assessing that effort is not as good at these enchanters on the bottom side or necessarily playing with these Senna compositions, which I think is very interesting. I think Nongshim will probably still jump on it if given the opportunity. As there's the Renata ban. I think that we're going to see a Senna Seraphine if we can, if they can get their hands on it.
Exactly right. I think so. And it's really cool to see Damwon draft based on player subs, because we sometimes don't see that in our region. And I think Danny is really ahead of the curve here, kind of figuring out in game 1 what was probably going to be the plan. Now that effort's sub back and like, all right, well, whatever, this is not an issue anymore.
Ooh, Silas.
So really feeling like a Nar game here for Damwon Kia, considering
and a Corki first pick, because Silas has been so popular as the attempted counter pick into the Corki.
So I feel like it's going to be Corki, and then maybe we'll see a center rotation here, and then they just go straight into the Nar as a response. But we'll see what the bottom side looks like before we get ahead of ourselves. And
whoa,
with these bans, Nongshim's like, well, I'm just not going to allow that.
Well, now it's Zeri first pick one more time. And we'll see whether Nongshim are just going to pick the Corki away or what they're going to do about this whole situation. It is very interesting, though, because there is so much that is extraordinarily high priority, usually, that has been left up and available.
Yeah.
The only mandatory ban that has been actually done.
Right? It's got to be.
Well, Senna Wukong is another bottom lane that we've seen the likes of Keria and Gumayushi play. But they're not going to show their hand just yet as to exactly what's going to happen.
For Damwon Kia here, you can just simply play the Corki, but you're going to have a little bit more poke on the other side with the Senna here than you would have had with the Twitch, of course. So might want to wait a little bit and figure out what Nongshim is up to and what composition they're running down there, because you've already locked in your Zeri, so pivoting how you're going to play the 2v2 is not really an option, but maybe actually playing a more aggressive mid lane could be a good strategy here. The Ahri is still, of course, an option here. Doesn't work as well with the Zeri, but Lyssandra's up, so it's tricky to pick it here. I think Damwon might just look for, a top lane pick and then wait out the support and the mid-game play here for Nongshim after second ban phase. Just play a little bit more reactionary. Sejuani's been a pretty safe blind pick when Gnar is banned.
I like the Yuumi. I like locking up your bottom lane. It becomes more difficult to play Senna Tahm Kench just because you have so much more poke damage down there towards the bottom side.
Sustain too against those Senna Qs. I think that if you want to play this, you can't get both the Seraphine and the Swain right now as Nongshim. So if you pick the Seraphine here, then it becomes really easy for Damwon to now ban the Swain away to make sure that you don't have all those extra annoying slows on top of this.
Yeah,
so
but still, it's a powerful bottom lane regardless.
A lot of pushing power, even with the Yuumi pick coming through.
Well, I think the Swain ban, like you were talking about, mandatory here for Damwon Kia.
And now I think Damwon are probably more interested if they can get their hands on it on the Azir pick than the Corki pick, because getting that mid-prio is going to be huge. And will give you a lot of engage opportunities, because now you have to be a little bit more aggressive as Damwon. You can't play it slow. They ban the Corki first, and Nongshim might just straight up ban the Azir also.
I wouldn't mind it. I wonder what Nongshim are actually aiming for when it comes to their pick straight out of the gate here. Certainly a bunch of different options that they can go for. Ideally, it would be a Swain, but we're expecting that one to be banned away. Ornn also going to be taken off the board.
Ornn is so good with Seraphine, and the layering of her ultimate, his ultimate together, plus the movement speed and his positioning allows her to extend her ult very easily. So
true, very strong champion, and obviously we'll get a lot of value from potential heals and things like that with her empowered W. If she doesn't ever use it, shield's strong too. Akali also, I think, a great ban here. You know, in terms of champs you don't want to run into, you don't want to deal with the Azir, you don't want to deal with the Corki, but the Akali can really just snowball the game out of control before you get to the parts of the game where the Seraphine value comes through. I'm surprised that they would ban a Swain last time, but not... I mean, they have to ban Swain.
It's like so no-brainer to me. I think BDD would be very happy to pick it up.
Whoa, Camille. So, with the Akali ban, it makes you think that BDD wants to play Azir again, theoretically, but I think that the Swain is like just
so good.
Such a good choice.
This is a very odd pick with the composition. Will give you a lot of control around objectives and some of the early mid games, but it will not give you any power in terms of late game damage or sustainability, because you already have a bottom lane where you don't have an 80 carry. Now the Yone,
that's a Yone.
The Yone is going to give you again lots of lineup damage. You lost the Ornn ult line. Now you've got the Yone ult, and obviously his empowered Q. I just really feel like the Swain would have been the more guaranteed damage slow play option here.
Well, the Sejuani is what was hovered last time around. Damwon Kia still thinking that they will just lock this one away. With Ornn and Gnar both banned, it means that the top lane pull, plus, the Gwen and GP that were taken away a long time ago, certainly means that Sejuani's stock has risen. But what is Showmaker going to play into the Yone is the question here. Of course, Canna could be playing at top lane as well.
Is here that they didn't ban.
I actually quite like this because it blocks BDD from just picking his Azir and then putting the Yone top lane.
There is also still some flexibility here with the draft of Nongshim. Like, we could see a Senna Yone lane. Very unlikely, by the way, but, and Seraphine could be moved somewhere else. Let's see what Nongshim pick here.
Ooh, Gragas.
Gragas is going to be the call here into the Sejuani, very safe lane. This is so all in if they go down this path.
But how do they kill Sejuani?
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult. I mean, it's going to be Seraphine, Leandri's damage, and a dream. It's like the hope with this one.
Okay, I think that Mordekaiser makes a bit more sense.
Because you really need to play around bottom side pressure and push power there, and You know, I love the idea of going, okay, we're going to pick red side, we're going to play a Senna Seraphine lane. But where we got to in the end here for Nongshim really just feels very freestyle and not well planned out. And the bans that came through, like the Ornn and the Camille in the second phase, are not something that necessarily should have really thrown this one for a loop. In fact, you and I were, again, expecting the Swain mid instead. And then the Camille, of course, topside does change how you have to play the game with the Wukong, right? You could have actually been a little bit more aggressive there on the top side, but now you're going to play a little bit more weak side Mordekaiser up there, have some really nice combo opportunities, and can just straight up remove the Sejuani from the equation. If she's up there on the front line, you could just ult her out and then look for big follow-up fights. Yep. But I think Damwon Kia just have the easier execution draft. They have a lot of consistent sustained damage with Zeri Azir.
Not to mention the Mordekaiser is fantastic into Yuumi, right? Because you get to pop the Yuumi off. So if there's ever anyone walking around with a Yuumi on them, and you as the Mordekaiser have the rest of your team nearby, you can just Death Realm, and then no more Yuumi problem, because Yuumi pops off and is sort of by herself, and then it becomes a huge issue. So
Kellen will have
I
to
like
be
that
careful.
idea.
Yeah, Kellen will have to be careful where he's attached. Probably going to want to stick onto the Zeri in the back when team fights are breaking out rather than the Sejuani or the Viego. Yep, I want to see the performance here of the bot duo with this Seraphine bot that is coming through here. See how Ghost performs on it.
Yeah, and it's Ghost that's going to be on the Seraphine as well, so a bit of a change up there at the same time. Let's get into game number 2. Quite a few Nongshim fans here in the house today. Wanted to give them all of their energy as they attempt to hold on in this series. Right now, effort on the center. It's been mostly our marksman players that have been playing center this time around. Ghost, though, was one of our best awesome dude players. So this guy played all sorts of things on the bottom side. I think he even played Seraphine before when she was strong in the past.
Yeah, and this is right now, this is basically a 80 carry role or a bot player role to play the Seraphine. It's kind of funny how it works out that way because Senna is, you know, technically like a marksman champion, but the way that you play Seraphine and get gold and harass does feel reminiscent of Awesome Dude and Ziggs in particular because you're kind of poking and chipping away. You're going to build Leandries. Yep. Seraphine damage in this meta is really something that needs to be respected because when you get to later parts of the game, she does a ton of it. And she also heals, or rather shields. She heals a little bit, but she will shield, she will speed people up. She's great in utility, but the damage does need to be respected, and it will be.
Yep. Dread going to be starting off on his blue buff. And you can see red side start here for Canyon. So bottom side, both of these players, is Nogri just going to Arctic Assault and get a whole lot of value. Kind of misses everything. Nogri gets all of them.
Nogri quite literally running circles around Kana right now.
Yeah. And, that must have felt pretty good. As it was actually Nogri that debuted the Mordekaiser this year. Mordekaiser has been a difficult champion for any of our LCK top laners to play pretty much forever.
Yeah. Khan is the player that I always think of for playing Mordekaiser top. He played it a few times after I started casting and had a great time, as that will unfortunately miss. Yep. Nuggery playing this one out pretty well so far, and this is where things can start to be a little bit disastrous too, is when the Sejuani is bullying Mordekaiser early.
Yeah.
Because last time the top lane was a matchup we talked about how it could be very pivotal in setting up the pace, and Nuggery smashed it. Yeah, he died and was punished once by Dread, but otherwise was constantly putting pressure on Kana, was side laning better. This time the grasp will connect.
Yeah, gets the passive as well, does Kana, so getting a fair bit of value here, but Permafrost going to be stacked up, and Kana's going to have to respect it, as Dread's going to make his way in. Arctic Assault from Nogri, not going to be able to get him over any walls or anything like that, but Mordekaiser nowhere near. This is still just going to give Kana some lane control and have a better time. As BDD struggling here in the incessant harassment of the Azir. And as we check in on the bottom side, health bar's not feeling super great for Nongshim, but still farming nicely.
Start on the tier here for Ghost. That's BDD.
Yeah, Unbound Soul going to get him back. As there's a snare. And yeah, Kellen's just going to give up on Dr. who's down to 300 health. And that's the chain CC that we're used to seeing with this duo.
Yeah, and you know, when you're in the bottom lane, you have the extra heals from the Senna too as Seraphine. You could shield, and you know, you get an empowered W, something that you're not going to use very often, but you have a lot of sustain as Red will get the big one.
Oh yeah, high value. Canyon wasting a bit of time here. He's going to look for Canna towards the top side, and yeah, Winter's Wrath connects, and you get its free flash, as all of that information was available for Canna.
Yeah. I mean, he knew that Canyon was there. He was on Dread's Groms, which Dread did see. So
another beat drop is going to connect there as Kellen. Prowling projectile comes out. He had you and me, I believe, available. So it was just sort of pretending to be ready for death.
Canyon wants to push the issue further.
Yeah, Cannon doesn't have smite, have flash, remember, as Permafrost is going to be there. Stuns are down as, yep, that is going to be first blood going over to Nogari. He's now down to sub 100, but Dread cannot actually catch up, and Canyon can now turn into a Mordekaiser. Just have a great time.
I mean, what are you doing, Dread? You got to be really careful. You do not win those, by the way.
Yeah, this whole wave is going to be shoved towards the turret, and Cannon's not going to be able to pick that one up.
Yeah, I mean, he'll grab, you know, a lot of these minions, but is just unfortunately not going to be able to help out.
Yeah, I was more talking about pick it up as a freeze.
Yeah.
He does get the farm.
Yeah, he'll get the money. But this bottom lane is going very well for Ghost and Effort. We keep kind of not looking at it every time I want to mention what's going on here, but this is Canyon just gets the speed up there from his mist, and then of course looks for the stun. This ends up hitting both, and like, Dread decides to stay here at this point.
That's so much permafrost value.
Yeah, I mean, rather not Dread, but Kana, and I'm like, I mean, Dread's so low, you're fighting against a Viego who has Conqueror, and he procced it, like, permafrost value is one thing as well, but I just felt like Nongshim should have realized, like, we need to back away. Only Peanut.
Yeah, I like how we have to say that it's Peanut, as BDD is going to ult himself away here. And Canyon's putting on so much pressure in this early game as this Viego.
I'm just really puzzled by that last exchange with Kana and Dread, like hoping that they could win that. Because now the variance of this matchup is already quite high with the Sejuani and Mordekaiser. Now you've given over a kill. And Dread almost dies as well. Like, it's looking rough here for Nongshim. At least the bottom side is going well. We keep panning away from it, but Seraphine started tier, and so is going to, of course, have a lot of extra mana, can continue to put that pressure on. Once Senna starts getting some levels and some stacks, she's going to be a little bit more annoying. So we've been watching this top side of the map because so much action has happened here, but at least the functional part of this comp that Nongshim drafted around is going well so far.
You can see Canna has hit level 6, so that Death Realm is available, but yeah, that is 2 camps the Canyon's stolen away already, as the Wukong's going to be moving down towards this dragon. We'll start it up immediately, and Nongshim should be able to collect it. Still a lot of camps on Canyon's side of the map for him to pick up as BDD. Decent little knock up there. We'll take a turret shot, but is still able to win out on the trade. As Ghost could be in trouble. Extendo Beam not going to get too much value here, but Kellen coming on through, bopping and blocking, having a great time.
Could look for a Drake contest here, but they've made the call not to.
Yeah, I don't think this one was going to go their way.
Showmaker has ult, but, you know, and BDD's was down, so I thought perhaps there's a collapse angle there, but they're happy to push the enemy, I was going to say AD carry, but the enemy laner Ghost out. Will force him to teleport back, grabbing a Summoner spell. And it's a solo Infernal Drake, one of the best solo Drakes you could get, but still full control over this map going to Damwon Kia right now. I mean, look at the gold lead they have with just a single kill. Yeah, it's first blood money.
Oh, man.
But, like,
Is
we're
this
grabbing
2
plates. Yeah, we are. We're getting 2.
Oh, man. And denying a cannon there as well. So 2 plates, no cannon, 4 canna. And, yeah, things going fantastically. Showmaker just going to get into melee range with a Yone. Not exactly the greatest of moves. But still, not doing too badly as far as that trade is concerned. As back comes through from Canyon. Effort and Ghost moving up the river.
Yeah, I think Showmaker was hoping that he was going to be in turret range there, but he was just outside of it. So we'll just eat a bunch of damage and now have to walk back to lane in shame. As Ghost is rotating over here with the Senna, they're going for the take here of the Rift Herald. They have such great combos at level 6. They can remove someone with Kana's ult. This is the power of Yone Seraphine, right? They didn't get the Ornn, but they got the next best thing.
Yeah, you can see it's Damwon Kia just giving this one up. They do not want to contest. Just throws Zeri back towards that bottom side. And they've already lost 2 plates on the top side of the map, right? So if anything, Nongshim are going to be able to like even things out. But this is a composition with Azir, Zeri, Sejuani.
Also, yeah.
Yumi, like this, like scaling is not something Damwon are too worried about. However, Senna Seraphine is very, very strong.
Ghost had to teleport earlier because he was pushed out. Like that move from Duckdom where he forced him to back and then teleport back is huge because now there's push in the bottom lane here. So a little bit of extra pressure there, which is why Dread is bottom side. And look who's top side, or look who you can't see is actually top side. Nuguri is setting up for this.
Well, Canna going to get Winter's Wrath one more time as he moves back, and Canna not going to take the bait here. The back is going to be started. Nuguri just gets this wave underneath, and they're not going to go for a dive or anything like that, which I think is intelligent, because Death Realm makes things very difficult.
So the chapter is here for Ghost, but he doesn't have any other items. So he's still, you know, he's CS as well under turret, but he's not going to be pushing this one back anytime soon. So Duckdom is just free farming down here, looking for an extendo beam over the wall. So much lane control down to the bottom side. And, you know, the rotation of Dread down there meant that if Kana misstepped for just 1 second there on the top side or walked into that brush, he dies. And then, you know, it's these moments for Damwon you could see where they're setting up plays cross-map. Showmaker!
Ooh, Emperor's Divide goes a little bit wide there.
It was a really cool idea to try to punish the Unbound Soul going back.
Yeah.
A shuffle there from max range, but he misses.
Ooh, Canyon also going to get snared up. There's the beat drop. There's the encore. Every single button is pressed, and Effort's going to pick up the kill. Dread now in that front line as well, and Duckdom could do absolutely nothing to save the jungler. That is the first kill going over to Nongshim, getting some revenge against Canyon.
BDD doesn't even have to ult here. Showmaker's ultless, so BDD has a lot of pressure in the mid lane too. It's really unfortunate for Nongshim that there's no great objective to take after this huge pick does go down, but it's gold.
Well, there's the final chapter. Ulti comes through from Duckdom, but he gets snared up. Nongshim, they do get out, but Ghost, no flash, no heal on Effort.
Look at this pressure in mid. BDD very happy to aggressively push forward, knowing that Showmaker's ult's down for so long. Picks up some extra plates.
Yeah. Playing against the Azir, something that BDD has been also very good at as an Azir main himself. So playing it very nicely as this Yone right now. And we have to go back to what we were talking about earlier on. BDD, despite the fact that they lost their previous series, he looked so good on the Zoe. And last game, it was, you know, a little bit tragic, but this time things looking better as Nongshim, yes, the Wombo combo.
They had good vision there, and if he doesn't get hit by the root from Effort, then he probably just gets out there, but they had all of the vision. They had it controlled over the side, and it's really easy for Ghost to, of course, layer the Encore on top. So all the CC coming through, even the Dawning Shadows coming through from Effort.
Yep.
And nice kill here, picked up. Gold does, in fact, go over to Effort, which is pretty nice. Pick up some bonus gold here as the Senna player. The Showmaker has ultimate, but needs to be so careful. This is the first time this game that Effort has really been unlocked to roam around and do Senna things. So this is the time where, as the Azir, you got to be like, all right, let's use this pushing power and let's be very safe.
Yeah.
Drake setup here, very awkward for Damwon right now, but they want to try to force this.
Yeah, you can see Canyon hanging out with his cat, and he will sweep out this vision. Looks like this Drake is going to be started, but Dread's in the area, so Damwon will back away.
They should absolutely contest this. They should not let Damwon get this for free. I mean, they have a little bit of mid-prio, but they've got all the right ultimates to fight this, and Kana is backing right now, might be looking for a teleport mid, but that's going to be pretty slow.
Well, you can see Duckdom backing away, does have a ward over that wall.
Teleports top, so Nuguri knows he's here.
Yeah, so that means that we've got a 1v1 happening on the top side. Riftmaker is complete here for the Mordekaiser. Fairly high value as Extendo Beam not going to quite find damage onto Ghost. As Dread just standing in the river and just start up this Drake.
Wants to get a little bit more push bottom side. They have the choke point controlled, of course, with Encore. And they have enough damage here, even without Leandri's being completed yet for Ghost.
Oh, Blastcone's going to come through, and
Oh
that's
my
just
God.
the steal. A Heartbreaker over the wall, and so, yep, heist complete.
And they had a ward over the wall. That's how they're able to steal this. He knows exactly when to time it. And he's got Heartbreaker, so doesn't even have to flash or anything like that. It's just a low-risk play. And Nongshim, we've got to be more diligent about clearing that off. You're just going to go, all right, I think we're good, let's just take this. Then you've got to sweep that. And I don't think they had a sweeper available, but there's just no vision check here, and robbed. They were robbed.
100%. It's just good ward to go down from Duckdom, and didn't do his due diligence to sweep towards the back of that pit. We did see that Dread thought that they had sole vision of that area. Should have just been a guaranteed Drake for them, And moving towards one away from Soul Point would have been pretty good for Nongshim here with this composition.
Also, the Umbral Glaive is delayed here for effort because he bought an Executioner's Calling to deny some of that Yuumi healing, but that also means that that's another tool for vision control they don't have right now. So, I mean, I like the idea here. It's a pretty smart tech to actually put that into your build when you're up against this Yuumi, but will, of course, affect how much vision control they have, which is the #1 problem they had in the last game is they made one wrong call on a fight, then lost vision for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and it was a fight around a dragon. That was not a fight around a dragon. That was, in fact, just a yoink around a dragon.
Yep.
And so Nongshim not going to pay the price too much. They still have a slight gold advantage, but it's about like 100, something like that. But still, this is Seraphine Senna, which can just make it so that it's impossible for the enemy to win with how they can play out team fights. So looking forward to seeing how the game is going to extend, because there is a lot of scaling on Damwon's side as well. And Zeri can never be overlooked. There's a Yuumi there as well to also have all of that healing available.
Ghost teleported to mid to look for a contest here of this Herald.
Well,
Nuguri
that's a permafrost. Is Nuguri just going to hold the ult as well? BDD just getting threatened.
Nuguri's just making sure that BDD can't teleport in while also kind of threatening his rotation. And every time BDD goes back and shows in bottom lane, he rotates back in. Ghost's ultimate here is going to be the best way for them to actually secure this fight, because they don't have the Yone, and he could just be denied on teleport so easily. And that ward prevents him from actually rotating in unknown. Like right now, he's walking over it. If you see Yone there on the bottom, the minimap, he's completely seen. So Damwon here, like, all right, I know exactly where you are, your exact pace. And Nuguri's just going to get free side laning.
Yeah, back comes through as Kellen and Canyon go home. And Nongshim going to go over and clear vision at least. We'll see whether they actually just do this as they start it up at least. As now BDD looking for the kill on Nuguri here, but the Unbound Soul is going to drag him back. But still, I think that Nongshim have enough control of this area. Shirley should go over to them. Yeah, Canyon going to come through yet again. Snare comes down. They're not able to actually stop this, but in the Thunderdome now is Nongshim looking for a way out. There's the final chapter. Flash comes through from Canna. Dawning Shadow there as well. As Canyon's going down extremely low. He heartbreaks, but in goes Showmaker. Finds a huge Emperor's Divide. The Seraphine is already dead as Noguri's going down very, very low effort. Also still in there as Showmaker's trying to get the autos as BDD kiting this one out. Doctor wants it, and he does pick up that final kill, but can he catch up and get the rest as he skates on through? Effort's gonna go down. That's the Quadra.
Quadra kill for the Zeri. We've seen this so many times in both games. Nongshim thought they had the answer to the Zeri, and they were wrong. They were sorely mistaken. This time around, at least Nongshim was able to secure the objective first. We did not see a great engage here on the side of Damwon Kia, and it looked like, okay, maybe this is winnable, but look at all that poke damage coming through. They secure the Drake, and now they're trapped in the pit. They don't want to expend flashes. BDD's here, does have his ultimate, so they're thinking, okay, let's try to turn this. And they almost are able to do so, but look at Ducktom. He's not caught by the ultimate. He's here on the edge. And he doesn't even have to cleanse. Like, he's just ready to 1v5.
Dread also missed his flash over the wall. Doctom was able to continue that onslaught with the ultimate.
In these longer fights, Seraphine is not going to be able to compete, nor will Senna. Neither of them will. Even 2v1 will they be able to compete with this Zeri damage. If you don't kill the Zeri early, you're going to have a big problem.
True. As we have a look at this one from Doctom's perspective as well.
Like, they bought so much time, and then by the time that Showmaker ults, the fight is just so over. He kind of flashed as well in the pit because he was like, okay, if we just get one more second, like maybe we have the best Seraphine ult ever, but it doesn't catch him. Notice his cleanse is not even used.
Yeah, it was a really nice jet set over the wall as well.
It's just chases super well. Now this is real desperation here from Nongshim.
Well, Nuguri has the cat, going to bring it on over. It's Sejuani on Bristle with a cat on a book. A lot of, things piled up on top of things. Is now Canyon in the back of the pit. BDD going to try that play once more. The rest of Nongshim not going to engage too early. Does Damwon have control of this Drake? As, Cannon was looking for a Death Realm opportunity. As the Drake going down very, very low. Dread gets into that backline as it's Canyon that locks that one down. There's the Emperor's Divide as Showmaker gets rid of Dread. He goes down extraordinarily low, but the Azir locks down the kill. Effort gonna get taken out, and Damwon Kira are obliterating this team fight. They take everything, and Nongshim are running for the hills.
Oh,
they're
no.
not getting out of this one. Ghost is gonna go down as well.
And the positioning of Ducktom has just been so good that there is just no way to lock him down. Nuguri was the only one who's really caught by Ghost's ultimate there, because watch how they try to set this one up. As the Seraphine, you always need someone to be in the front line with you, so you get the extension of the Encore. It's normally not this long, but if you have this Mordekaiser at the front, you can set up for it. But it only hits the Sejuani. And yes, the angle here for Dread with BDD ulting at the same time feels like, okay, we can still get him.
Oh my God.
We stopped the peel for Ducktom. We got the Sejuani, so now we can collapse on him. But no, his positioning is just so good. He does not cleanse again. And while they're trying to collapse on him, Showmaker's like, nobody's going to hit me, I guess. I'll do a bajillion damage.
He like two-shot effort with Sand Soldier auto attacks. It was obscene. And now he's got a Magi Soul Stealer as well. The classic Showmaker I'm feeling myself maneuver has been utilized here. They're only 3,000 gold in the lead, but it really does feel like a much bigger swing than that gold actually shows us.
And I really do feel like Nongshim are playing this comp exactly the way it's supposed to be done. It's just a little bit inferior when Ducktom is just going to play so safe and so careful. And like you pull the Sejuani out and BDD and Dread are instantly on him. It's still just not enough. And the fact that he's still got cleanse available just means the comp, even though it's trying to, isn't working like Nongshim planned.
Well, Dread's decoy is going to get stunned up. Warrior Trickster does get him under his inner turret, but that means that Noguri takes away the outer up there towards the top side. You've got Showmaker splitting on the bottom side of the map as well, as now Noguri's going to have to Arctic Assault to get himself out. Let's see whether Dread actually manages to catch up with Bristle and Sejuani here. Cyclone comes through. Noguri trying to keep himself alive for as long as possible. Teleports are coming in. He's going to be taken down, though, as BDD locks that one up.
The
Cannon's
trap.
also teleported in, but they've lost their Sejuani, and there's not too much more that they can do here as Canyon kind of trapped in the Death Realm right now as BDD went too far forward. Ducktom now, it's his turn to lay down the fire, and it's a double kill once again. The Cat's also able to pick up the Mordekaiser as the Death Realm just didn't do enough. Canyon survived for way too long.
And this was just Nongshim getting greedy here. Damwon Kia lost Nuguri, and when you see them moving forward like that, you have to know there is a trap coming. And it was so telegraphed. I mean, it was so obvious. And they have two waves pushing. There's nowhere else they could be except running right up to push for you there. So if you stay here as Nongshim and try to punish those who are chasing you, you probably should wonder, why are they coming at us so hard and so fast? And the cat on the book, man, is on a Viego, and look at how quickly Canyon gets up here. Like, Canyon's originally like, all right, let's push down the mid inner. So notice while this is happening, he's pushing mid and inner. Nuguri is buying so much time, and then they commit. Showmaker calls the teleport, and he's rotating up. And at this point, Kana is like, I'm also coming in. This is not the right call, because they're like, okay, I think if I come over here, I can turn this. Damwon Kia have so much damage in these choke points.
Yeah,
They want alive.
It was really, really smart. As we are going to check out the Emperor's Divide, throwing Canna back, and yeah, he's permanently frosty, and Noguri's going to pick up that kill. Congratulations to him. I do want to talk about that moment, because that was exactly what we were talking about. The Viego with the Yuumi, if they're just together, the two of them, then Death Realm is so powerful. But Ducktom's standing there, and so Kellen gets to find his way out, and then you've got Canyon slinking into the mist, and it's not that Wombo combo that you're expecting that the Mordekaiser can provide. It's just well played by Damwon positionally in order to make sure that they were going to be okay.
If Nongshim have a different mid laner than the Yone, like if they have a Swain, they can play these fights so much more slowly and so much more adeptly and play around Kana's passive, and there's ways to do this completely differently, but because they picked the Yone, they're just all in all the time, and it's such a one-dimensional comp.
Well, Noguri gets the bad news, and there's loads of people there. Second activation of the Cyclone is going to be able to get the knock-up here on the Sejuani, who just looks to get her way out. Throws the Glacial Prisoners. Now Showmaker will just obliterate effort. Yeah, it's pretty much an afterthought. Dread's also going to go down, and once again they chase the pig, and once again it's a mistake.
I mean, the only thing that this comp could do now as Nongshim is get picks and try to layer CC, and BDD's like, I can ult him, maybe we can kill him, but this exact situation happened just moments before, except this time, Damwon Kia are better set up for it. They bait this in.
Yeah,
As
well,
they're going to trade a Baron for a second Drake here, and as Damwon Kia, you're feeling very good about this exchange. Nongshim, they don't have a choice.
do they get the Drake? Is
Yeah,
the
that's
question.
a
The
good
answer's no.
question. No, they do not. Too much damage here on Dukdam, who has 3 items now. He's 8-0 in 3 of this game. But Nongshim just really, I think, one way of looking at this is like, wow, you didn't learn from your past mistake. But I think the more truthful way of looking at it is Nongshim can only try to pick one player at this point. Like, that's their only function. And they will never win a straight-up 5v5 team fight unless they pick somebody like 4 times. But this is a 15-6 kill game. It's an 8,000 gold lead. So your best chance is to try to kill the Sejuani, and even that is desperation.
Yeah. Yeah. So Noguri starts this one off by missing an ultimate, but Showmaker doesn't. So
Just doesn't even matter.
yeah, real dead Canna as we I think we'll see the next replay as well after this one.
Yeah.
Noguri face checking, but this gets more and more difficult as the time goes on. And look at it. It's BDD and Dread, and Noguri has 3 armor items. I mean, Effort's there as well doing physical damage.
If Seraphine is here, maybe you do enough damage, but she's not, and you don't. And you trade down, and you lose Baron, and you lose Soul Point, and you've lost the game.
And also, BDD is going for the Chovy build here as well, and I
don't think it was the right call.
We didn't think it was the right call then, and I think it's definitely not the right call now.
Not from behind, especially.
Absolutely not, especially when you don't have that much damage either. As now Dread going to have to blast cone his way out to relative safety, but how much safety is it? Monkey versus Pigeon, and Showmaker's going to shift some sands and look for it. Nimbus Strike is going to get him over that wall though, so he should be okay. As now Canyon trying to get himself out of dodge, and will do so as BDD back to his Unbound Soul. As Damwon Kia, yeah, they are. They're just dotting some I's and crossing some T's.
Yeah, they will just end this game if Nongshim try anything. And otherwise, we'll just continue to crash these waves in until the next Drake spawns.
Yeah. Beat drop not going to land here by Ghost. Extendo Beam starting to do some work here as well. Glacial Prison is going to connect as BDD takes this as his opportunity to engage, gets back and leaves Dread by himself as Dr. ults. Now the party has started as he dashes forward. Emperor's Divide is huge as well. It's a double kill for Kellen of all people as Noguri's just fighting Mordekaiser in his own death realm and will send him to it as well. As Dr. now looking to lock down some Nexus turrets, and I think this one's done.
It 100% is, and I think it was done a while back, but Nongshim now just unable to even defend here.
Yeah, Ghost trying to come on over and desperately clear out waves as Showmaker is going to find Effort one more time. These Sand Soldiers just tear through the center, and yet nothing that Ghost can do. His former team bearing down on him. The Nexus will go down, and it's a swift 2-0 for Damwon Kia.
This composition for Nongshim was really interesting and unique, but it was also very binary in how it functioned. You need these CCs to line up and kill the AD carry, and when they do not and only hit the Sejuani, you lose each and every fight because the enemy team has a real AD carry, a real hyper carry in Azeri, whereas you have this utility Senna and a Seraphine who can do slow burning damage with Leandries. The choice to go Yone here instead of playing longer, slower team fights, I think was made when they lost the Ornn. They realized, okay, we don't have a tank who can engage very well, so we need this Yone pick that could then empower follow-up tanks. The Mordekaiser was a good idea in terms of playing weak side, then being able to remove Yuumi from somebody, as you were pointing out. But when you fall behind with this comp, it just becomes impossible because Dukdam is never going to be touched. And they had 2 good chances to kill him, but his positioning was so good.
Yeah.
Like, I keep mentioning this, but the fact that he didn't have to cleanse just means that, like, this comp isn't working.
Yeah,
it's
he
just
hasn't
not
been
working.
under any threat at all.
Yeah, and Noguri did his job so well. He pulled aggression around the map. He was really the man holding the puppet strings of this game because he knew Nongshim's only chance to get back into the game is to try to kill him in the side lane. And every time he just made the call, brought his team over.
Yeah, and there's some, I guess it's like the Pikachu, the Zeri vibes. I kind of like that idea. But yeah, Noguri had a great series, to be honest. Both games, one after the other. His Na looked fantastic in game 1, and his Sejuani here looked really, really good. Not exactly the most exciting picks, but still looked very, very good.
I do wonder what we would have seen if BDD went for the Swain and we saw a different topside pick, but we'll just never know.
Yeah, the Yone as well. It felt a little bit like it was an attempted pick away. We know that Showmaker is a great Yone player, so maybe they just saw the Damwon Yone angle and was like, no, we can't actually let that one go through. Maybe next time throw it into the bans or something like that instead of trying to go for this, Blade of the Ruin King, Sunfire Cape, Chovy build that we didn't like so much.
Okay, so imagine a Swain who has Rylai's and Imperial Mandate, and pressing R, or a Sunfire Cape on Yone who like is pressing R and like then regretting it. I like the slower Swain damage and the survivability that he brings a little bit more personally. It was budget Swain when they could have gone for real Swain.
No, I agree.
I mean, look, the idea here is, okay, we have BDD's ult, we have the Seraphine ult, and then we blow up Duck Dom, but he just was never caught.
And look at this as well. Like, this is why Mordekai's is good. But it just didn't work.
Yeah. And, like, just so much more damage in this comp. Meanwhile, look at what Ghost is going to be like. Let's look at the damage numbers after this and see how much Ghost did this game, because it will be substantial, but it will not be anything close to what Duck Dom did.
Yeah, and it's also inconsequential. That's the worst part, is this disconnect between Dread and BDD was pretty sad, but honestly, the game was over.
It was over, but it does feel bad at these final moments when this sort of domination does come through. He's like, I'm gonna port back. as if his health bar is relevant. As Duck Dom's just like, oh yep, I'm gonna use this minion to take the aggro and then siege the turret. It's, you know, the top of the LCK right now, we have a region that is very top heavy right now, but it just feels like the top gets higher and higher. Damwon looks better and better every series.
Yeah, but it's also like, it used to be, like in the spring season, it was T1 and no one else. Now, at least, it's Genji, T1, Damwon that are stepping up. We'll have to see what DRX is going to be able to do next week, as Showmaker did way more damage than anyone else.
And also, Ghost's damage. You know, I thought it was going to be maybe like 10 or 11k because he did go for Leandri's Seraphine, but he did less than half of the damage of Duck Dom. In fact, I knew Duck Dom was going to be bigger, but I didn't realize he just did less than Senna in this game. As he was just never really able to hit any follow-up damage.
Yeah. I'm actually very surprised as well. BDD actually doing the most damage on his team this time around. It was, yeah, it wasn't the Nongshim performance that I wanted to see today, especially after we saw, you know, BDD's heroics in their previous series. It just really wasn't there. I liked the drafting. I think they drafted really well, but outside of that, just didn't really find it. As we're going to check out the standings here and see what this has done. As Nongshim down to 6th place, they're not, you know, they're not underneath Kwangdong Freaks or anything like that, but Damwon move up to 3rd. They actually get over DRX by picking up this win. They have 1 extra point with an extra 2-0, and I think your top 3 is really starting to take shape.
I think so, and, you know, Liv Sandbox and DRX are still challenging for that spot, but we knew that once Damwon started to kind of get their rhythm together, they would eventually regain position, and that's where we are now. There's Nongshim, the top of the east side, and I think they're next to KT right now, actually, in terms of being the kings of that spot. The expectation is KT will actually win and pass them and take that 6th place spot here later on tonight. But look at the dichotomy here of scores. Like, we really do have a very clear west side and east side this season, which has not been the case in previous summer seasons. Like last summer, it was a much closer race. We had like 8 teams that were like, wow, these could all be like a top 5 team in the LCK.
Yeah.
This season, I think we've really drawn a very strong divide.
Yeah, it's looking like 6th is a long way away from 5th.
Yeah.
Which is pretty interesting, given the fact that Liv Sandbox is actually in 5th place. I need to stop talking about it, of course, because Prince called me out last time around, and then Liv Sandbox clapped DRX just to wipe it in my face as much as possible. Let's check out the schedule, though. We still have 1 more match this evening, but Damwon Kia, their next one, is against DRX, which would, for Damwon Kia, be able to solidify that 3rd place, but also for DRX is an opportunity to fight back.
Yeah, and then notice their next 3 opponents are very easy. They have Hanwha, Kwangdong, and then Frederibrion. And then the first real tough opponent they actually hit is going to be the rematch against Nongshim there on the 20th. So
that's going to be the next round robin as well. And you can see that Damwon did get through a lot of their tough opposition early.
Yeah, Damwon should be sitting pretty in top 3 right now. And in fact, if T1 makes any mistakes, like they could actually grab 2nd in the coming weeks. We will see.
Yep.
As of course on the other side for Nongshim, their schedule will have that Dom 1 match at the end too. But before that, they face off against some weaker opponents as well. KT Rolster, Live Sandbox, Fred Brion. KT Rolster, I'd say a strong contender here. Live Sandbox looking stronger, but it's not a very tough schedule for them. So there's still a chance to bounce back. Then it gets really hard with, of course, the Genji and Damwon Kia in second round robin.
Yeah, because we saw it before, but Nongshim have to fight Damwon in, I believe, yeah, the first week. It's the first match. It's one of the first matches of round 2 as we get over there. As, my goodness, this season has gone pretty quickly, as we're already talking about round 2 coming up over the next, 5 matches or so. It's just crazy how time flies when you're having fun, especially when it's the summer season of the LCK. I'm not entirely sure who picks up POG. Is it the Sejuani? Is it a Sejuani vote?
I don't
is
know.
that
Like,
where we're at for this game?
I voted for Duckdom because I thought his positioning was just so damn
Zeri
good.
was good. Showmaker was also good.
Showmaker was fantastic. Showmaker punished when they tried to all in onto the Zeri. Nuggery did great side laning, so
yep.
it is kind of up in the air. I voted for Duckdom just because I think that how he positioned is why the game looked so easy for them.
No, I would agree. I actually think that Duckdom's a pretty smart vote. Valdez from home threw out the Showmaker vote for the solo POG for this game. Just to check my little paper here, if Showmaker wins it, then he's up to 500 points, which is the highest in the LCK.
Yeah, he would get number 1.
Pretty cool.
Right now, he's tied with Zeus and Chovy, so we got a pretty elite club up there.
No, exactly right. So I'm still not entirely sure. I think it'd be nice to have a chat to Duckdom, especially considering the fact that he had a pretty rough first few weeks here in the LCK, and to have sort of this comeback performance.
Yeah, especially when that series with T1 hit and he got punished by Faker several times for poor positioning on the Ezreal. His positioning, it felt like, was completely opposite this time. It was almost too safe. It was so perfect. Like, it's night and day, so a huge, big turnaround for him. And again, part of the reason why I voted for him, but like, both of these games are so one-sided. When you have a one-sided game like this, sometimes the votes just go everywhere because, unless it's Peanut, like, because Peanut just gets it, because obviously those one-sided games are all about him. But we will, of course, be having the POG revealed soon. Ji-sun mentioned that we should tell you guys that there will be no Pog State this week because we normally record today, and Chronicler is still feeling sick, so we'll be delaying it for an additional week. Very sorry about that.
Yeah, so we will hopefully be able to have like 2 in a row. So we'll film it next week, and then we'll film another one the following week as well, so we can get back on schedule. But yeah, we don't want to get Chronicler out of bed when he's not feeling so crash hot. And we've got a couple of days after today for him to get better as well. So fingers crossed, everything is going to be a-okay for next week. But it's, it's one of those things. These things happen, as we are going to be getting into the POG very, very soon. I personally, I feel a Showmaker solo POG, but I'm still not sure, because the Duckdom votes, I think, will...
Yeah, we'll find out. It's popping up behind us.
It is going to be Duckdom.
Hey, Duckers. Any Duckers-y in the chat? My boy Duckers. Yeah.
806.
His expression, his pose is saying he's got 200 POG points now.
Hey, there we go.
It's his second of the season.
I
Look
hope
at him in
they
these
edit
fights.
a third finger if he gets another one.
Like, just,
yeah.
His positioning is so good that he just cannot be touched. And then, like, Showmaker does so much because everyone is trying to catch the Zeri, but it's a fool's errand. This was the first moment where he just basically 1v9s, and then he ends up getting the Quadra as Kana just leaves effort out to dry.
I do kind of feel like it's a bit of a Showmaker robbed angle, but maybe this moment here is going to help me feel otherwise.
No, this is just a big boom boom damage moment.
Yeah, it is a big boom.
The real ones, the real moments for Duckdom, at least for me, were the moments where he avoided dying, which we didn't show that
12
much.
out of 13.
Man, a Valdez kick W angle.
Valdez kick W angle? That is not what I was expecting.
Neither was I, to be honest.
Whoa. Well, sometimes the big boom boom damage is what you need to think about Valdez, and I'm sure he will bear that one in mind for the next little while. But let's have a chat to both Showmaker and Duckdom. So here's Ji-sun for some translation.
네, 담원기아의 쇼메이커
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jason for the PUG interview translation, joined by the PUGs of Damwon Kia, Showmaker, and Deokdam. You guys are now on the 3rd place here in the LCK Summer with this 2-0 victory. How do you feel? I'm glad that we are having the sole possession of the 3rd place and hope we can continue our winning streak. And what about you? Deokdam, your Zeri was popping off in game 2. I mean, Zeri is OP, obviously, so it was a pretty much of an easy win, so it's a relief for us. Are you happy with your performance, though? Pretty much during team fights. Speaking of the winning streak, Deokdam, today was a must-win series for you guys to keep that winning streak going. What kind of chat went back and forth on your way to Low Park? I mean, we always do our best to prepare, and we are always come here to win. So I was like, what are we gonna win after the match? And Showmaker, well, recently, you know, we had an interview from you that you actually decided to kind of transition your playstyle into being a lot more LPL-ish, you know, a lot more aggressive. So how was your performance in regards of that playstyle aspect? Was it aggressive enough? I mean, but today we had a bit of a defensive comp, so we were not like as aggressive as like bullying the others. Let's get back to game number 1. So Nongshim actually let through Zeri for 2 games in a row, and then even though when Quirky was open, they decided to blind pick Azir. So what went to your mind when you saw that Quirky was still available? Quirky is pretty much one of the best champions right now, you know. They are like, he is obviously the top tier champion, but he was still open until the 2nd phase of the pick, so I was pretty amazed. Then what about Zeri, Deokdam? They kept letting it through. I was like, they're letting it through. I was like, we won. It's gonna be an easy win. It also reflects your confidence on that pick, I guess. In game 1, we had Twitch Yumi comp from Nongshim's bottom duo. They really had to play around at Twitch. So how were you guys able to kind of attack on that backline damage dealer Twitch? Whenever we had the package for Quirky, we were able to get a huge win around the Drake, especially Noguri also finding the flank angle was so on point, so Twitch was not able to kind of find the best play he was looking for. And BDD played Yone in game number 2, and you played Azir into his Yone. First Azir of the Summer Split of Showmaker, how was it? Azir is also one of the best tier champions right now, so it was left available, so I decided to play, and I think my performance was was that alright. And Effort was playing Senna on the side of Nongshim. Deokdam, did you see that coming? I mean, Senna Seraphine comp was something on our mind. And Ghost, I thought he was gonna be playing Seraphine because he should be the one farming, so it was pretty unpredictable. Then how was playing into their comp, you know, Zeri Yumi versus Seraphine Senna comp? What's the matchup like? I mean, as long as Zeri can go through the laning fights like smoothly, well, it's gonna be like game over immediately because she is so OP right now. And today you guys are able to jump on to the 3rd place, and your next opponent will be DRX. You guys are tied with the match score so far. How do you feel about that matchup coming up? I think DRX is really strong right now, so it's gonna be a very significant and important match for us. So we're gonna do our best to prepare for that match in order to secure a victory. What about you, Deokdam? I think DRX has a very strong bottom duo, so we should really work hard in order to pick up another victory. And that's gonna be it for the PUGs on the side of Damwon Kia, and back to the casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for the translation of the interview there, and great to hear from both Showmaker and Deokdam, their opinions on their more LPL playstyle and things like that. Very interesting.
I also like that he was like, yeah, they gave us Zeri, we win, it's over.
Yeah.
And I think Nongshim tried to find the answer, but there's still some distance there between them and the meta picks and how to operate now. The execution just wasn't as good as it needed to be.
Yep, and he definitely did a whole bunch of that big boom boom damage. As our next matchup, of course, KT versus Harmon Life Esports, and that is going to be coming up in a really long time, guys. Not going to beat around the bush. It's going to be ages. However, I hope you stick around. In about an hour's time, we'll have our final match of the week.
cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
원석이 빛날 수 있는 순간이 무조건 올 것 같은 선수예요.
신인 선수의 스타일은 아닌 것 같다. 뭐 좀 관록이 쌓인 것 같은 그런 플레이 스타일을 지향하다 보니까
이 친구는 뭔가 돼도 될 것 같다.
LCK가 안고 죽어야 되는 리더라고.
가리스 김홍교 선수 아빠 김성천입니다. 성격이 활발했어요. 공부 잘하고 반에서 뭐 회장도 하고 그래 해가지고 발랄하게 학교 애들 리드하고 이런 거 다 했어요. 뭐 오래돼서는 제가 잘 몰라요 아예. 그런데 이제 게임은 잘한다는 건 알았어요.
제가 그때 당시에 중3 겨울방학 그랜드 마스터 를 찍으면서 점점 올리고 있었는데 그때 당시 덴지 스카우터 손창식 스카우터님한테 좀 연락이 와가지고
바코드 아이디가 한 명 보이더라고요. 미드라이너인데 챔프 폭이 요즘 친구들이 하는 챔프 폭이 아니었어요. 카리스 선수는 그 당시에 리산드라라던가 정통 AP 챔피언을 많이 다뤘던 아마추어였어요. 그리고 챔프 폭이 굉장히 넓었던 친구였어가지고 접촉을 했는데
좀 잘하는 것 같은데 우리가 뭐 테스트 보는 게 어떻냐 이렇게 해가지고 그때 테스트 보고 나서 합격 받고 그때 당시에 이제 그게 부모님이 좀 저한테 좀 반대했던 그 시기였는데
전교 몇 등까지 꽂으셨어요?
한 15등 정도야. 공부를 워낙 잘하는 편이라 공부 쪽으로 기대했던 부모들, 아빠랑 나나 엄마나 그건 아닌 것 같다고 얘기를 했어요.
네, 평상시엔 제가 거의 부모님 말은 무조건 듣는 느낌으로 좀 약간 모범생 느낌이었는데 딱 그때는 제가 뭔가 제 인생이 달려있고 제가 무조건 선택해야 되는 그런 길이었다 보니까 제가 좀 세게 나갔던 것 같아요.
많이 해서 내가 한 3개월은 혼자 고민했을 것 같아요. 자기가 또 자신 있어 하더라고. 그래서 한번 딱 가서 한번 해봐라, 부딪혀봐라 이랬지.
또 그냥 애기 같았어요. 그때 당시엔 그냥 17살이니까 그냥 순딩순딩하다 논리적이고 뭔가 남을 잘 설득할 수 있고 하면서 얘는 좀 똑똑한 것 같다.
좀 어른스럽다? 또래에 비해 그런 느낌이 봐서 그때 확신이 좀 들었어요. 이 친구는 뭔가 돼도 될 것 같다.
라인업이 카리스 김홍조입니다.
카리스 선수 유망주로 굉장히 많이 유명해졌던 선수인데 어떻게 보면 좀 신기한 타이밍에 등장했다고 봐야 될 것 같기도 해요.
네, 동의합니다. 네.
카리스 선수가 이제 팀 내부 사정상 어쩔 수 없이 데뷔를 해야 되는 상황이 왔어요. 근데 본인이 준비되지 않은 상태였어 충분히. 이제 아지르 픽을 했을 거예요. DRX전 때, 데뷔전 때. 그걸 보고 딱 알았어요. 카리스 선수는 원래 아지르를 절대 선호하지 않았고 하지 않았던 선수였거든요. 그 당시에는. 근데 본인이 맞지 않는 옷을 입는 걸 보고 완전히 준비된 상태는 아니었겠구나.
나랑 가져왔어요. 전면 카리스 첫데스 나와요. 스키어 잘 아꼈고 뒤진다고요. 카리스 시연계 터졌어요. 기분 나쁘진 않거든요. 웨이버 타고 있어요. 카리스 도와줄 사이드 들어가다. 살아남았다. 그다음 막타 솔로킬.
He got very much destroyed in the lane and he did not have a good time. So I just thought, you know, he's a new player. I think he just needs more experience. Obviously, he looked very good when there was a lot less pressure on him, I think. You know, when you come to the LCK for the first time, a lot of rookies have a ton of pressure and I think he just couldn't handle it at that time.
제가 잘 못하기도 했고 준비도 잘 안 돼 있었고 긴장을 좀 많이 했어가지고 그때 당시에 지고 나서 아마 거의 한 달 동안 새벽 7시까지 솔랭한 것 같은데 저한테 좀 많이 충격이었고 제 자신의 위치? 이런 거를 알게 되는 그렇다 보니까 확실히 더 열심히 하게 되고 어떻게 보면은 그 프로게이머로서 좀 바뀌게 된 그런 두 번째 부분이라 생각해요.
I watch a lot of challengers because I co-stream it every Monday and Tuesday. And Karis was one of the best players when he played in 2021 on Gen G. I think in challengers it was a lot easier because he was way better than everyone. So he could pick anything and he could get away with a lot more.
순간이었지만 아무도 죽지 않았던.
오! 카리스!
이거는 따라가 볼 만한데요?
잡았죠?
이야!
젠지 설마 뭘로 뺐죠 이걸?
카리스 장소리! 신드라 터졌고 편하게 게임할 수 있는 건 젠지예요.
미니언이야! 드립니다.
GG!
엄청 좋아했어요 정말. 그리고 거기서 엄청 밝게 다른 동료들은 이제 또래들이잖아요. 거기는 형들이 아니라 되게 잘 지냈어요 아이들은. 자신감도 굉장히 많이 찾았고 분위기도 워낙 편하게 본인이 말할 수 있고 주도적으로 말할 수 있는 그 분위기다 보니까 본인의 장점을 많이 발휘했던 것 같아요.
일단 선수들이 다 모였을 때 제가 원하는 그림은 패기?
아니 그냥
버튼 눌러.
드래곤 등장.
예. 그런데
팔릭.
열정?
잡아야 돼요. 근데
와 그냥 안 가요?
아니 왜 이렇게
야 이거 안 끝났어 카리스가.
왜 이렇게 안 죽어요?
카리스가 왜 안 죽어요?
겁먹는 것보다 그냥 한 대라도 더 때려야 된다 약간 좀 이런 거를 엄청 요구했었는데 선수들이 아무래도 좀 경기를 지다 보니까 조금씩 이제 겁이 생기더라고요. 그래서 그런 부분이 좀 안타까웠죠.
해야 되는 광동 프리스 입장에서는 좀 아쉬운데
약간 다이브 각을
엘림과
그렇죠.
호이시오입니다.
내버려두지 않겠다. 이거 그리고 미아콜 되지 않았나요?
도착!
근데 이거 와 이거
이거는 잡아냅니다.
잡아냈어요. 네, 이득을 오
맞았어요.
이러면
그러면
야
페이트
1, 2경기가 제가 기억하기로는 같은 매치업이었을 거예요. 근데 라인을 페이트 선수가 자유자재로 이제 컨트롤을 해가지고 하나는 밀어서 잡고 두 번째 판 땡겨서 잡았나? 그런 식으로 해서 거의 이제 카리스 선수가 굉장히 속상할 만한 게임을 했는데
1라운드 광동전 그게 제가 제일 못한 경기라고 생각하고 많이 아쉬웠고 그때 당시에는 많이 울기도 했었는데 그때 생각했던 거는 내가 변화해야겠다. 내가 변화하면 충분히 우리가 이길 수 있다.
그래서 전령 대신에 지금
이거 나이트 왔어요?
잠들 썼고
와 하나생명
와 진짜 한화생명
오늘
와 하나가 끝나요?
팀원들의 반영?
네 페리로 왔어요? 다 잡아내면
와 이거 다 잡을 것 같은데요?
2명 죽었습니다.
그리고 싸움 더 커지나요?
예,
이게 뭐 라이즈가 아니 이게 체력이 라이즈가 그냥
들어가요?
들어가요?
뭐예요 이거 라이즈? 카리스가 체력이 안 빠집니다. 근데 결과가 중요하니까 5대5라면 붙나요? 어렵다.
지금
계속
와
때려서
아니
오늘 카리스 왜 이렇게 잘해요?
그럼 내가 주도적으로 이끌어 봐야겠다 이런 생각을 하면서 콜도 좀 제가 주도적으로 한번 해보기도 하고 그런 느낌으로 하다 보니까 그때 딱 2라운드 첫 경기에 연습했던 게 딱 나오게 된 것 같아서 그때 좀 많이 기뻤던 것 같아요.
바로 그 다음 게임에서 이제 본인이 가치를 좀 증명하면서 좀 전 경기의 울분을 털어낸 그런 장면이어서 더 드라마틱하지 않았나 싶어요.
카리스 선수 어떤 점이 매력이라고 생각해요?
카리스 선수는 일단은 톱10 있고 피지컬이라든지 가능성이라든지 충분히 좋은 모습 보여줘가지고 매력인 것 같습니다.
저는 카리스 선수의 아칼리를 막 업데이 타워 앞에서 역으로 스윕하는 거 보고 이 카리스 선수 정말 크게 될 수 있겠구나 막 거기서 조금 많이 감명을 받았었던 것 같습니다.
카리스가 해줘야 돼요. 카리스가 해줘야 돼요. 리시 먹을게요. 멍치가 먹었습니다. 그리고 카리스가 왔는데 카리스가 잘 해줘야 되거든요. 오히려 쌈디 전사 그리고 카리스도 위험. 설마 카리스도 위험. 잡아라. 브래디 볼리언.
저희가 일단 게임을 좀 많이 유리하게 가져가고 있었는데 한타도 한번 비벼지고 저희가 바론도 먹히면서 불리해진 구도까지 왔는데 이거 정면 승부는 너무 힘들다. 이거는 무조건 내가 뒤 돌아서 상대 뒤 딜러들을 좀 압박 주고 그렇게 해봐야 겨우 한타 이기면서 할만할 것 같다.
기회가 왔습니다. 2대0의 스코어가 눈앞에 보입니다. 지금 현재까지 그림은 말이죠.
베이스 아직도 아웃이에요.
이러면 여기 어떻게 막습니까? 제이살 8초 남았는데
아칼리가 돌아요.
월광 포화를 사용을 했는데
제가 계속 각을 보고 있었는데 그때 딱 렌즈 돌리면서 뒤 돌각이 한번 딱 칼각으로 나왔다고 생각해서 야 이거 무조건 해야 된다. 이거 아니면 다 없다 하고 그냥
사용을 했는데 카리스가 근처에요.
그럴싸한데
이거 어떻게 할 수 있나요? 다 잡아요.
그럴싸해요.
다 잡아요. 카리스가 더블킬.
딱 약간 구원 떨어지는 느낌으로 아칼리가 구원해줘가지고 되게 안도했던 것 같아요. 상대가 실수한 것도 딱히 없었던 것 같고 그냥 되게 잘했다고 생각하고 있어요.
집중하시고
미드라이너로서 이제 할 수 있는 최고의 이제 희열을 느끼는 장면이잖아요. 어지러운 구도에서
멋지게 잠입을 해서 상대의 여럿을 잡아내고 게임 분위기를 완전히 뒤바꾸는 그런 장면에서 팬들이나 시청자들이나 너무 이제 눈이 즐거웠던 장면이었다고 전 기억을 합니다.
누구나 할 수 있는 플레이라고 볼 수는 없잖아요. 그 한복판으로 들어가서 불리한 상황에서 내가 뭔가를 해내야 되는 상황에서 그런 장면을 만들었다는 게 그게 그 선수가 가진 포텐과 폭발력이라고 생각해요.
어떤 선수로 기억이 되고 싶어요?
어떻게 보면 롤모델 페이커 선수랑 비슷해지고 싶은 미드라이너들이 제 상대로 만났을 때 좀 무서운데? 그런 생각을 하게 되는 그런 뭔가 강한 미드라이너로 기억되고 싶은 것 같아요.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread. Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored. So can you try a little harder? I'm really getting bored. Come on, shoot faster. Just a little bit of energy. I wanna try something fun right now. I guess some people call it dynamite. Let's blow this into ashes and see what Papa thinks. It's such pathetic neatness, but not for long 'cause you'll get jinxed. So much better, so much fun. Let's start from scratch and blow up the sun. Come on, shoot faster. Just a little bit of energy. I wanna try something fun right now. I guess some people call it dynamite. Let's blow this into ashes and see what Papa thinks. It's such pathetic neatness, but not for long 'cause you'll get jinxed.
Awakened in ruins to the echoes of pain. These are good, these are good. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. These are good, these are good. Fields of the fallen, and blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So we'll bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. But just remember,
seconds while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door. So are you restless? Each night you hear the drums roar. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. A taste of destiny you're searching for. Awaken. Think it's the end. They cannot defeat you. They cannot conquer you. They cannot conquer you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2022. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf. I'm sorry for the extraordinarily long break. You can blame Diamond Kia for that because they didn't want to spend too much time on the Rift.
Nope. I love how in our intro we have, I always like to talk about the intro, but that shot with Faker, Showmaker, and Chovy kind of looking at each other, it's just ended up being so true this season, how important and how strong they've all been in the first parts of things. We're getting closer and closer to halfway through the season. Next week is week 4. We'll be splitting in half there. But second match of the night here, KT Rolster coming off a little bit of a struggle, and then Hanwha Life Esports narrowly defeating Fredit Brion. It's definitely going to be a closer match than our previous one, that's for sure.
Yeah, and if you're a Hanwha Life Esports fan, you're probably hoping for some tidier video games than what we saw last time. Let's get into points of the match, though, between these two teams. Both of them sitting at 1 and 4 right now. Not exactly optimal when it comes to the outcome for either of these squads, but both of them with mid laners born in 2003. Vikla taking on Karis. It's going to be a fun one.
It certainly will. And Vikla back as a mainstay here for KT Rolster. We still never really got an official reason as to why he took a break, but who cares? I guess at the end of the day, KT Rolster going to bring him back. And on the other side of things, Hanwha Life Esports, their 80% win rate in Game 2 they're the kings of Game 3s. Kind of got validated, right? Did end up winning that Game 2 against Fredit Brion and actually getting the reverse sweep there in their last matchup. Took that one over Nongshim. But if you look at the teams they've beaten in a row here, teams where you could say, were the favorite opponent. In fact, some people predicted Fredit Brion to beat them. So against KT here, maybe the Game 2 streak will continue.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Top side of the map is a very interesting one. Of course, Noguri did smack Rascal around a little bit last time they met on the Rift. Rascal was, of course, our solo kill king last time. And you can see the Gnar in the middle there. Dudu has played so much Gnar, it's absurd. Rascal has not found any success on it. So I'd like to see a little bit more of the Rascal gangplank, or potentially even just a Gnar ban up against Hanwha Life Esports that just love to play around it.
Yeah, I think that is definitely something that we should be focusing on as we head into these drafts coming up here very shortly. Is Dudu's been the strongest player on this team, and take a look at the team stats here. Hanwha Life Esports, they're 1 and 4. They're in 8th place right now. They've won a lot of Game 2s, but KT Rolster's stats a lot cleaner in the early parts of the game, let's say. Neither of these teams are doing incredibly well at the moment. In fact, KT Rolster are 9th to their 8th, but I do think we have to mention that KT's games, when they're playing well and they've had a stronger schedule, look a lot cleaner. So even though it's 9th versus 8th, it feels like KT actually have an opportunity, maybe even 2-0 here tonight, stop that Game 2 streak. That's the expectation. Hanwha Life really have had a rough mid-game. You can see they've never been ahead at 14, 20, or 30 on average here in gold.
And also remember, Fredit Brion have looked, clearly the worst team in the league at the moment, and Hanwha Life Esports really did, get pushed to the limit from that team, and it was messy to say the least. So I'm looking at KT expecting them to be able to follow up what is 4th highest gold lead at 20 minutes to an actual victory this time around instead of throwing it in the bin. As we are going to welcome KT into LoL Park here. They have elected to hop onto the blue side first off, and as we mentioned earlier on, it is Vikla over Arya as the chosen mid laner. Otherwise, it is Rascal Cuz aiming in life, flanking him.
Yeah, well, life having so up and down so far this season, you know, even in tougher seasons for KT, like last season, he was a pretty one-dimensional player, played a lot of set. Everybody remembers that. But he has not looked as stable this time around, which is, I think, hurt Aiming's performances. And Rascal is playing a meta that, even though he said in interviews he really likes, it doesn't seem to suit his playstyle and what we've seen successfully with our own eyes, right? In terms of Rascal, we think strong side, we think solo kills. But, you know, Gnar, Sejuani, Ornn, these are picks that he hasn't been able to find the same success as other strong top laners have here in the LCK.
Yeah.
That being said, this team, coordination looking a lot better. They are the favorites tonight. See if they can make it come true.
Yep, looking forward to seeing a little bit more out of Cuz as well. We've only seen 3 champions thus far, straight away from Viego and Wukong just one time with a Volibear game. But we know that Cuz's champion pool is much larger than just that. So we might see something a little bit different this time. Also, Aiming. I remember Aiming as one of our best Ashe players, so it might be his turn to bring that pick out. But let's have a look over the other side of the rift as Halma Life Esports make their way out due to OnFleek, Karis, Samdi, and Vista. And OnFleek is continuing to be extraordinarily tall and making life difficult for our cameraman.
I really enjoyed the Rookies on the Rift episode that came out about Karis. Chronicler and Valdez were also featured in that episode. But
yeah.
It really, I think, showcased, because a lot of it was from the Genji perspective of how he was a Genji Academy player into, you know, a Genji starter for just a second, and then, of course, went to Hanwha. And what the documentary really showed was that for Karis, he needed to be around younger players like him and players who were up and coming rather than being around older, more veteran players. So he's been able to, on this roster, I think, really take control to a certain extent and be at the helm. But it hasn't really been his season, unfortunately. I think it's been more about Dudu. I think it's often been more about OnFleek. So I want to see Karis step up because his mechanics are there, and it's a meta where he can really shine as a mid laner. It's a very impactful mid lane meta, and I want to see that potential finally show through here. And Hanwha need it so desperately.
They absolutely do. I think Vista has had his moments. I think Samdi has been up and down, to say the least. But the top side of the map, OnFleek, Dudu, like you were talking about, definitely have been strong, and you can see it in the stats here as we have a look at our key player matchup. Dudu, this is not a, you know, 8th place team stat line, right? Even though the KDA is not necessarily super high, the CS difference at 14 minutes at 2nd place is very, very impressive.
Yeah. Solo kills here for Rascal, still number 2.
Average isolated deaths as well, with Rascal being at the highest, is not exactly a stat that you really want to be the best at, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, I mean, he has a lot of these solo kills have ended up being, he gets a solo kill and then is punished for it promptly afterwards, but the laning stats here make it look like this is going to be lane kingdom here for Dudu in terms of CS difference, gold difference, but I think this matchup might surprise a lot of people if you look at these stats alone. I think it's going to be very close tonight, and I think a lot of it will be based on red side and who gets that counter pick between these two. And like you mentioned, the Gnar that's played 4 times for Rascal is 0-4 versus the 8 games of Gnar as well that we've seen from Dudu. 3-5 sounds like not a great stat, but it has been by far his best champion, and I think that's going to continue.
No, I would agree. And with KT being on the blue side, there is an opportunity just to lock away, like ban away the Gnar immediately and just not have to deal with it. But what I really want to see KT do is leave it up, let Hanwha pick it way too early in the draft, and then gangplank it.
Yeah.
Just gangplank it, have a great time.
I completely agree. I think there's been kind of a pretty severe drop in gangplank priority this week, which has been very puzzling to me, considering how strong he did. And those two fans came together. If Hanwha wins, he's going to buy me a drink. If KT wins, he buys me a drink instead. You know?
Ooh, a battle. Maybe shouldn't they be sitting on other sides though? Because I thought the you know, LOL Park is divided in half for fans.
Usually, yeah, usually. But sometimes, you know, you come with a friend and you have, you know, you pretend to be a fan of one still on that side, but you're really the infiltrator, the enemy.
Dun, dun. As long as they do the fan chant. There is also a middle area as well. I have confirmation from G-Sun because I haven't been in the audience too often. It is hard to know exactly. So you can be on the fence. Literally, you can buy seats to be on the fence. That's absolutely fantastic. Love it.
Yeah. As you mentioned, KT Rolster did choose blue side, so priority in picks go to them.
Yep.
And a lot of that right now has been around either the jungle pick, but also, some of these mid laners for Vikla to pick up. His Azir has been very good.
Yeah, hasn't found a win on it just yet this season, but does like to play it. Has played the Corki as well, as Kalista and Swain banned away from Harmalife Esports so far. Karis was our first Swain here in the LCK. Good to see that it is taken away. As, Harmalife Esports have learnt from our first series, Zeri is not allowed.
Yeah. See if there's going to be a Corki or Wukong ban here. As Karis, can somewhat shape the narrative of mid here, especially with the Viego ban. It will be the Corki. So Vikla, he's not going to take the Azir. It will be the Wukong. And this now gives Senna, but they can also take a mid laner here too if they would like to get some strong prio in mid.
Yep. Does mean that KT can pick away, something like a Renata if they feel like it.
Yeah,
or
Renata.
the Tahm Kench.
Renata's been very good. Tahm Kench Jinx has been another good answer.
Ooh, but the Seraphine is available, so Harmar can just go down that route if they would like to. Yes, Swain is banned, but it is still powerful.
Yeah, but I think Senna Kench is a better option here, considering the Swain is gone, and also just without any information just yet as to what KT is going to be doing. And the common response here, the Renata you mentioned is going to be great with any sort of pushing laner. The Kalista ban means that's not going to be the choice, but we could still see, of course, Ezreal with that pick. As the Azir does go over to Vikla because of this commitment to the Tahm Kench. If you pick the Senna early, you don't take the Tahm Kench, you do run that risk of the pick away.
Ooh, okay, so
Pivot, though,
Gwen's coming through instead. Vikla can lock this one in, but I would have really liked a little bit of extra Renata priority there, just because we've seen it do such great things into the Tahm Kench lane. But it looks like KT are happy just to hide their bottom lane entirely and pick that one later.
Yeah. A lot of options here in terms of bottom. And this does give Harmalife Esports counter picks here, but counter picks into Azir, there isn't really a strong one at the moment. We've seen Akali chosen, might be banned away, but the Gnar here for Dudu. He wants to lock it in before we get to that second phase. Even into the Gwen matchup, he feels very comfortable with this.
Yep.
I think this is a solid choice for Harmalife Esports. Some more engage opportunities for what already is a very strong Senna lane. And they're going to take away the Ezreal. Might just see, a ban on the Renata to follow. Those are the two most common.
Yeah, I'd probably like a Renata ban to come through next. But certainly a lot of different options here for KT to go with. I think that KT weren't surprised about the Gnar, and I also think that Gwen doesn't have too bad of a matchup even after the nerfs into the champion, so should be fine. Currently, Rascal is 1-0 on this pick so far for this year, as the Victor is banned. That is so weird to me. Wolf, I don't...
They just want to take away comfortable picks here for Karis in terms of scaling. I think Akali is a pick that you would ban against someone like Zeka here, or even Faker, Showmaker, Jovi, but yeah, they take away the Talia instead for On Fleek, just limiting options here in terms of AP junglers for an AD pick that Karis could pick up.
Ooh, true. Yeah, I kind of like that idea.
The Jinx is not as strong as the Renata ban, I think, in this case, but just removing range from the equation. As here's another AP jungler.
Yeah.
But I don't like it very much in this case.
Not my personal favorite, although, there have been whispers of the Fiddlesticks doing some decent things, as Aiming's going to have a bit of a giggle. Let's see what they do decide to go with here. Ashe Renata, I think, would be beautiful. Aphelios, just fine, as long as the Renata's there. There she is.
The Jinx is banned, and, you go to the next best thing. I'm worried about how Karis is going to close this draft out, because will we trust that he could play the Akali here? Because then you have a lot of backline access, pretty decent here in this draft if you can circumvent the Renata. But otherwise, is this just an Orianna pick? Ooh, or awkwardly, perhaps even weaker, the Lissandra into Azir.
Where does the damage come from?
Yeah, this is what I'm most worried about. If he played Orianna, at least you have a Lee Sin, and you have decent engage with the Gnar, and you can, follow up with the Orianna or set up the Gnar with the Orianna. But Lissandra kind of goes in here, and then she doesn't come out because she's going to be blown up by all of the high damage, low range that KT have. So getting into the fight is going to be so difficult to, or you know, if you get into the fight, where's the follow-up going to be? It's going to be so based around Dudu.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of CC follow-up. That's what I'm really excited about for what Hanwha have here, right? You've got Lissandra, she goes in, she hits her Circle of Frost, then there's a massive Gnar, and then there's a Dawning Shadow, and then there's no more damage.
Yeah. You know, Lissandra is one of the picks that drew the attention of the Gen.G Academy staff for Karis when he was being scouted. And he's played a few great games of Lissandra this year. But I think given the drafts here, he went back to Comfort instead of something that was stronger in this draft. And so many bans against him, including the Swain ban that hurt the potential of that Seraphine. I do like how the draft went here for KT Rolster. I think theirs is the stronger one, but it is going to come down to, of course, execution. Dudu on his Gnar has been a pretty scary thing for a lot of teams in the LCK so far.
Very true, and I think that a lot of their lanes should be pretty comfortable as well. Of course, we've seen great things from Sen and Tahm Kench. Let's see whether it works as we hop onto the Rift. All right. Let's see. KT, I really love their draft. I think it's pretty straight up and down, right? There is priority sort of everywhere as far as like the tier list is concerned. Wukong definitely the best choice at the moment. Azir certainly up there with the likes of the Corki and things like that. Gwen's still very, very strong. Renata and the Aphelios. Great choices, especially Renata into a Tahm Kench lane. You're loving that. And you look over the side of Hanwha Life Esports, it looks like a lot of answers, right? I think that Dudu is going to have a lot of control on that top side for the first few levels at least. And I think that Lissandra has always been a decent lane into the Azir as well. As you can see, it's Conqueror that Vikla's taken. Can't go for any strike or anything like that into this Lissandra.
Still feeling great about the Conqueror, though. And he went for Cleanse because he's like, yeah, as long as I don't die, I'm going to be second carry in every single team fight.
Yeah.
Also, in terms of Rift Herald control for these first ones, I really have concerns with the lack of prio that Hanwha is going to have about their ability to take it. And if they rotate Samdi and Vista over, then Aiming gets plates bottom side as Aphelios so easily that this game could just snowball out of control so rapidly. This is also a very volatile matchup where if Dudu makes a mistake too, like KT just win the game. So, you know, there's a lot that can go wrong for Hanwha. And if
the thing that I like about Hanwha is if they do manage to get a mid-game lead, then it is going to be like really, really strong, right? And they do have a composition that fights really well around like level 6, around these Rift Herald fights and things like this that could be occurring. But then after that, like if it's an even game, then that damage question really, really comes into play.
Yeah. And like if everybody can group well for Herald, because this is probably where our first real big conflict is going to be. As you can notice, Aiming's win rate's pretty decent with a lot of games played. That first real conflict on the Herald is going to be set up well by the ultimates of Hanwha Life if they can get prio or control somehow. And that's going to be a tricky part for this bot duo. It's a nice handshake. Yeah. How do Vista and Samdi get there without losing all of their plates or just simply getting intercepted?
Yeah, I think that the crescendum problem is certainly going to exist here, having to make sure that the wave's taken care of effectively, and I think it should inherently give KT a lot of control. And as you can see, like already, this is just bullying down here. This is what Renata does. She's just very, very good at handling Tahm Kench, and already 3 minutes we have a plate that goes down.
Yeah.
Man, that handshake was really beautifully placed by Life.
I mean, just from that alone, it's a great trade. And then Aiming has Calibrum, so he could just harass the Tahm Kench without really any fear here.
Yeah, this is pretty insane.
It's oppressive, yeah. It is a problem. And Senna and Kench will start to bounce back a little bit in this lane, but the early parts are going to be a problem. The early parts are often what matter most, unfortunately, though, for 2v2 lanes. Is again, Life.
Yeah, Vista going to get thrown back. There's the Gravitum as well as the Ignite is down onto the Tahm Kench. Life still just pushing Samdi away, and yeah, there's no kills. However, that is a flash for the Tahm Kench already on cooldown, and they cannot approach this lane.
Not at all. It's just Life things, you know. being aggressive, being far forward, dropping an Ignite, trading it for a flash like this. Karis also had to teleport back to lane early here. Something that we didn't, really pay attention to or note, but that's the Azir prio, even in a lane like this with the Lissandra, who can sometimes fight back.
Yeah, actually doing it very, very well. So far, Vikla does need to play around the fact that he doesn't have teleport, so he needs to orchestrate himself some nice back timings, but see whether he can do that. As aiming with his Infernum Gravitum, going to comfortably tidy up this wave and look for that Cheetah Recall, sitting at 33 CS into the 21 of the Tahm Kench, who's doing the farming in that lane. I'm sure chat is having a great time talking about Senna's CS numbers.
Yeah, that's what they like to do.
They certainly do. It hasn't gotten old for a lot of the folks in chat, which I think is very interesting.
People in chat, they just like the one meme, they know it. They're like, I know this meme, I know this champion, I can make a joke about it. And when it comes out, that's what they do. Yeah, my favorite is Kassadin and Kale and the Clock. That's my favorite chat meme.
That's a big favorite of mine too. I very much.
There's not really a clock in this one, unfortunately, but
I mean, the entirety of KT is the clock.
Yeah. Maybe just count every time it ticks over a minute, chat. Like, although we hit 15, we hit 16.
Oh, there's the handshake. As Karis is going to be able to take a claw right out. Going to be fine. Not a lot of investment here for KT thus far.
Yeah, KT did this to give Vic a little bit more space. This will, of course, take away their control of the bottom side of the map. Knows the amount of warding that Hanwha have taken the opportunity to drop down in this interim around the Drake pit. So no early Drakes with this prio. And yeah, Vikla's lack of teleport is hurting his ability to push super hard.
Well, there's the Emperor's Divide as Karis will take a lot of damage here. There's the flash from Vikla and manages to avoid the Q. Beautifully done. Uses every summoner, but does manage to get out.
Very well played. Expensive in terms of summoners, but will escape with his life.
Well, there's the Gravitum. As immediately life just flashes onto Sam D, shakes his hand, but then he manages to get out.
This is a really, really important moment here for Hanwha Life. Yeah, they will.
Red, white, don't fight.
Yeah, I was going to say, if they actually overcommit here, that means so many plates go down. And even still, this is going to be a massive push. We're still a minute and a half away from that Herald, but every single time you trade poorly down here, or if you ever are forced to back, you're really hurting your chances of having either plate defense or Rift Herald, and maybe both. You might actually, if you mess up the next time, you might lose the Herald and your plates.
Well, Rascal doing a bit of snipping here as Dudu with the hop is going to be able to even out the trade quite nicely. Aiming went and ate some honey fruit, and so now he makes his way back to the lane and is pretty happy with the situation. Currently 10 CS in the lead as Vista and Samdi are at least able to approach this wave. Of course, the Piercing Darkness, pretty good at keeping people healthy. As Dudu hits the Mega Gnar, let's see what he can do here as there is the Gnar back. Rascal throwing out some needlework, avoids the drill, which I think it's a drill. Not entirely sure.
I think it's a drill too.
Yeah. I like the Sputnik one. That's my favorite. Just throwing satellites at people.
Rascal is, he's at such a good spot here.
Yeah, getting aggressive.
Love that. Waits till the Gnar times out, goes in. Also was able to hit his Q before the first Gnar comes out. Dudu is in trouble if he wants to stick around here. He's definitely going to die. He will have to back off, and Cuz, level 6.
Just needs to Nimbus strike Q and he's dead. But Rascal instead is just going to pick up the kill himself.
Yeah, will end up getting the assist, of course, Cuz does. Doesn't need his ultimate. Rascal does not. Dudu has no teleport. Rift Herald spawns in 15 seconds. He'll be down for 9 of the remaining time, and this is where things get really dicey. So pings instantly for aiming in the bottom lane that he's going to push the lane and hold down the bottom duo because they know they have control of mid, and the enemy top laner is heading back. So KT has basically now got the opportunity to either start this and force a bad fight or play it slow, but they're still in full control.
Yeah, I think that KT, they can start the Rift Herald if they want to. Onfleek is going to clear out vision where he can, but Cuz is going to make his way back in. Gwen's making her way back up, fresh off a shop as well. As Vista is going to have to Abyssal Dive his way out of this situation. Does have level 6, so that Devour is up. Samdi running low on mana and things like this is Hanwha Life trying to get in here, but it's going to be a 50-50 at best here for these guys. 3 versus 3 right now as Rascal getting on amongst it. Dudu does have his Gnar at a decent spot, but Karis dives on forward. He doesn't ult himself, and therefore he's just going to go down. Onfleek, I think, was able to take the eye. As, well, no, he wasn't. He was able to kill the Rift Herald, but couldn't take the eye. As Dudu, yeah, he's going to have to go back to lane as Rascal. I thought he was going to meet him there in the tri-brushes. Aiming is just chilling underneath his turret.
I think Hanwha Esports really vastly overestimated their ability to take a Herald at this point in time. The bot duo was, of course, locked down, couldn't rotate over. And at this stage, the Azir-Wukong combo is amazing if you just try to say, you know what, we are going to hold on to this Herald. We're just going to sit it on top of it and take it and then get out of here. You don't have any really great escapes and just so much damage in the KT composition, even in this early stage when they hit those combos, is because the fantastic ultimate to help secure this.
Yeah, it was really nice.
I mean,
I think it must have been a mistake that Karras didn't actually Frozen 2 himself.
So we'll watch that again and see what actually happens with his ultimate here. He claws in. And
yeah, he ulted Rascal.
Yeah. Also, I mean, the Wukong ultimate here is just fantastic. It's a chaotic moment, but he has to fight his way through again. All of that damage coming through from Vicklo, then he decides to go over the wall instead of being able to add any extra pressure there. And yeah, he should have ulted himself. I don't know if it would have really changed the result, but would have definitely made things better for Hanwha Life.
Yeah, I don't think the outcome really would have been all that different. However, it is a lot of extra damage, and you heal yourself up a little bit as well.
Yeah, he would have been able to do a few more
yeah,
abilities,
at least
right?
another Q.
Yeah.
At least another Q.
At least another Q, so plus the extra damage. Either way, Herald is denied. That's 3 kills now over to KT.
Yeah, and they're 2,000 gold in the lead with a composition that outscales. And that's the really dicey part of this. And that's also what KT have afforded themselves with this draft, right? We talk often about Azir having lane priority. He doesn't necessarily in a lot of different compositions. However, he does this time around, and he'll also have the superior damage late in the game as well.
Yeah, and I don't want to say that like Aphelios Renata is a counter, as Rasputis does not care about your Narbar.
No.
I don't want to say it's the counter, because it's not necessarily, but Renata has been one of the most consistent supports that they did not ban, by the way, at dealing with this Senna Kench.
Yeah,
and
we were talking about it the whole draft, right?
Yeah, and like, you know, we've seen players like Keria and I mean, so many of the supports in top 3, you've even seen Beryl do this on DRX, make this Senna Kench look unbeatable in any 2v2.
Oh, Kuz showed himself, but they still managed to get the Devour out. There's a few things that do go slightly wide, Moonlight Vigil being
so
one of them.
close, but yeah, if he hits it a little bit faster, gets that Gravitum, that would have been massive.
You definitely take the hostile takeover for Devour trade if you KT, but just throwing away a Moonlight Vigil does mean the follow-up is a little bit more difficult.
Yeah. But going back to the point here is I really feel like if you're going to play this lane, oh, great handshake there.
Yeah.
If you're going to play this lane, you've got to play it a little bit more aggressively. You have to be willing to trade. You have to be so ready on the Kench to punish any mistakes or overextensions. The Life just got so many free handshakes in the early part of this lane. They got such a nice lead.
Well, speaking of which, Onfleek's going to find Life. Aiming's coming on over. Dawning Shadow going to get flashed as Onfleek should be able to kill the Renata, but has he stepped too far? The answer's no, because the rest of Hanwha are making their way over. Karras now taking a lot of damage as Kuz, he gets put into the Frozen Tomb, and then Vista dives over the wall. Vikla, can you get enough damage is the question, as Kuz still in the pit, deciding not to flash, but does eventually have to, as the bottom lane for KT wiped out. Hanwha on the board.
Yeah, really nicely played here from Hanwha Life. Catching them in the jungle there was on Fleek. The Life just really greedy positioning there is punished.
I like the like, Onfleek was just like, I am killing this guy straight away. And he did not hesitate at all. That's exactly what you need to do.
You need to do it like that if you are going to force that pick, especially against Renata, who can then bail out later on if you do it too slow, and then, you know, the rest of the team gets over there. So he was very swift with that. 2 assists going over to Samdi, which means he will get a pretty early Umbral Glaive, and that's going to be a way that Hanwha Life Esports could really start to snowball vision control away. Knows that this pick was set up because they have a lot of deep vision around the red buff there on the blue side of the jungle. We'll see how much of that was there before this ensued when we go to the replay. But yeah, really aggressive play here from Onfleek, who's been such a great leader for this team in these neutral games. This is going to be the bottom play.
Yeah, this was because I believe he was seen just a little bit as Devour. I didn't even think was all that necessary, but just wanted to make sure that Senna was out of the way.
Scared of the Moonlight Vigil, and Life does get spotted here on a ward. Again, deep ward set up here. And he waits so long to flash because he's really hoping Aim is going to come over, and he knows the bailout timing as well, really nicely done. He's like, maybe we turn this. No, not quite, unfortunately.
No.
And then obviously, Cuz was like, I think I might get out of here. No, you have no space and will eventually have to flash. Waits for OnFleek to commit the Q.
Yep. It was actually very cute that he was able to stand still and auto attack. That is how you sort of try and bait people. You don't press S anymore. You have to stand still and auto. So thankfully the Raptors were available as KT can have some visitors into their jungle. Cuz going to get the smite as Life possibly caught out yet again. Kickback comes through. He does manage to get his ulti off as he tries to bail himself out, but I don't think it's going to work. That's a massive Emperor's Divide though, as Samdi's around the wrong side of the rift. Aiming finds the ulti as well from Fog of War as Vista throws through the Devour. Does manage to keep OnFleek out of danger as now Rascal looking for the needlework, but not really finding too much value here. As Dudu with a Narbar at exactly the right spot will get all of that extra health back as Karis goes golden. There's the Nar. Cuz in trouble, but it's a massive double from Rascal, who's just eating through these health bars now towards the end of the fight. Vista, yeah, he's running the wrong direction here as Life manages to get the handshake and says, you just say hi to Rascal here. And snip, snip, there goes the Tahm Kench.
So when the dust settles, Hanwha Life Esports still remain in a gold advantage, but this is such an aggressive play that leads to a ton of extra money going over to the Gwen. It's a flash kick onto Renata. She's still able to get the Berserk off, but this buys so much time for the rotation up. And when this Emperor's Divide hits, Hanwha Life Esports, I think, are starting to realize, like, uh-oh, we're probably doomed. And then Karis is like, I'm out of here. But then he turns around because he has Stopwatch, of course, available. So they're able to trade this one back okay. But this is just such a messy fight. And you can tell Hanwha Life Esports have 1 foot on the out the door and 1 foot, like, trying to come back in.
Yeah.
And if they were a little bit more decisive, I think this fight goes potentially their way. But they gave so much extra gold over to the 2 most important members, the Gwen and the Aphelios.
Yeah, it was a 3 versus 4, and Hanwha couldn't find it as the health bar lead was just too high for KT.
Yeah. Now they will trade second Herald here for this Drake. So will be 2 Drakes the lead for KT. Vicla's going to get some extra pushing power down bottom side, but Gwen is 4-0-2 now after this.
Yeah.
And Aphelios picked up 3 of those assists. This is a ton of money now in the pockets of KT. I mean, they're up 1,000 gold, but it's where it is that's the scary part.
Yeah, and now you can see his frontlining. Vikla was able to take the outer turret bot side. Dudu does manage to take this turret as well, and mid lane did cop a Herald, which does mean that that one is near to falling as well. So 2 for 1, theoretically, for those turret trades, but that Drake that you were talking about going to be an issue as we have another Hex Tech.
It's the new Cloud, it really is. I don't know.
It's like we had 3 of them today. It's just 3 for 3, right?
Yeah.
For the games that we've had today.
This week, I want to say, like, I can remember 2 games that were not Hex Tech Souls. They were, like, both Ocean. I'm going to have to look at the stats on this for this season because it is starting to get a little bit eyebrow raising. The fact of the matter here is that Rascal now has a Rift Maker. He might actually buy his Nashers right now. No, he's not quite there. He's got his blasting one. He's very close. And now you have an Azir who's just naturally scaling. Yes, behind the Lissandra in gold, but is going to be ahead of the Lissandra in every metric in terms of damage. A Gwen who can frontline and outside lane, and aiming, who is
actually
a lot of also 1,600 gold ahead.
Yeah, well, I mean, theoretically. More like 200 gold because you have to compare him to the gold lead of the Tahm Kench.
But in terms of the damage that he's going to do compared to the Senna,
yeah,
it's concerning.
That still exists. Maybe if we wait until infinitely late in the game, is Karis going to take a bit of damage here. Another Circle of Frost has come off cooldown, though. But it's just buying space. This outer turret will fall on the top side as well. So KT extending that lead just a little bit further.
This Senna pick, I think, can be really strong if it's used correctly. And I think that Hanwha Life Esports have played really well around aggressive vision. Both of those plays they made bottom side to pick Life, and then that attempted, 4v3 they took on the top side of Blue Jungle were really well played. Like, they're playing around vision. They're trying to get picks early, trying to snowball this game because they need to so desperately. But it didn't go well enough last time around, and when you fail and give gold over to the carries, that's the scary part of this, because Senna is still utility. Like you said, if you go infinitely into the game, yeah, we can have that conversation about how she matches the Aphelios, but we just haven't been it hasn't been that kind of meta where she's the one who scales. It's just been about her getting leads or giving utility. You know, sometimes both if it's our top 3 teams, but a team like Hanwha Life Esports hasn't quite been able to push those boundaries just yet.
And that's like extended engages are going to be so far in KT's favor. Hanwha need to make sure that the first target that they lock down dies. Otherwise, Rascal eats through everyone. Vikla eats through everyone, aiming exactly the same story. So Hanwha need to be on the board. They need to make sure that this all works out.
Yeah.
And I just don't know whether they'll be able to, given the current game state, right? We're hitting 20 minutes, game's very even, and that is not what this Hanwha composition wants.
And that's the other part about the Senna that's kind of awkward, because she usually does well before she gets to late in longer fights. As Rascal, okay, he's going to be fine. We'll get his Gromp stolen.
Yeah, Onfleek comes on over with the smite.
Part of the power of Senna is that she can heal and help win you a longer fight, but that's the awkward part of this is like, she's not going to be able to offset this much damage anymore.
Yeah, that's what I'm sort of worried about. And I know exactly what you mean, right? Because like she's used in compositions to allow elongated fights to be better, but when you have such front-loaded damage dealers or lack of damage dealers, it makes it so difficult. So it's hard to adjudicate, but certainly they have a lot of displacement. They have a lot of control, like zone control, that they could be able to utilize. As Cuz clearing out some vision here. Aiming was looking for the catfish, but does not find it.
It's the way that Hanwha tried to play this comp is so correct, I think, but they weren't able to execute on it well enough to get the leads they needed. I think this game looks totally different if they actually win that fight, 4v3 near blue buff for KT. If they actually crush that and win it decisively, or that Rift Herald fight, which, again, they were very close to turning, Karas didn't ult himself, etc., then maybe we're looking at a game where Hanwha Life Esports is like 3K gold ahead, and we're like, wow, this snowball is too far along to stop, and the Senna is being more oppressive, and now you have this Lee Sin who's picking people, but it's the opposite, unfortunately.
Yeah, this Lee Sin's also taking farm as well. As you can see, it's no longer Vista that's getting the minion waves. It's Onfleek that's taking a lot of that farm. That's why you can see the 50 CS gap. It's a little bit disingenuous because, Onfleek has been taking lane farm. Samdi trying to keep Dudu alive here as we might see our first true 5v5 as Karas lying in wait off to the side. Rascal also doing a similar thing here as Dudu throws out the ult just because that Mega Null was wearing out. Hostile takeover just to zone them, and it'll very successfully do so as KT walk forward and just scoop up Soul Point.
Yeah, and if Hanwha want to try to turn that in that choke point, they're going to have a big problem without the Narbar. I love the ultimate there coming through from Life just to make sure they don't come back in. I think if they did, KT would be happy to turn and actually crush the fight, but their goal is to get a Hextech Soul, 4 Drakes for 4 slowly, and then at that point, the game is unlosable for them. I mean, if they give Hanwha even one team fight, maybe Hanwha gets a little bit more map control and they could start turning things in their favor. So why force when you've already got yourself guaranteed a Drake, which is Soul Point, and just toss out that Renata ult just to be safe. Why not?
And I think, the only way they lose is by funneling into a choke point,
exactly.
right? And then getting like chain CC'd and knocked up, and the AoE nature of Hanwha's comp actually works. But if you don't, what does Hanwha do?
And now double mask is done for Vikla, Nash's Tooth, and a stopwatch for Rascal for quite some time now. It might just be a very boring, slow end to this game and somewhat anticlimactic because Hanwha's opportunities now are so... Like, their options are limited. They don't have anything they could do except try to survive for a long time for the Senna to sort of shore up some of those scaling issues. But the problem is they don't have time because there's 3 Drakes on the other side. Soul Point means that they will have to fight on this next Drake battle where they will not be prepared for.
Well, Karas is going to have to take a very short claw ride out, and you can see Vikla very happy about his current position in the game.
Yep. No summoners burned here. As Onfleek's going to maybe try to come over here and punish.
Well, I believe the Q was seen there by Vikla. Yep, pings out. As Cuz running up the river. Aiming will clear out this minion wave. Hanwha Life going to have to deal with it. And this will mean that KT can get some Baron vision control. Control ward that's sitting to the left of the KT blue buff.
Yeah, that was not seen actually by Vikla. He walked right past it.
Yeah, I think it's been there for a while.
Yeah, it could actually be used as a teleport flank for Dudu. If he ends up getting Narbar and then teleports in, he could have a really nice engage. And to be honest, Dudu's had quite a few of these random teleport angle engages this game that have won Hanwha Life Esports. Many of those game 2s we've talked about.
Yeah.
We're still in game 1 at the moment, but I mean, that ward being alive is quite significant. KT will probably see it on their next sweep to clear Baron, but right now the focus is more on the bottom side of the map and controlling that Hextech Soul, which is really permanent victory, like as it's a permanent win condition for them. Like if they get it, it's basically done. So it already is in a really rough game state for Hanwha, but that Hextech Soul is going to be the last nail.
Yeah, that's the rough point. On Fleet getting come on over and clear out that control ward as Rascal just replaces it immediately. Just went the reason he went back to the fountain just before, as we were watching, was to pick up that exact control ward that goes back, make sure that they have a bit of control, and it lasts about 12 seconds.
Yeah.
As Karis is going to tidy it up. So it's 150 gold. Said goodbye to, which is not exactly what Rascal's going to be super psyched about as Dudu. Moving up with a pretty hefty Narbar, but I think Rascal's pretty happy in this lane state right now. Does have that needlessly large rod already completed. No point in finishing off a Zhonya's Hourglass until you have to break the stopwatch, and so may as well go for a death cap.
Yeah, might as well. The ways in which On Fleek could be a hero here are, there's not a lot of them, but if he gets a miracle kick, if he could catch the Azir, who, you know, at the moment doesn't have any real defensive tools outside of cleanse, could catch him, force a cleanse out early, there's a way that you then are able to win a 5v4 fight, but it's so hard without vision. I'm trying to find an angle here for Hanwha Life Esports as they are so desperately, because you know, we're kind of watching this inevitable end in a draft that really just didn't come together as a full unit. And we could really feel that this Lissandra pick, if it got ahead with the rest of the comp in those earlier fights, would have been okay, you know, but right now it's pretty terrible. It just isn't useful anymore.
It's not really working. As KT, 20 seconds on your Hextech Soul. As you do probably want to get some priority in this river. Rascal comes on over, and On Fleek looking for a Q angle. Doesn't quite get there, as KT are going to prioritize getting through this mid wave first. And now looking to move towards the Baron. Of course, with Soul Point, you are afforded this luxury, as On Fleek and the rest of Hanwha Life are going to move around. But look at this. This is what happens when you drop this much damage. It's already 50% health. As On Fleek trying to get on in here. They know that this is going down extraordinarily low as Rascal over the wall. Oh, just smashed out of the pit with the Emperor's Divide. Fantastically played from Vikla as KT. The heist once again. The Drake wasn't even taken. They can go over there as Dudu manages to land a decent Gnar, but the hostile takeover is there. It's going to stop the Gnar from doing anything whatsoever. Look at that KT health bars. Hanwha have done nothing to them.
Nothing at all, and On Fleek was just burning down from the damage. After that Emperor's Divide slapped him out of the pit, he had no chance for a steal. Hanwha Life Esports were kind of hoping, all right, maybe we 50-50 this, and that brings us back in. Instead, it's going to be Baron buff and Hextech Soul, plus all those extra kills coming through and the gold that comes with them.
Yeah, that was just...
It was a fantastic play from Vikla. And I mentioned it right in the draft, like, yeah, he hasn't won yet this season on the Azir, but it's one of his best picks, and he looks so clean on it. This is just another one of those moments. He is, at the same time as he knocks On Fleek away, setting up for zoning of the rest of Hanwha Life Esports, while he's very far away from the engaged champions, the Gnar and the Lissandra, so he's not at any risk when he shuffles over. And it's just splitting this team in two. That's what Vision do.
Beautiful, really beautifully played by KT, but you also see that Hanwha just don't have very much follow-up.
No damage whatsoever. Yeah. And, like, Dudu is trying to set up a Gnar on the other side of the fight, but he's with the Lissandra, who can't follow up damage at all. It's just like, I got him! And the Karis is like, I know!
Cool, man! I've got him too! And then he circles of frost, and then there's like, they're at 70% health. Like, and then Rascal does that. Just snip, 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 forever.
Dudu's yelling in the comms like 2-man Gnar, and like and Karis is like he presses his E and claws away. He's calling his claw cooldown.
Yeah.
He's like, claws up in 12. I'm out of here, by the way. I'm not with you.
And you call all of the CC, and then everyone's like, I'm following up, and you like they do like 3 damage. It's just not really it. This is what we sort of thought the danger of this composition was, and if Hanwha had have managed to snowball this game, it would have been a different story, right? Because if you're ahead as any champion ever, you're going to do a fair bit of damage, but on relatively even footing, and as KT have been in a lot of control this game, but also have just been reserved in their play,
yeah,
it was just measured and controlled, and Hanwha's comp was just not allowed to go anywhere.
KT have just played not to lose, and if you do that against Hanwha's comp, it means Hanwha don't get any chances. They don't get any opportunities, and I mean, look at this 4-1. Somebody's perhaps lurking back there.
Karis is waiting. He was waiting for a potential teleport, but instead KT are just going to take an inner turret, then take another inner turret, and then look to siege this top inhibitor.
In StarCraft, the term all-in usually refers to some sort of attack you do that...
And you bring all your SCVs?
Sometimes you can, but if you fail, you lose the game, and that 4v3 in the jungle really was that for this game for Hanwha Life. They put everything in that, they lost it.
Well, Cuz is fighting 3 people. There's a Gnar into the wall, and they have enough damage for that. As the hostile takeover comes through, the Gnar and the Lee Sin are just fighting each other, and aiming just says, goodbye, my god! The damage that KT has is insane. Rascal is going to try and take down Samdi. Vista is going to munch him, but I just don't think it's going to be enough, as yes, you bought a few seconds, but the handshake comes through and it's a double kill for Rascal, and KT will say goodbye to this game.
Very textbook. Better scaling, got the money, pushed it in hard, and then just simply said, I'm not going to fight you if I don't have to. That third Drake was the most clean part of this game for KT, where they just grab Drake and then leave, don't force anything in the choke.
The Baron was so similar. My god, that Emperor's Divide Ficklaw. That was amazing. He is going to be able to stop Karis from doing anything. It was unnecessary, but dang, it was cool.
Yeah, very cool stuff. I think his Emperor's Divide on the Baron to knock on Fleek out was the most exciting part.
Yeah, game winning.
And I mean, every piece of this early game from Hanwha Life Esports, as silly as it might look because of the results, I think it was the right play because they got a draft. They dealt themselves this draft that needed to get ahead and needed to snowball so hard, and they had a few moments because of On Fleek's heroics where they had a little bit of pocket of vision on the enemy jungle. Let's pick off Life. They were successful. Let's pick off the enemies. Let's trap them there with Lissandra's ult. Going a little bit too far, giving all those kills, putting a Gwen, and I think she had 1 kill early on from that gank, and then she went up to 4 as she picks up a triple. That was game ending for them. I think it was a solid idea and a good move, but your draft forcing you into situations like this is why we didn't like it so much.
No, I agree. I also felt like KT drafted around the fact that Hanwha Life Esports were going to pick Gnar was just really smart. They knew, and so therefore, Rascal's like, just give me the Gwen. We know that he's going to play Gnar into it. I'm happy in this matchup. We saw just how happy he was as well. As once again, you know, Hanwha Life Esports falling into the trap of treating Gnar like it's a damage pick when really it doesn't do that much damage in these team fights as far as like the grand scheme of things is concerned. They don't have consistent damage that can truly come out. So we're going to have a look at it, and yes, damage-wise, Rascal and Vikla definitely doing a lot of work here, aiming, sitting back, and unfortunately it was only 31 minutes, so we didn't get the 200 years necessary for the Aphelios to truly pop off.
Or the, like, 2,000 years necessary was going to be for Samdi to be relevant. Yeah. I like the Senekench aspect of this draft, but the other parts really kind of fell flat on their face in this one.
Yeah, and
Rough
also
times.
leaving Renata until 5th pick on blue side, like availability. They went through 5 bans, picked a Tahm Kench, didn't ban Renata. It's not really what you want to see, but ladies and gentlemen, Game 2 is right around the corner. This is where Hanwha Life Esports thrive. They've lost 1 game 2 this entire summer, and I don't think they want to start now. So we are going to go to a short break, and when we get back, that classic Hanwha Life Esports game number 2.
갈게.
앞으로 가자. 켄치 노플이야.
쭉 갈게, 쭉 갈게.
쭉쭉 다시 모르겠다. 갖고.
샌들 앞에서 간다. 네, 리산 집 갔어, 리산 집. 탑웨이브. 끝나니? 나 텔 쓰고 올게, 확실하게.
28초예요. 리산만 남았고 리산 노공 아니에요?
리산 노공이야.
오케이.
노공인 것 같아.
리산 풀은 오찬이 형 리산 풀은 썼어요?
리산풀 기다려봐. 모르겠다. 야, 궁 돌 거야. 궁풀 짧아 얘. 괜찮아, 괜찮아. 20초. 아직 안 돌아. 궁 안 돌아.
돌아요.
얘 궁 안 돈다.
리산 노플.
노플.
끝내자.
타워 쳐야 해. 미니언 없어. 타워 쳐. 타워 점사해, 점사.
그냥 깨면 돼.
타워 넥서스 치자, 넥서스.
넥서 치면 끝난다. 나 2초만.
아, 초반에 발견.
와, 나 오늘 머리 피가 안 통해. 큰일 났다.
아파요, 머리가.
아메리카노를 마셔줘야 돼. 그래서. 아, 뭔 상관이야 그게. 카페인은 중요해. 저도 아메리칸 방패야 그러면? 시우야 좀 닥쳐 제발.
조합에 나쁘지 않은 것 같은데? 신지들 뽑자 그냥.
그래 뽑자. 아, 왜 이렇게 자주 보냐? 또 보네. 볼게. 맞다. 치즈면 좋고. 좋아. 먹어도 돼. 나이스.
바텀 다이브 아니야?
내 더블 못 써.
딜 안 나오는데 끝내. 신지를 본다. 신지들 키하나.
나이스.
이미 안 되고.
여기까지.
키하나 노플. 각 좋다. 자야도 녹아. 애들 주고 싼다. 나이스. 주고 싼다. 제아가 천천히. 애들 잡으러 가는 게 나이스. 뭐야 이거.
저희가 말안 했어. 나이스. 너무 좋아요.
야 스마이트.
나이스. 야 김준홍 왜 한마디도 없냐? 원래 없어요. 또 긴장했어? 또? 아니 긴장 안 해왔어. 야 어제 우리 각성했잖아. 뉴 샌드박스로. 어제
도원 결의했어.
네 도원 결의했어요.
나 이거 타고 나 뒤로 돌게. 얘들아 어때?
오케이. 괜찮은데?
나 돌았어. 위치만. 각 어때 보여 얘들아?
야, 나 이거 있거든? 내 분노 봐봐.
가자.
주기는 못했다. 나 먼저 뺄게. 여기 맞아.
어때?
밀렸어. 우리 딜러 밀렸어. 아쉬운데? 바로 못 터뜨린 게 좀. 웬만하면 코르키 쪽으로 봐야 될 때. 푸상 타고 있을 땐.
나 자리 좋은데 나 자리 진짜 좋아 얘들아. 돌아도 돼? 살짝 내려.
천천히. 나 호응 안 돼. 살짝 봐.
아니야 빼만해. 야 쿠팡 패스 얘들아. 쿠팡 패스. 빼봐.
야야 뒤에 갱벌.
나 갈 뻔했다.
야 이거 좀만 빼면 돼. 봐. 앞라인 쳐줄게. 야
들어갈게. 앞으로. 이제. 미드. 나라가 마크해줘. 나이스.
타쳐.
내가 이제 볼배 나온다. 볼배.
상관없어. 카르마 죽여도 돼.
나이스. 잘했다.
아 미안해.
굿.
정글. 나 이렐리 할게. 형 조이해. 나 사일러스 한다. 그냥 너무 못해, 혁경.
너가 손해봤잖아, 뭔 소리야.
너무 재미없어, 손해봐줬어. 나 포션도 있는데 뭐 하는 거야.
너가 졌어. 건우야 사이리를 못 들어.
노랄링. 야, 건우야, 사이리를 못 들어.
보조 못 들어.
CM을
종해라. 상대 뭔데요? 이래. 뿅한패 들어야 돼.
야, 제바 들어야 되냐? 뿅한패 들어야 되냐?
잠만. 뿅한패 소생.
나 알려줘, 나.
뿅한패 소생.
건우야, 이거 내가 지잖아. 들죠.
와 1렙 때 어떻게 이겨?
저희 세팅 시간 종료되었습니다.
너무 못하는데 근데?
이것 때문에 져준 거다.
The night beckons while you dream.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to game number 2 between KT Rolster and Harmalife Esports. Do you know what that means? That means Harmalife Esports are probably going to win.
The spike.
Let's bring up player of the game. It will be Rascal. 8-0-5 on the Gwen. He snipped a whole lot. I think I respect any votes going over to Vikla personally, because I felt like his scoop around the Baron was game-winning.
Well, yeah, this highlight is kind of unfair because this is when he starts to get a ton of gold because he's gifted this fight by Hanwha. I liked his laning phase, which is, you know, some of the things hard to quantify in highlights, but he took the gold he was given, went in a side lane, popped off, got level 18 so fast, and did very well. I think that the fancier and more skillful moves were Vikla's for sure, but I think Rascal was just so insanely consistent this game. That's where I put my vote. We did have 3 votes for Vikla, though.
Yeah, I'm kind of okay with this whole situation. Chinese cast Valdez and a media vote throwing it over his way. I think a lot of what made this this game a victory for KT was the drafting phase. I think Uri versus Kesman was where the battle was really fought and won. And I'm hoping that, you know, on the Kesman side of things, we get something with a little bit more damage, perhaps, in game number 2. As we check out Rascal successfully able to get a couple of these demons off his back, because he was so good in spring, and in summer we haven't necessarily seen as much of it.
Yeah. You know, since we don't have our own carpet space today, I took the opportunity to try to listen to the Korean desk as much as I could in that break, too, and they kind of agreed with our thoughts on the Lissandra pick at the end. Felt like it was definitely a draft that favored KT, and their focus was in that same, you know, 4v3 attempt there where the game really went off the rails. And I think we're all on the same page here, is that the main problem was the draft. So we'll see what now on blue side Hanwha Esports bring to the table in terms of where they prioritize their champions, what they put Karis on. Because that's going to be quite huge, I think, in terms of how the second game is going to go.
Don't put me on camera. My girlfriend doesn't know I'm here. Oh, that's fantastic. Hanwha will choose the blue side this time around. And they have been more successful on that side. And apparently the guy's friend had, please put the camera on this guy right here because his girlfriend doesn't know. Oh, so funny. Actually very good. But anyway, let's hop into the draft here for the second game, and the one that Harmalife Esports are most likely to win. They've lost 1 Game 2 so far. They have an 80% Game 2 win rate, and the only Game 2 that they lost was against Gen G, who have beaten literally everyone else.
Yeah. So Gen G's only lost 1 game.
Yeah, was it a Game 2? I don't think so.
I don't think so. I think it was Game 1.
Yeah,
was it? It was against Dom1. I can't remember which game it was. I think it might have been a Game 2.
It might have been a Game 2.
Yeah.
It's their most losingest game, but they did manage to beat Harmalife Esports on Game 2.
So Hanwha are not going to let KT play the Senna draft this time on their red side. They'll take away the Corki as well.
Yeah.
Might just be a Wukong Prio angle here once again. This time, of course, for On Fleek, who had a pretty good game. I think really led the charge in terms of the early pick potential they were looking for. Banned by Hanwha Esports here. Interesting. I wonder if they're just trying to give Karis Azir.
Yeah, I think it sort of stands out to me as a bit of a Zia priority. As KT, I mean, banning Zeri is so free here, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a pretty easy call. Well, there's something suspicious about this Wukong ban
that
KT don't quite trust. They're like still thinking about, do we just ban the Zeri here? Probably.
Yeah. I mean, you have to, but then they're like, but what are they looking for?
This is when, you know, this is the Azir priority we were expecting. Well, there was a moment there where I thought, like, is this a Cuz jungle choke out? But they just pick the Viego and he has to play Volibear. Haha.
Whoa.
But no, not to be the case.
I mean, Ahri Viego is pretty good here. Gwen Viego is absolutely fine here as well.
I like Gwen Viego here because you know that Dudu probably just wants to play Gnar again. And
yeah.
But what I hope is that they don't do that actually. Well, okay, they're gonna pick the Gwen, so it might just be the Viego. I wanted to see KT just grab 80 carries here or some sort of bot duo so that we could see how they would have done the draft for Hanwha there in terms of that mid pick. We'll still get their answer, and it might just be the Akali this time around for Vikla. Could also be the Ahri that you mentioned. Okay,
That's
jungle Sejuani.
interesting. Okay, so yeah, jungle Sejuani is confirmed because there's no Senna, no Kalista. I think that Sejuani support can work with Kalista sometimes, although it doesn't exactly work all that well.
Yeah, I mean, also Gwen jungle doesn't work all too well in this meta, so I don't think that is going to be a thing, as it will be the on-fleek Viego. Kind of expected to see this in terms of tier list here.
Yeah.
And could have gone Gangplank with the Azir that you already have, but we all knew where this draft was going. This dude was just going to play Gnar every game he gets the chance to, is apparently how this works, which is a good thing for him if he gets it because he loves Gnar, but it's a bad thing for how your drafts have limitations. As will Vikla just say, you know what, I'll do it better? I hope not.
I also hope that it's not the Victor, as this is more fun. So this is making me feel like it's Gwen jungle. And so Kuz is going to be Gwen jungling, and we've got the good old Yone mid, Sejuani top situation, because Sejuani lanes into Gnar very well, Yone lanes into Azir really well, and then Gwen jungle does lots of damage, I guess?
Yeah, also, I mean, I think Sejuani jungle is not bad with the Yone, but you have so much CC in the Yone already that Gwen jungle feels amazing.
Yeah, you already have like pretty good setup from Sejuani and Yone in lane. Of course, after Yone hits 6, you have the most of it, but still with stacked Q, you do
also
bit of knocking up.
Notice they banned the Renata. I'm not
Love
going to
it.
let that one go through. So KT just kind of doing some of the things that we were talking about last time. This does also kind of go back to that Taliyah ban we saw last game as the possibility of the Taliyah with a Yone mid. Could have been another angle Hanwha might have taken, but we're not given the opportunity to. Is this last ban... It's a tough call. Just want to stop pushing lanes here, it looks like.
Yeah, also KT are like, we are going to pick Tahm Kench. We will pick Tahm Kench. By the way, we're going to pick Tahm Kench.
I think
anyone like Tahm Kench, we'll pick it.
It looks like a Jinx Tahm Kench angle, so I think Hanwha should just ban the Kench here.
100%.
It's a pretty easy call. Could ban the Jinx also and feel pretty good about that too.
Yeah, I think that's fine. But
please don't ban Aphelios, that's not it, and this is probably not it either.
Yeah, Nautilus, that's really not it. Although Nautilus does, you know, struggle into Renata and Karma, but I mean...
Wow, what a shocker!
Yeah. 5-head, Atlas, and Wolf. Wow, we're so amazing for predicting the Tahm Kench priority.
I mean,
but
when you ban
aren't we
Renata, Karma...
Whoa, we're amazing.
Like, KT probably couldn't even believe it themselves. Like, wow, they really just
let that up.
Like, they waited for a second because they're like, like, is this a trap?
Yeah.
In terms of range supports down here at the bottom lane, there aren't that many meta ones left that you can use to push this lane. Jinx Thresh might just be the answer here. We've seen this one before.
Yeah, and
deny the Jinx.
Vista actually played the Thresh recently and looked pretty good on it as well. I wouldn't mind the Thresh angle.
Yeah.
Although, it does line you up for a Yone ult pretty effectively if Vikla is on the ball, so see whether they can capitalize on that one. Life, let's see what he's going to pick for Amy.
Please don't be Aphelios. That's like
I think it will be Aphelios.
It's the one thing I really don't want here. Range-wise, you have so many issues. And this is basically KT having a different version of the same draft that Hanwha had last time, where they need to just go in all the time and get aggressive and be...
They have more damage, though.
And I do strongly suggest against the Sunfire build for Vikla this game. I would like to see the double crit build. And
it might be nice to have actual damage, wouldn't it?
Yeah. I think that this draft for KT is so much about early front-loaded damage. Hanwha Life Esports have defensive Gnar opportunities because Gnar, usually you think of him as he's going to set up the fight for you. In this case, Dudu could just kind of sit and wait as they run at him. He's going to have Gnar bar opportunities all the time. And Dudu's Gnar playstyle is usually actually to ult after the fight has started. He doesn't start fights. He kind of ults in the middle of them. So that suits his playstyle. They have a Tahm Kench that they could play around as well pretty easily here in lane with the range they have with this Jinx and the Aphelios, or excuse me, the Azir range. I think Hanwha Life Esports, the Game 2 spike in the draft here is real. I think their draft is well-rounded and overall much stronger. Yeah, more boring and less creative, and there's no Yone angle, and there's no Sejuani jungle, but if played well, I think their draft just wins out in longer fights.
Yeah, and Cuz is going to go with the Sejuani jungle instead of the Rascal taking it top lane. So it does mean that Cuz gets to go back to a lot of comfort. This guy played so much Sejuani in the jungle back in the day, but see how it goes. We hop onto the rift. Right, and we got the Zoid skin again, which makes me very happy. The Project Sejuani.
That's the one I use.
Yeah, going full Liger style. Love it, absolutely love it. Don't know how I feel about that chroma, because I like the one that actually looks like the Zoid that the main character of Zoids uses.
I want to say I use the green one, but I'm not 100% sure which one I've used recently. I usually just kind of randomly pick the chroma every time.
I think that's tolerable.
Yeah.
I think I will. That means you just like rainbow Zoids. That's how you're playing Sejuani these days. I dig it.
Zoids were so great back in the day.
Yeah, I was a huge fan. Like 25 years ago.
It's funny because when you watch it now, part of your heart goes like, I miss this and love this, but most of your brain is like, wow, that doesn't look so good anymore. You know, like this is pretty dated. Like this did not look like this to me as a child. So one of those things, you know, some of the things that we grew up with in the 90s and the early 2000s are like aged really well, but
it's like
Zoids?
Super Nintendo games versus Nintendo 64 games.
Yeah.
Like, because Super NES, like, that actually aged relatively well, because platformers, right, like 2D, it's supposed to be like that. You play Yoshi's Island, it's going to look the same, you're going to feel great. But, like, you play GoldenEye again, you're like, oh, this guy actually has a box as a head.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have a box on his head. It literally is his head. It's just a bit of a shame. As we check out some of the laning here at the beginning of this game, looking forward to seeing how Cuz is going to be able to navigate this, as he's got some decent lanes to get towards as far as proccing passives and things like that. Sejuani pretty happy about double melee lanes.
Yeah, Sejuani is, you know, we talked about Gwen potentially. Oh, never mind.
Yeah, Sunday has to flash already as level 2 was hit and not enough respect was given.
Wow. Well, you know, the Aphelios gets outranged, but sometimes he has Calibrum, he can harass, and Life just has a really nice angle, and that's the end of it. You get a flash out of Samdi, and you're feeling pretty good about yourself right now.
Yeah.
I was going to mention that Sejuani is not as high damage as Gwen for the already nice CC setups that Yone has, but can just add more CC and drag this Azir down in terms of getting ganks done, and will be able to do so pretty successfully pre-6, whereas Gwen kind of relies on Yone's ult. See if she does end up coming over there for an early pass.
Also, of course, like Gwen and Sejuani, both of them, a little bit outdated when it comes to jungling just in general. Gwen jungle was nerfed a while ago, so it wouldn't have made too much sense, but the Sejuani jungle also doesn't make too much sense. So, you know, you work with what you're given. As Tongue Lash comes out here from Life, and Sunday and Vista are just going to have to sit back and take what they can get. It's a big wave, and they should be able to get the majority of them, but look at this.
Early gank power here. No flash on Samdi.
Let's see whether Life can manage to land this one, as the Winter's Wrath is beautiful. First Blood goes to aiming. Flash is very comfortable there, as Vista, can he clear the wave? There's another one coming. They're holding on to this, as Life is just like, yeah, I'll get the Tongue Lash. Hold some aggro here for you guys as you lock this one down. It's a great play, but Life is still able to hold on, and that is 2 kills so early and 2 waves obliterated.
Yeah, Jinx is losing so much experience, and she's got a call. She's like, I wish I had those minions to stack into it right now because she is so far away. Now, this was 3 summoners here traded for 3 as well. Vista used Flash there, but he has Hex Flash, interestingly, on the Thresh, so it's not the end of the world, although definitely not going to be too useful in most scenarios as the Thresh, but still. So he heroically tries to Flash Ignite to trade that kill into Life, is unsuccessful, so won't have his regular Flash. So this could actually be done again. There's a follow-up gank almost certainly coming here. And I love how Life just knows so well, like grabbing him hits here early, aiming switches guns.
And Life just walks in, and he's like, I'll just, I'll ignite Tongue Lash, and then just walk my way out.
It's crazy how Life just has a Volibear ult here at level 3. Where he just turns off the turret. He just walks over there. Is that fair that Tahm Kench can do that, then heal up with Grey Health, and then just turn off the turret?
He's catfishing the turret. This was a nice idea from Vista to get the Flash Flay in order to try and get the kill under the Tahm Kench, but you just trade flashes instead, and you are still dead.
Yeah. Like I said, hey, follow-up gank. What a surprise. This time he doesn't have cleanse or flash.
But aiming has grabbed him once again as they do manage to take a lantern, but is it going to be enough? Permafrost is there. Hook is going to land, but it only brings Cuz closer. And aiming, yes, he's going to go down relatively low, but Samdi can do nothing about it. My God, KT, this is beautiful.
I mean, this is... Sejuani jungle is very strong, even though somewhat outdated. If you don't play this perfect, if you don't show respect, you lose your flash early. Like, Cuz shouldn't have even had that opportunity to gank the first time in the first place. Now he's gotten 3 kills for his team. This game is over.
It's feeling very much like that. And this is like, I'm getting Longzhu Cuz flashbacks, man. He was so good at early ganks. He was like the king of cheese. He'd play the Zac and he'd be everywhere in the early game. He's doing it again.
Lanterns early here because he knows this is basically doomed. He lanterns early to give a shield to Samdi, but he dies. Samdi barely escapes, and as on fleek in this case, actually, you might even want to consider just giving your jungle up potentially to be there for the assist, because without him, there is just no chance. And now it's 1,000 gold at 6 minutes for the Aphelios here, and he will start actually just killing Samdi by himself because he's so far ahead. He can just
100%.
ult him and kill him once he hits level 6. So Samdi is just going to be pushed out of lane and will lose even more farm.
It's really beautifully played so far from KT. And you're really seeing a lot of, aiming very, very comfortable, right? Lines up that grab at him. He's like, Cuz, get on down here, my friend. We are going to be able to do this, because you bring Sejuani into all of these lanes, and it's so dangerous.
Yeah, so
because
much.
she adds so much CC, but there's also already so much CC.
And when you look at the Yone and the Gwen lanes too, like, there's CC in the Yone lane, obviously the Tahm Kench Aphelios, but the burst damage that Gwen and Yone could put off when they have CC with them is also crazy. Aphelios too will, once he has his ultimate, be able to just instantly delete this bottom duo he's up against. So.
And now, level 6 has been hit for Cuz, so he's got even more CC as he makes his way through. So, man, the news does not get a whole lot better for Harma Life Esports as we continue further on. As Cuz completes himself a pair of shoes.
Danger pings here for Vikla as On Fleek will clear this ward. I would love to see Vikla, considering the game state and how far ahead they are, just go Gale Force this game. Just be ready to absolutely pounce and kill Samdi as fast as possible, as much as possible, all the time. Because this game might just end up being a 5v4 because Samdi has fallen so far behind. And this is not the first time this week Samdi has just had a rough start to a game. His game on Twitch earlier in that matchup against Fred at Breon did not go well. We talked about it a lot because it was just such a memorable game because he was so destroyed. I mean, this is what I'm talking about. You just can't lane, you can't farm. He's trying to lane swap, but this is Crescendum Aphelios. You can't just walk away.
Yeah, he thankfully doesn't have Crescendum anymore, but Cuz is going to take the dragon. There is an entire wave just being lost here as Dudu's going to turn up to the lane and aiming's like, oh yeah.
Rascal is staying topside. They might actually try to commit to something here. I mean, look, Karis is out of lane. He's losing minions. It's a disaster.
Yeah, and this wave is just like, they're proxying, like they just don't mind at all. Cuz is going to take 400 years to take this dragon, and as I say that, he does manage to secure it. But On Fleek looking for a dive here onto Rascal. Let's just see how immune this Gwen is going to be, as the stun does land, but the stab not quite there. As Dudu, he's in trouble as well.
They can't.
And yeah,
They can't.
The whole turret wolf.
They can't dive Rascal because Vikla has teleport and ult. Like, you can kill this turret with the Herald, but you cannot kill Rascal. He's Gwen, and he has Vikla who can come to him at a moment's notice. If you really want to heavily commit, you will lose out.
Well, Rascal's going to try and clear out this wave where he can. Things are very even, and first turret blood's actually a big deal here. Looks like Harma Life Esports are going to be the ones to be able to take it now. And that actually does kind of swing things a little bit, as they will be able to get that little bit of extra gold for the situation. Of course, Aiming didn't share any of it, so that is also big.
Tons of CS was lost for Harma Life Esports across the board Dudu was able to get a little bit more of it there than I actually expected him to do under the turret. Does escape with his life, as Samdi's just going to get this. Right? Okay. Okay, that was a nice bait attempt.
Very weird.
The first turret gold is pretty significant here. Like you said, it's not nothing, but the amount of resources that had to be committed meant also that Vikla kind of got back control of this lane very easily.
Yeah.
And that's with a Herald that had to be crashed, so this doesn't solve any of the problems that Hanwha Life Esports have with this Jinx right now. Everything else, yeah, it's fine. I mean, you know, we did get some extra gold across the team, and Azir was ahead, is now, you know, slightly behind, but doesn't solve any of the problems, because now, like, aiming is so fed. He's, like, ready to kill solo laners. He's like, yeah, you want a solo lane against me, Gnar? You want a solo lane against me? Azir, like, I will fight you.
Yeah, and I mean, Life's coming up here as well, as now Rascal's fighting Dudu and winning pretty considerably. The thing that was really different about that whole turret trade, right? And we saw it and we were like, Hanwha Life, they're able to get, you know, first turret blood, they get all the plates, that's great. But Cuz wasn't needed.
Yeah.
And so therefore he could be everywhere else, which gives all of the power to Vikla because Onfleek was showing in the top lane.
Yep.
And so therefore Vikla inherently gets more pressure, gets a plate, is now 200 gold in the lead now on the Yone, who is building some items that have like crit involved.
Exactly.
Stuff like
He's
that, which
actually
is cool.
building real items, so
crazy.
Watch out.
He'll probably still build Blade of the Rune King second, but he does at least have the shield boat on the go. Actually, no, we haven't had it guaranteed yet. Never mind. It could still just be Blade of the Rune King into something.
Yeah, it's going to be Rune King first. We'll see what comes next.
Yeah. When I got ahead of myself. I got really excited.
This is
like Vamp Scepter and Dagger. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be Shieldbow too for a second, but you know, the itemization for the Yone is, I think, the least of everyone's worries right now.
Yeah.
Across the board. This is one of those games where we're like, oh, you know what? I really just don't mind it. It's like the Toby game where like, that might not have been right, but he won and it doesn't matter. It might be one of those games.
Yeah, he's a CC bot Yone, you know? And that's precisely what Jovi managed to make happen. Is Onfleek going to look for a bit of a gank here towards the bottom side. There's the flash forward. The crush is brilliant. And the needlework, not enough healing this time around as Dudu uses all of his health bar that they managed to hold on. This turret runs out of minions, though, as Life is going to have to flash. Karis can have his ult respected as Vikla is up here on the top side looking to try and match here.
So this is... For a moment, I was wondering why Vikla didn't consider the teleport, because he might have been able to turn that into a big, huge opportunity, because he had ultimate. Again, last time he also didn't teleport to save Rascal topside, but he's getting solo plates versus split plates for a Gnar Viego, so this is actually more valuable for him to actually get these guaranteed plates, you know, and all of the gold instead of the split plates.
Yeah, I mean, this is working out for KT. They are playing the map much better, as Vikla going to have to go back to that Unbound Soul as he gets on over here.
He almost got the whole thing, which is absolutely absurd. So they played weak side top there with Rascal, then put him weak side there so they could get maximum value out of plates. This feels like Duck Dom Aphelios I'm watching here in some old school Nongshim play where they're lane swapping and getting all the plates. So yeah, maybe you get a double kill and save Rascal there, but the risk is high and you have to use teleport. Now Vikla holds his teleport, gets solo plates top, and is feeling fantastic about his position in this game.
Yep. Blade of the Rune King completed here for Vikla as well. We'll see what he does decide to do when he goes back to base the next time. The Barmies Cinder is what I'm scared of, but we'll see. 1,000 gold the lead here for KT. As, I mean, to be honest, with how the early game went from Hanwha, this could have been way worse. And the fact that they managed to get Samdi out of that 2v2 and just circling around the map to get some plate gold, that's definitely valuable. As you can see, Vikla going to have to move away from this because there is no turret to go back to, and intelligently done too, as Onfleek was in the area. KT, they'll just grab this Drake, and I think they've had every single dragon this game, this series.
Yeah.
And definitely this game.
Is it going to be another Hextech Soul?
100%, it's got to be. It's got to be Hextech Soul or Ocean Soul. I mean, it's monsoon season over here at the moment. It's extraordinarily hot today. Not raining anymore, but I have a feeling that rain's going to be coming back. He does have ult, but he doesn't need to. Okay, he will use it as he sees Vista up here as well.
They had to go so far to set this up. He does ult away, doesn't have to flash or anything like that. Still, ult is down here for second Rift Herald fight, so quite significant. Actually, Hanwha Life Esports grouping for this. It looks like KT are going to make the call to keep Gwen bottom side, so Dudu does the same, does decide to go back down, has his Unleashed teleport available if he wants to use it. So really nice group up here. Timing is good for second Herald. They grab the ultimate away from Vikla, so he's not very useful in this fight.
Yep. Karis is going to come down as Calibrum going to get a decent amount of damage through here, as that's a good flash from Vista. It's out of the way of the Glacial Prison. On Fleek now trying to get through here as Vikla not able to steal anything away. Of course, On Fleek has Smite, so that's going to secure it. He picks up the Eye of Shirley. As KT, they want to be able to grab this turret if they can, as Dudu will take, yeah, I mean, this Aphelios is just huge right now.
That's the problem here for Hanwha Life, is that aiming is so accelerated, but there are still some good things here. I mean, it's still an Azir comp, right? It still has the Jinx range issue that Aphelios will have to deal with later on. Right now, she doesn't want to be anywhere near anybody on KT Rolster, but that problem is going to shrink as time goes on.
Yeah.
And I think this is actually kind of a bad macro play here from KT to rotate up to contest this break without Vikla's ultimate when they could have actually just kept the Gwen bottom side. Uh-oh!
Yeah, Samdi gonna get hit by that at the very last second, but doesn't actually really do anything. Does get the cleanse out from the Jinx, as Cuz just babysitting as Vikla will take this top outer turret that he prepared earlier, and it's going to extend KT's gold lead just that little bit more.
If they deny that Herald, KT are in such a phenomenal position. I mean, they are still. I just going back to the decision, but I think they could have put a little bit more pressure there on the bottom side as
well. Hook is going to be able to bring Cuz back in here, but he's got Arctic Assault, so he's absolutely fine. Aiming, just going to find some autos here onto Dudu.
Let's see what Vikla buys. This is the moment of truth.
Aiming just doesn't care. I love this because Life is there with Devour, just standing behind him, being like, go, go, Aphelios. Show them how many years you have.
Atlas, it's on fire.
Oh, God.
It's on fire.
We're doing it again.
Yeah.
I mean, that's all right. Blade of the Ruin King is definitely the most common item, and at least he's picked that one.
Hey, I mean, here's the thing, like, that we could say truthfully about this Blade of the Ruin King and the Sunfire is that it is a standard build.
It is. It is the only
build we've seen. So it is, as much as we think it might not be optimal, it is the standard.
It is.
The golden standard here at the LCK.
He did it yesterday, so it's not just a Chovy special, as Shirley going to be taken down here. Rascal helps out with that, and he was immune for that small amount of time. As KT hold on to their outer turret in the mid lane, deny that bit of extra gold injection. So over to Hanwha.
This is pretty good overall for Hanwha Life Esports. Not the Herald charge, but how the game has slowed quite significantly. Like, yeah, Vikla got a turret top side, and he's been killing a lot of minions, but otherwise hasn't been able to get value out of his ultimate really at all, besides escaping one time in the top lane. KT played the early game beautifully, got control of the bottom 2v2, then played the macro game to get maximum plates. But after that, like going to this third Drake fight, their advantages aren't as big as they should be. Like, they didn't actually balloon this game into a massive lead. They didn't utilize this Aphelios pick to get further picks. They just killed structures and minions with their lead. So Hanwha are kind of like, all right, we're scaling, and they are. I mean, they are Azir Jinx, right? They are actually very happy to have this game slow down. If they could actually win this next fight, I think the game flow goes back in their control. So this is a really important fight for KT, where Vikla's positioning, his ultimate needs to be big. That Aphelios spike now with the Collector done needs to be a really decisive fight here for KT to hold on to this game.
Well, you can see Rascal chasing Dudu here as the fight for the Brambleback is won by OnFleek. His Smite Finger has been pretty strong today, as he does steal that one. But aiming back to this mid lane, and you can see, like, I can just feel the confidence from aiming right now on his Aphelios. He's having a very, very good time. Collector is finished, but it's 2 items apiece for these 2 carries. And I think the main difference in favor of KT is Tahm Kench versus Thresh. Because I think as far as protection is concerned, Tahm Kench at the moment is just way better with the huge shield that you can give. And especially if aiming has those short range guns, you can then get the huge shield and then frontline with the Severum Q and Crescendum doing extraordinary chakram damage and stuff like that.
Vikla is just PvE this game.
I mean, it's a decent 1-3-1 comp.
Yeah, no, it really is. But, I mean, again, Hanwha Life, they get this Drake. They're going to feel pretty good about it.
Yeah, OnFleek looks for a stun, gets it, but I don't know whether that's exactly what he wanted. Moonlight Vigil comes down. There's the Glacial Prison, soaked by Dudu, and he takes the Lantern Ride to get himself out. Gwen was immune, but also the hook missed. But now OnFleek will start off this Drake. Dudu in the brush. They need to wait out this Naba, or Hanwha Life need to burst down this dragon.
Oh, they're trapped here. Karis.
Yeah, don't line up for Vicla's ult, who's going to miss, unfortunately, but Samdi is still very, very low. Cuz just going to deal with him himself, and now Rascal is popping off in the fight. The Azir goes down. Cuz is dealing with the Drake and may lose the battle as he doesn't have Smite available. Can't take another auto as Vista's going to have to flash to get out of the way of this support. He throws Life a lantern just to give him the opportunity. He's so large. Oh, the Devour is going to be used on the Viego of all people. And
down he
KT,
goes.
yeah, KT win everything. They even managed to get Soul Point.
Yep. Cuz was very close to death, but his smite came back up and he was able to survive there. He knew the timing, handled it well. And that's inner turret, or rather mid turret going down. So Vikla is pushing the side lane, teleports into this fight, very delayed, but is also able to pick up that extra money. Aphelios' ult is used early, but it's good enough to push on Fleek out. Now notice where Karis has to be in this fight. He's on the wrong side of it. He's so far away that his ultimate is worthless. He can't use it, he can't get any value out of it, and they just wait for the Narbar to cut time out as Rascal comes in on the other side. And all Karis really does in this fight is defensively try to lock Vikla down away from him.
Yeah.
And then that's all of your damage because the Jinx is not online, she dies first. And that's it, like that's the fight. Your two carries are worthless here, unfortunately, because Karis is just so early pushed away. Aphelios' ult often used as a closer in fights like this, but I love that this time aiming with the items that he has, just uses it first and says, no, this is our Drake to take. You guys cannot be near it."
favorite.
This is just silly.
And he also emote spams as well. Like, Life is, he's having a good day. He's definitely having a good day. Stands on the lantern, says no after having a bit of fun with some supportal combaters. Now we come back to Live, and the Baron has been started on Fleek. Remember, he's had some good smites so far today. See how this one's going to go. They're just not going to risk it. Karis is going to have to shift some sands to get himself out of here. As that's a phenomenal ulti to come on through as Vikla does have to go back to his Unbound Soul. Then gets into a Gnar ult, but you can see Hanwha. They're just too low. They can't fight this. Red-white guns are in there. And they do manage to secure it. On Fleek now running away with 110 health. And the Devour from Life for the extra movement speed gets over as well, as they're going to have to try and find him. And it's going to be Vikla that manages to secure it. There we go.
Well, that's the end of this story tonight. This is not going to be the Game 2 power spike for Hanwha Life. It was in terms of the draft, but the game ended in the lane Atlas. And then we just saw KT with some really nice team fighting. And this time, once again, they focused down the enemy Azir first. If Karis is under this much pressure, he's not able to do anything. Remember, Jinx isn't really a champion unless she has 3 items or has a reset to get excited. Karis is so low here, they just don't kill anybody. Dudu is like, oh, let me help On Fleek out of here. That's all I can do. And once Karis is dead, again, Jinx isn't a champion really in these fights. She's just running away.
Arctic Assault interrupted that land.
Yeah,
that was
clean.
so sick.
Clean. And then On Fleek feels like so good when he jukes them and then dodges the tongue lash, but Vic was like, yeah, sorry, man. That's all. Yeah.
That ain't gonna do it.
Yo, this game I felt like could have been so dynamic and had so many different possible ways it could go. We could talk about Karis with the redemption story on the Azir, but it just wasn't meant to be.
It wasn't. And I think that, you know, the battle of the defensive supports here, Life demonstrates that Tahm Kench is still the king and feels ever more so. We did see some success for Thresh earlier in the week, but not in this game, unfortunately, as Hanwha Life Esports trying to defend against this Baron. It's very difficult to do so. The 4-1 composition now as Dudu going to find himself caught mid-rotation, has to ult pretty early. Of course, doesn't mind too much because the Mega Gnar is going to wear off, but this war of attrition is in KT's favor every day of the week.
So let's have a debate.
Oh yeah.
Is it going to be Life POG, aiming POG, or Cuz POG this game for KT?
I would 100% vote for Cuz.
I'm on the fence between Life and Cuz, because Life got that first flash away to set up those ganks. Like, it's a chicken and egg thing, but like, I'm kind of leaning towards Cuz a little bit too. Like,
I feel like his pathing in the early game really saved it. Plus, he's playing Sejuani jungle, which I also respect. But, you know.
Yeah, I mean, this team just knew exactly what they wanted to do with the early game. This is the type of KT that we want to see more of. The one that drafts decisively and plays decisively. And I think the Yone was kind of a non-factor in this game, unfortunately, because Vikla just killed turrets. He could have basically been any pushing mid lane in this game, but Hey, he did his job too. You know, he had that one really cool.
Well, aiming is looking for the POG here as he stuns up Karis. Every little bit helps aiming, and you know you're doing the big boom boom damage, so it's likely you'll get a couple of votes at least. He'll probably win. Let's be honest here. As all right, Cuz looking for on fleek. Can he find the Glacial Prison though is the question, as Rascal in the meantime is just destroying the enemy base. Same thing to be said for what Vikler is up to. And now the three are getting engaged on, but are they actually? As double teleports are coming through, that's a decent Glacial Prison to land on a lot of members, but now Vikler, he's found Dudu who's hopping away, Emperor's Divide to deny, but it's just, yeah, there's an aiming there, and you don't really want to be there, Karis, and now he's going to get dashed on. Nara's going to come through, and he does manage to get his way out. Aiming secures the kill onto Karis, but Dudu, he's limping. And Harmor Life, they only lose their mid laner. I thought it was going to be worse. Super Mega Death Rocket to try and steal the Drake, but it doesn't work.
Nope. That's Infernal Soul to add insult to injury. And KT just going to push to end. They have all the tools they need. Except Crescendum, I guess, you know, could have been even worse for Harmor Life, but like, this was a hands diff game. I mean, the bottom 2v2 was played.
Oh, and a plans diff. It's like hands and plans.
But I like the draft here for Hanwha. They felt pretty comfortable. But if you're going to play like this, you know, you cannot be losing your flash at level 2.
Yeah.
And then getting follow-up ganked by the Sejuani. This is also just, I mean, they're so desperate, like, oh, maybe we could win this fight, but you don't have control of the map. And there are 2 champions coming right on you.
I actually really, really like this Glacial Prison placement. Even though it misses everyone, it makes sure that everyone's slowed and divided. And Karis, yeah, he pushes 3 people with his ult, but it doesn't do anything.
What's so funny about the ult there that you mentioned?
The fadeaway ulti.
Yeah, it's so funny about the Sejuani ult there is, like, if it's an even game, it's actually the perfect call. Because they're so ahead, it's maybe not the perfect call, but you got to think the right way. You know, you got to think about how these fights could have gone if Hanwha Life had an 80 carry or any gold. Because they're 12,000 gold down at this stage, and
it doesn't help to play as if you're losing, though, because then you just lose more. So I like the idea, the theory.
Sure.
But I still don't think that it increases your chances of actually winning.
Yeah, I mean, look.
Yeah.
Some more points in the life aiming column at the moment, but we'll see.
Well, now Vikler's trying to put some points into his own column.
Oh, I thought he was about to hold that.
Yeah, that's what I thought too, but instead, Unbound Soul is going to gank him as Rascal goes immune. Takes a bit of damage there on the way out, but you can see KT are just very, very happy to shove all these waves in, take some control. Bot lane is going to push naturally as Vikler was burning. As on fleek. Oh, decent hook is going to connect, but that is the least of their issues right now as Vikler diving forward, then running back out again. Rascal is just doing some stuff, not entirely sure what, as Dudu just dealing with super creeps. And this is what's happening, right? Like, KT just taking full control, taking health bars down as low as they would like to, and then destroying the Harmor Life esports base.
I mean, Rascal built his Zhonya's. I don't know if that was even required. I don't know if he was ever going to be in any danger at any point.
Well, Vikler's going to land yet another knock-up. A Glacial Prison once again going to go wide. That is maybe a vote less here for Cuz, but I'd still vote for him. As Harmor are going to chase KT out of their absolutely obliterated base.
All right, and I mean, Baron is up. And I think that KT will just happily kite back towards it.
Or maybe just all dive on top of OnFleek and get baited by a Lantern.
So like I said, kite back towards it. No, but KT actually set this trap really well because Han will have to expect they're kiting back towards Baron and might want to try to catch any stragglers, and then they just spring the trap. Not successful, but at the end of the day, with 2 waves of super minions coming through, and now a 3rd one actually from top.
Oh, here we go, Jonas Strong shot. Cuz actually just walks out, tanks the rocket. He's like, no, no, no.
Yeah, another point in the Cuz column.
Yeah, that's another point in the Cuz column.
He didn't miss a smite.
Yeah, he didn't. Nailed it. Absolutely nailed it.
This meta, I was talking to Atlas about this, of course, off camera, guys. This meta often has led to really oppressive games. It was the first thing I noticed when I watched the opening week of LPL is when teams get ahead, you just get further and further ahead, and it's really hard to catch up.
Yeah, the snowball's pretty relentless.
I think with additional turret damage and like the resistances, it's really hard to make cross-map plays in the early game if one of your lanes goes real bad too, like this one. So we just have some of these games where we watch 20 minutes of a team bleeding out, And this is one of those. We saw it last game too, and KT
Last
just
night.
outclassing. Yeah, last night as well. Like
especially.
Just KT outclassing them in every way right now, and you know, for Hanwha, it's just a rough ending.
It certainly is. This Nexus turret not long for the world as Unfleek was searching for something. Karis is going to find a two-man ulti as Aiming's going to go down extraordinarily low, but he has a GE. Managed to get his ult off as well, and as you can see, Hanwha Life Esports are just evaporating. My God! The damage here on KT. 9-0-5 for Aiming in the end as the Nexus goes down, and KT, they break the tie with Hanwha Life Esports. They were in fact 1 game point behind, and now move themselves all the way up the standings.
KT have had so many near misses this season, and their scoreline 1-4, -5. Number 9, you know, with Hanwha being at 8, like you said, just really didn't legitimately describe where KT is right now, and they will continue to climb in the standings with their upcoming schedule, which we'll take a closer look at later. But they came prepared today. The bottom 2v2 was a disaster, both games, for Hanwha Life, and I hate to keep bringing it up for Samdi, but he's had a bad week, and hopefully he could recover for next week, because this team is also very quickly approaching inability to make playoffs. So
yeah,
you know, the conversation has to be had is, yeah, you deserved it. You deserve the claps you're getting here because you played a great game. I feel like the conversation has to be had of, we talked about Hanwha Life at the beginning of the year. They got a budget roster. Like, let's be honest, we talked about it so much. They got a budget roster where we were like, oh, but the development potential is so high.
Yeah.
And I think we should be rightly disappointed with how much development we've seen so far this year. And games like this just really hit you hard because you're playing against a number 9 team, KT, right? Your number 8 is Hanwha, and you get stomped this bad. I don't know what's going to change for this team, but I hope they make some adjustments going forward. We haven't hit the halfway point of the season yet, but again, we're almost at the point of no return in talking about playoffs. And the fact that we're talking about this before we hit the halfway point is the scary part.
Yeah, I mean, on Hanwha's side, there's not a lot of good things to look at, but I'm really happy that we get to see KT actually making intelligent plays, and we getting a glimpse as to what a lot of people were talking about before this season started. Like, KT, they look great in scrims. They're able to take victories. Like, they've got players with, like, large, like, they're great players, right? Like, Cuz went to Worlds on one of the best teams that we've had in a really long time. Yes, Longzhu weren't able to win, but still he was on that roster that was so dominant. Rascal as well. I mean, just last year, he was in World semifinals, and he looked amazing while he was there. Aiming went over to the LPL, only furthered his career, came back, and has continued to look great. Life and Ruler were, you know, one of the best bottom lanes that we've ever had here in the LCK, so there are some great names here on KT that we just haven't seen enough of so far this season, and we get a glimpse in this game.
Yeah, it's cool drafting from them. The team fights we saw here for Hanwha Life were not really fair from what their comp's strengths are, because their Jinx was so far behind, the Aphelios was so far ahead that even Karis was just ulted sometimes by the Aphelios, and then he's like, well, that's it. And this fight, he's dove upon instantly by the Yone, and then he's like, well, I just have to Emperor's Divide defensively, and I cannot do damage. I have 2 masks, but I'm not burning anybody. I'm just trying to run away. Unsuccessful in this case, but yeah, I mean, this game really was decided in the first 5 minutes in the bottom side, and yeah, it's tragic because I thought it was going to be a really dynamic game where we got to see KT play a different tempo-based comp versus the scaling. But it wasn't meant to be, and it's a draft issue, but it's a hands issue, it's a confidence issue across the board here for Hanwha Life.
Yeah, it's and I think the drafting problem was my biggest one in game number 1.
Number 1 especially, yes.
That was a big problem. This time around, you know, trying to band-aid the composition with the Thresh and things like that, but like walking straight into the Tom Kench pick that we saw from like 16 years away, like that's not something that you should be doing, right?
Yeah, definitely not.
As we can listen in to KT as they crash down on the enemy base without being rel, which is impressive.
They also like spent half of this fight in the air, like the whole team. It was a bit of an alley-oop situation with Karis and Dudu.
Yep. And Aiming was like down to his GA. He's like, oh, GA value. We nailed it.
And pretty calm comms here for KT at the end of the day, despite being in the air. Aiming,
yeah, that was a lot of
damage. He did the boom damage for sure. I did not vote for him though. I'll keep my vote a secret for a little bit longer, but
I still think my vote probably would have gone to Cuz, but I'm not sure. I'm sure G-Sun will let us know ahead of time what Valdez put his down for, because he's got some room to make up.
You know,
he's aiming for the 50% success rate on the votes today.
You know what's
with a
funny
win here.
is Valdez, like he voted for, it would have been really funny if he voted for aiming, because he voted for the non-boom boom damage champions all day today.
yeah.
And then if he voted for aiming and then also was like got the wrong vote, it would have been hilarious, but we actually do have confirmation he voted for Cuz.
Oh, so he's definitely not a boom boom damage voter. that is not how he does it. I think to be honest, you can't really laugh too much if there are votes for aiming. I think that he played fantastically well. We know that Aphelios versus Jinx has not been one that's super easy for, the Aphelios in the past, but right now, it's feeling like it is working out pretty well. Let's check out the standings and see how much further up KT have made it. As you can see, moving all the way up to 6th here. They were underneath Harmon Life Esports before this game started, and now getting closer and closer to the west side. Although, I mean, I think the top 5 versus the bottom 5, there is a bit of a gulf starting to build.
I feel like there's a clear tier list. Like, let's hold these standings up for a second. I think Genji T1 are S. Then you have like Damwon Kia is A, and then DRX Live Sandbox KT B, and then everybody else is C, right? Like, I'm like, Nongshim down to Bro. I'm like, you guys are in the C list right now. I think even though it's
you'd have to bring in a D for Bro. I think they are a cut behind.
I just didn't want to add an extra one, but I think we're not really happy with from 7 to 10 here, like at all. Like, I think from 7 to 10, we're pretty disappointed. The performances have been average at their best, which is why the C moniker comes through. And that's we usually hold our LCK teams to a higher standard, and it's very surprising considering last summer we had a lot of development in spring, and some of our east side teams looked really bad in spring and then actually looked really good in summer.
Yeah.
It feels like this summer maybe the pressure is breaking some of these younger and less experienced teams of players like Hanwha, like Fred Brion, where like the stress of almost making it, then not, then like losing again and again and again is actually starting to make them perform worse. So very different than what we saw last year, and I'm hoping that it changes. Still early days, but
I think also
worrying trend.
Yeah, there's another part of it as well, which is as teams get more and more cohesive, there's less and less chaos for a lot of these younger players that have less competitive experience to prey on, right? And we've seen so much of that, and like Gen G only look better. T1 are forever improving, right? And even KT that we see here today, a much more well-oiled machine. As we are going to check out some scheduling as we look at what KT is going to be faced with moving further forward. You mentioned that they still have to get through DRX. They are going to do that in their final match of the first round robin, but Nongshim and Kwangdong Freaks, not as difficult opposition.
Yeah, they had a pretty hard start, KT did, to the season. They had some of the toughest opponents first. They had an early telecom war, etc. And they almost were able to actually win that telecom war.
They did really well, yeah.
But this is actually like they get to hit the Kwangdong Freaks twice, pretty back-to-back here when they hit the second round robin. DRX, their toughest opponent in this list. The rematch for the Hanwha Life in just 2 weeks' time is also going to be, again, a fairly easy one for them. So KT should shoot up through the standings based on what we expect from their form right now.
Yeah, especially, given, like you were talking about, strength of schedule coming into play against them at the very beginning. Certainly looking like they had some better moments than we'd otherwise expect, but also some down ones. I think that they do need to work on consistency as well. But I think I'd like to have a look at what Harmon Life Esports are going to be faced with as we move further on, because this is where things get real rough.
Yeah, this is a hard schedule. Live Sandbox looking really good right now. You hit them twice. You have Damwon and T1, and then as we mentioned, K2 just already beat you. Like, Hanwha sits at 1-5 right now. After all of these games, they might be 1-10. Like, that is actually a possibility.
I mean, that's likely.
Yes.
Wolf. It's not even a possibility. It's just like that should
that
be
might
the
be their
outcome.
fate. Yeah. It's pretty good chance.
Yeah, it's really rough. This is assuming that Live Sandbox continues to perform. They're yet to face them so far, and I don't know whether we're necessarily like overhyping Live Sandbox or whether Live Sandbox are actually that good. I know if we were talking to Chronicler, he'd be like, yes, they are. How dare you? Crocker's the best player in the universe, but that I'm still not sure. I'm not entirely sold, but Prince has been playing fantastically well, and I think that Prince is the best player in the world too. Please make sure that we tell everyone that that's the
case. I think it's good to be cautious and optimistic at the same time for Liv Sandbox based on their current form. I think their new playstyle playing around Prince has been pretty awesome, so I do favor them against Hanwha,
and also Prince will call you out if you say anything against them as well. So you just make sure that that it's all going to work out. As we're still okay, here we are. Player of the game. Let's see who it's going to be. As Aiming will pick it up. Big boom boom damage reigns supreme for our final POG of the night.
So let's see where they start doing the highlights, because it might be in the Cuz Life highlights first, so we could talk about why, you know, Valdez and I went another way here, as Aiming did a lot of auto attacks here, but it was the turret juggle and the engage from Cuz that was set up by Life taking a flash away early that set that first fight up, and then this is Cuz again in the second parts. But once he took the goal, like this is the chicken and the egg thing, right? Then he hatches from the egg and becomes the chicken. he's done both parts, like, because now he's ready to pop off, and he used his gold really well and was extremely aggressive through the mid game. This is
Harris is like, where did my team go? I just got a sickle.
I could just imagine Valdez at home like rolling his eyes because he's like watching this fight. He's like, yeah, cool. Like he killed in his ear who was already dead. Like sick highlight reel.
Yeah.
I can't believe there's only 3 non-aiming votes. Like what?
Yeah.
I guess we're just gonna have to look at the damage graph before we vote from now on.
If I had a vote like I did yesterday, I would have also voted for Cuz, because I think creativity in the pick, definitely really good. And as you saw in those first 2 highlights, it was Cuz. Went down to that bottom side of the map. Life as well is probably second, because he's the one that helped the juggle. And from that point on, yes, Aiming shot people. But like that's his job, right? Like that's what you're supposed to do. So we are going to go over to the interview. So here's Ji-sun for some translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Ji-sun for the POG interview translation, joined by Rascal and Aiming from KT Rolster. Congratulations on ending your losing streak. And also, this is your first POG for both of you guys. How do you feel, Rascal? I'm glad that we were able to pick up a clean to a victory tonight. What about you, Aiming? We were on a losing streak, so I think this means a lot because we broke the losing streak finally. I want to go back to game number 1. Both you and Dudu, the most big champions for you, both of you guys, was Gnar, and we had very high priority on the pick during the summer split. However, this time around, Rascal and KT was so confident to let the Gnar through and just blind picked Gwen. Tell me about the top lane matchup. I think about the Gnar and Gwen matchup, I think, well, when it's like 1v1 forever, Gnar does have better sustainability. He can definitely bully the lane, but today my teammates were helping me out so much, so I didn't get to the lane too long against him, so it was pretty doable for me, thanks to my team. And we had Lee Sin, Lissandra comp on the side of Hana Life Esports. So what was your plan in the early game against their comp? I think their mid-jungle duo comp doesn't really have a damage output in the late game, so we knew that we can outscale them, so we just wanted to kind of just play out smoothly, just don't make any mistakes, and then we were able to pull it off. And KT Rolster was able to show a decent draft throughout the split, but the fights around the objectives was not on point. But today we were able to witness a very clean Baron take from KT Rolster. I mean, whether it was Baron, whether it was Drake, we always kind of played so sloppy, but today we were able to kind of make a clean setup prior to the execution. And Hana Life Esports actually has 80% win rate for game 2. Were you aware of that? No, we didn't really pay attention to that, but we kind of noticed it right before the series, and that made us kind of focus up heading into game 2. Rascal, what was the key point for KT Rolster to get a clean to a victory? I want to say our performance was not that bad, and our strategy, but still we were not able to kind of perform cleanly on stage, so we really wanted to perform as good as we do in scrims. We had Gwen Nar match back to back in this series. What changed in game 1 and 2? I think game 2, our jungler was playing around the bottom lane. So and then they got a huge win down there. So I was like, I don't really have to do nothing because we already won the game. And aiming. Game 2, both KT and Hana Life kind of rounded out the bottom lane comp very late. There were not many champions that can kind of add pressure to Tom Kench. And also, we knew that somebody's gonna play Jinx because that's one of his comfort picks. And KT Roaster got 3 kills early on the bottom lane. Did you expect this much of an easy execution to kind of happen early on? I mean, when we were laning, we were able to trade off really well. So we were able to set up for a clean dive setups. And then the moment Tom Kench hit his W, I just made a call for the turret dive, and our play was on point too. And aiming, your performance on Aphelios was so powerful and strong today as well. Tell me about your confidence in that pick. I really like Aphelios. I can say that. So I'm pretty confident in that pick, but I don't think that I played really well today, but I was just picking up so many kills. And this is the beginning of KT Roaster's summer journey. Your next opponent is Nongshim Radforce. I hope we can continue this much of a performance in the upcoming schedules, and we will do our best in the upcoming match as well. Just like Rascal said, I think our performance was alright, but I think we made too many mistakes and we just like kind of fell apart by ourselves. So we want to really kind of focus on our mistakes and get rid of all the errors. And lastly, any message over to the KT Roaster fans? I hope this could be a stepping stone for us to start off a winning streak with this victory ending our prior losing streak, and I hope we can keep improving throughout the split. We started off the split with a... We wanted to start off the split with a victory, but that couldn't happen. But still, we have a long way to go, so I will do my best in order to pick up as many victories as possible in the future. And this will be the end of the interview, and I'm going to pass it back to our casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, as per usual, for the interview translation. It feels very strange having done that twice from this desk, because it's just not normally a thing that we do these days. Hopefully things go back to normal ASAP. We are sending all of our well wishes over to Chroniclers. Let's have a look at what next week is going to look like.
It's a great week of matches, to be totally honest.
Every week is a great week. Well,
okay.
But
this
yeah,
week,
Genji T1, that's a big one.
You know, I'm not so sure. But no, next week, Genji T1, but also DRX Genji.
DRX Damwon is a big one too.
DRX Damwon. So those are the 3 big ones. But also I think KT's matchups and Live Sandbox matchups are ones that they should be able to dominate if they really want to keep themselves in the conversation for, okay, are we top 6 teams? Are we headed to playoffs? Big test for Kwangdong as well this week. If Kwangdong beats Frederick Brion, which is the expected result, then actually upsets KT, maybe they're also back in the conversation. So much could actually change in this week.
It's absolutely right. This is going to be your Challenger schedule as well. I don't know whether we'll be able to get any Chronicler co-streams for that one, but it is always available. You can always watch the Korean stream for Challenger if you are interested, and I could imagine that Chronicler will still be tweeting about it because he doesn't stop, let's be honest. We do, though. We're going to have to stop for tonight. We'll have a couple of days, and then we'll be back for more LCK for next week. But for now, good night.
looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free.